Chapter 15. Fetish, continued. In which the voyager complains of the inconveniences arising from the method of African thought, and discourses on apparitions and deities. However much some of the African's mental attributes get underrated, I am sure there are others of them for which he gets more credit than he deserves. One of these is his imagination. It strikes the newcomer with awe, and frequently fills him with rage, when he first meets it, but as he matures and gets used to the African, he sees the string. For the African fancy is not the aerial fancy flying free, mentioned by our poets, but merely the aerial of the theatre suspended by a wire or cord. The wire that supports the African's fancy may be a very thin, small fact indeed, or in some cases merely his incapacity to distinguish between animate and inanimate objects, which give rise to his idea that everything is possessed of a soul. Everything has a soul to him, and to make confusion worse confounded, he usually believes in the existence of matter apart from its soul. But there is little he won't believe in, if it comes to that. And I have a feeling of thankfulness that Buddhism, Theosophy, and above all atheism, which chases its tail and proves that nothing can be proved, have not yet been given the African to believe in. The African's want of making it clear in his language whether he is referring to an animate or inanimate thing, has landed me in many a dilemma, and his foolishness in not having a male and female gender in his languages amounts to a nuisance. For example, I am a most ladylike old person and yet get constantly called, sir. The other day, circumstances having got beyond my control during the afternoon, I arrived in the evening in a saturated condition at a white settlement, and wishing to get accommodation for myself and my men. I made my way to the factory of a firm from whose representatives I have always received great and most courteous help. The agent in charge was not at home, and his steward boy said, "Massa live for Mr. B.'s house." "Go tell him I live for come from, etc., said I, and I fit for want place for my men. I had nothing to write on, or with, and I thought the steward boy could carry this little message to its destination without dropping any of it, as Mr. B.'s house was close by, but I was wrong. Off he went, and soon returned with the note I here give a copy of. Dear old man. You must be in a deuce of a mess after the tornado. Just help yourself to a set of my dry things. The shirts are in the bottom drawer, the trousers are in the box under the bed, and then come over here to the sing-song. My leg is dicky or I'd come across. Yours, etc. Had there been any smelling salts or sal volatile in this subdivision of the Ethiopian region, I should have forthwith fainted on reading this, but I well knew there was not. So I blushed until the steam from my soaking clothes, for I truly was, in a deuce of a mess, went up in a cloud and then, just as I was, I went across and appeared before the author of that awful note. When he came round, he said it had taken 7 years' growth out of him, and was intensely apologetic. I remarked it had very nearly taken 30 years' growth out of me, and he said the steward boy had merely informed him that white man lived for come from X, a place where he knew there was another factory belonging to his firm. And he naturally thought it was the agent from X who had come across. You rarely, indeed I believe never, find an African with a gift for picturesque descriptions of scenery. The nearest approach to it I ever got was from my cook when we were on Mungo Malobe. He proudly boasted he had been on a mountain, up Cameroon River, with a German officer, and on that mountain, if you fall down one side you die, if you fall down other side you die. Graphic and vivid descriptions of incidents you often get, but it is not art. The effect is produced entirely by a bald brutality of statement, the African having no artistic reticence whatsoever. One fine touch, however, which does not come in under this class was told me by my lamented friend Mr. Harris of Calabar. Some years ago he had out a consignment of Dutch clocks with hanging weights, as is natural to the Dutch clock. They were immensely popular among the chiefs, and were soon disposed of save one, which had seen trouble on the voyage out and lost one of its weights. Mr. Harris, who was a man of great energy and resource, melted up some metal spoons and made a new weight and hung it on the clock. The day he finished this a chief came in, anxious for a Dutch clock, and Mr. Harris forthwith sold him the repaired one. About a week elapsed, and then the chief turned up at the factory again with a rueful countenance, followed by a boy carrying something swathed in a cloth. It was the clock. "You do me bad too much, Mr. Harris," said the chief. Mr. Harris denied this on the spot with the vehemence of injured innocence. The chief shook his head and spat profusely and sorrowfully. "You no sabe him clock you done sell me," said he. "When I look him clock it no be today, it be tomorrow." Mr. Harris took the clock back, to see what was the cause of this strange state of affairs. Of course it arose from his having been too liberal in the amount of spoon in the weight, and this being altered, the chief was not hurried onward to his grave at such a rattling pace, but, said Mr. Harris, that clock was a flyer to the last. But I will not go into the subject of African languages here, but only remark of them that although they are elaborate enough to produce, for their users, nearly every shade of erroneous statement, they are not, save perhaps Mpongwe, elaborate enough to enable a native to state his exact thought. Some of them are very dependent on gesture. When I was with the Fans they frequently said, "We will go to the fire so that we can see what they say," when any question had to be decided after dark, and the inhabitants of Fernando Po, the Bubis, are quite unable to converse with each other unless they have sufficient light to see the accompanying gestures of the conversation. In all cases I feel sure the African's intelligence is far ahead of his language. The African is usually great at dreams, and has them very noisily. But he does not seem to me to attach immense importance to them, certainly not so much as the Red Indian does. I doubt whether there is much real ground for supposing that from dreams came man's first conception of the spirit world, and I think the origin of man's religious belief lies in man's misfortunes. There can be little doubt that the very earliest human beings found, as their descendants still find, their plans frustrated, let them plan ever so wisely and carefully. They must have seen their companions overtaken by death and disaster, arising both from things they could see and from things they could not see. The distinction between these two classes of phenomena is not so definitely recognized by savages or animals as it is by the more cultured races of humanity. I doubt whether a savage depends on his five senses alone to teach him what the world is made of, any more than a Fellow of the Royal Society does. From this method of viewing nature I feel sure that the general idea arose, which you find in all early cultures, that death was always the consequence of the action of some malignant spirit, and that there is no accidental or natural death, as we call it. And death is, after all, the most impressive attribute of life. If a man were knocked on the head with a club, or shot with an arrow, the cause of death is clearly the malignancy of the person using these weapons. And so it is easy to think that a man killed by a fallen tree, or by the upsetting of a canoe in the surf, or in an eddy in the river, is also the victim of some being using these things as weapons. A man having thus gained a belief that there are more than human actors in life's tragedy, the idea that disease is also a manifestation of some invisible being's wrath and power seems to me natural and easy. And he knows you can get another man for a consideration to kill or harm a third party, and so he thinks that, for a consideration, you can also get one of these superhuman beings, which we call gods or devils, but which the African regards in another light, to do so. A certain set of men and women then specialize off to study how these spirits can be managed, and so arises a priesthood. And the priests, or medicine men as they are called in their earliest forms, gradually, for their own ends, elaborate and wrap round their profession with ritual and mystery. The savage is also conscious of another great set of phenomena which, he soon learns, take no interest in human affairs. The sun which rises and sets, the moon which changes, the tides which come and go, what do they care? Nothing. And what is more, sacrifice to them what you may, you cannot get them to care about you and your affairs, and so the savage turns his attention to those other spirits that do take only too much interest, as is proved by those unexpected catastrophes. And, as their actions show, these spirits are all malignant, so he deals with them just as he would deal with a bad man whom he was desirous of managing. He flatters and fees them, he deprives himself of riches to give to them as sacrifices, believing they will relish it all the more because it gives him pain of some sort to give it to them. He holds that they think it will be advisable for them to encourage him to continue the giving by occasionally doing what he asks them. Naturally, he never feels sure of them. He sees that you may sacrifice to a god for years, you may wrap him up, or more properly speaking, the object in which he resides, in your only cloth on chilly nights while you shiver yourself. You and your children, and your mother, and your sister and her children, may go hungry that food may rot upon his shrine. And yet, in some hour of dire necessity, the power will not come and save you, because he has been lured away by some richer gifts than yours. You white men will say, why go on believing in him then? But that is an idea that does not enter the African mind. I might just as well say, why do you go on believing in the existence of hansom cabs, because one hansom cab driver malignantly fails to take you where you want to go, or fails to arrive in time to catch a train you wish to catch. The African fully knows the liability of his fetish to fail, but he equally fully knows its power. One, to me, grandly tragic instance of this I learnt at Apobo. There was a very great fetish doctor there, universally admired and trusted, who lived out on the land at the mouth of the great river. One day he himself fell sick, and he made juju against the sickness, but it held on, and he grew worse. He made more juju of greater power, but again in vain, and then he made the greatest juju man can make, and it availed not, and he knew he was dying. And so, with his remaining strength, he broke up and dishonored and destroyed all the fetishes in which the spirits lived, and cast them out into the surf and died like a man. Then horror came upon the people when they knew he had done this, and they burnt his house and all things belonging to him, and cried upon the spirits not to forsake them, not to lay this one man's deadly sin at their doors. In connection with the gods of West Africa, I may remark that in almost all the series of native tradition there, you will find accounts of a time when there was direct intercourse between the gods or spirits that live in the sky, and men. That intercourse is always said to have been cut off by some human error. For example, the Fernando people say that once upon a time there was no trouble or serious disturbance upon earth because there was a ladder, made like the one you get palm nuts with, only long, long. And this ladder reached from earth to heaven so the gods could go up and down it and attend personally to mundane affairs. But one day a crippled boy started to go up the ladder, and he had got a long way up when his mother saw him, and went up in pursuit. The gods, horrified at the prospect of having boys and women invading heaven, threw down the ladder, and have since left humanity severely alone. The Timna people, northeast of Sierra Leone, say that in old times God was very friendly with men, and when he thought a man had lived long enough on earth, he sent a messenger to him telling him to come up into the sky, and stay with him. But once there was a man who, when the messenger of God came, did not want to leave his wives, his slaves, and his riches, and so the messenger had to go back without him. And God was very cross and sent another messenger for him, who was called Disease, but the man would not come for him either, and so Disease sent back word to God that he must have helped to bring the man. And so God sent another messenger whose name was Death, and Disease and Death together got hold of the man, and took him to God, and God said in future he would always send these messengers to fetch men. The Fernando legend may be taken as fairly pure African, but the Timna, I expect, is a transmogrified Arabic story, though I do not know of anything like it among Arabic stories. But they are infinite in quantity, and there is a certain ring about it I recognize, and these Timnas are much in contact with the Mohammedan, Mandingos, etc. In none of the African stories is there given anything like the importance to dreams that there is given to attempts to account for accidents and death. And surely it must have been more impressive and important to a man to have got his leg or arm snapped off by a crocodile in the river, or by a shark in the surf, or to have got half killed. Or have seen a friend killed by a falling tree in the forest in the daytime, than to have experienced the most wonderful of dreams. He sees that however terrific his dream experiences may have been, he was not much the worse for them. Not so in the other case, a limb gone or a life gone is more impressive, and more necessary to account for. No trace of sun worship have I ever found. The firmament is, I believe, always the great indifferent and neglected god, the Nyan Kupan of the Chui, and the Anzambi, Nzam, etc., of the Bantu races. The African thinks this god has great power if he would only exert it, and when things go very badly with him, when the river rises higher than usual and sweeps away his home and his plantations. When the smallpox stalks through the land, and day and night the corpses float down the river past him, and he finds them jammed among his canoes that are tied to the beach, and choking up his fish traps. And then when at last the death wail over its victims goes up night and day from his own village, he will rise up and call upon this great God in a terror maddened by despair, that he may hear and restrain the evil workings of these lesser devils. But he evidently finds, as Peer Gynt says, "Neen, hort nicht. Er is taub wie gewoonlijk, for there is no organized cult for Ansem." Accounts of apparitions abound in all the West Coast districts, and although the African holds them all in high horror and terror, he does not see anything supernatural in his duppy. It is a horrid thing to happen on, but there is nothing strange about it, and he is 10,000 times more frightened than puzzled over the affair. He does not want to investigate to see whether there is anything in it. He wants to get clear away, and make juju against it, one time. These apparitions have a great variety of form, for, firstly, there are all the true spirits, nature spirits. Secondly, the spirits of human beings. These human spirits are held to exist before as well as during and after bodily life. Thirdly, the spirits of things. Probably the most horrid of class 1 is the Chwis Sasabonsum. Whether Sasabonsum is an individual or a class is not quite clear, but I believe he is a class of spirits, each individual of which has the same characteristics, the same manner of showing anger, the same personal appearance, and the same kind of residence. I am a devoted student of his cult and I am always coming across equivalent forms of him in other tribes as well as the Chwi, and I think he is very early. As the Chwi have got their religious notions in a most tidy and definite state, we will take their version of Sasabonsum. He lives in the forest, in or under those great silk cotton trees around the roots of which the earth is red. This colored earth identifies a silk cotton tree as being the residence of a Sasabonsum, as its color is held to arise from the blood it whips off him as he goes down to his underworld home after a night's carnage. All silk cotton trees are suspected because they are held to be the roosts for duppies. But the red earth ones are feared with a great fear, and no one makes a path by them, or a camp near them at night. Sasabonsum is a friend of witches. He is of enormous size, and of a red color. He wears his hair straight and he waylays unprotected wayfarers in the forest at night, and in all districts except that of Apollonia he eats them. Round Apollonia he only sucks their blood. Natives of this district after meeting him have crawled home and given an account of his appearance, and then expired. Ellis says he is believed to be implacable, and when angered can never be mollified or propitiated, but it is certain that human victims are constantly sacrificed to him in districts beyond white control. In districts under it, the equivalent value of a human sacrifice in sheep and goats is offered to him. In Ashanti he has priests, and of course human sacrifice. Away among the Dahomean tribes, where he has kept his habits but got another name, and seems to have crystallized from a class into an individual, the usual way in which a god develops, he has priests and priestesses, and they are holy terrors. But among the Chwi, Sasabonsum is mainly dealt with by witches, and people desirous of possessing the power of becoming witches. They derive their power from him in a remarkable way. I put myself to great personal inconvenience, fever risk, mosquito certainty, high leopard and snake palaver probability, and grave personal alarm and apprehension, to verify Colonel Ellis's account of the methods witches employ in this case. To obtain a summon, and I find his account correct. 32. The chief use of a suman is the power it gives its owner to procure the death of other people, not necessarily his own enemies. For he will sell charms made by the agency of his suman to another person whose nerves have not been equal to facing Sasabonsum on his own account. He can also provide by its agency other charms, such as those that protect houses from fire, and things and individuals from accidents on the road, or in canoes, and the home circle from good-looking but unprincipled young men, and so on. As a rule the person who has a suman keeps the fact pretty quiet, for the possession of such an article would lead half the catastrophes in his district, from the decease of pigs, fowls, and babies, to fires, etc. to be accredited to him, which would lead to his neighbors making which palaver over him, and he would have to undergo poison ordeal and other unpleasantness to clear his character. He, however, always keeps a special day in his summons honor, and should he be powerful, as a king or big chief, he will keep this day openly. King Kwafi Kari Kari, whom we fought with in 1874, used to make a big day for his Sioux man, which was kept in a box covered with gold plates, and he sacrificed a human victim to it every Tuesday, with general festivities and dances in its honor. I should remark that Sasabonsum is married. His wife, or more properly speaking his female form, is called Shamantin. She is far less malignant than the male form. Her name comes from Shraman, ghost or spirit. The termination, tin, is an abbreviation of Sinston, tall. She is of immense height and white. Perhaps this idea is derived from the white stem of the silk cotton trees wherein she invariably abides. Her method of dealing with the solitary wayfarer is no doubt inconvenient to him, but it is kinder than her husband's ways, for she does not kill and eat him, as Sasabonsum does, but merely detains him some months while she teaches him all about the forest, what herbs are good to eat, or to cure disease, where the game come to drink, and what they say to each other, and so forth. I often wish I knew this lady, for the grim, grand African forests are like a great library, in which, so far, I can do little more than look at the pictures, although I am now busily learning the alphabet of their language, so that I may some day read what these pictures mean. Do not go away with the idea, I beg, that goddesses as a general rule, are better than gods. They are not. There are stories about them which I could not, tell you. There is one belonging also to the Chui. She lives at Mori, a village 5 miles from Cape Coast. She is, as is usual with deities, human in shape and colossal in size, and as is not usual with deities, she is covered with hair from head to foot, short white hair like a goat. Her abode is on the path to surf-cursed Anamabu near the sea beach, and her name is Ainfwa. A worshipper of hers has only got to mention the name of a person he wishes dead when passing her abode, and Ainfwa does the rest. She is the goddess of all albinos, who are said to be more frequent in occurrence round Mori than elsewhere. Ellis says that in 1886, when he was there, they were 1% of the entire population. These albinos are, ipso facto, her priests and priestesses, and in old days an albino had only to name anywhere a person Ainfwa wished for, and that person was forthwith killed. I think I may safely say that every dangerous place in West Africa is regarded as the residence of a god, rocks and whirlpools in the rivers, swamps, no man fit to pass, and naturally, the surf. Along the Gold Coast, at every place where you have to land through the surf, it fairly swarms with gods. A little experience with the said surf inclines you to think, as the dabblers in spiritualism say, that there is something in it. I will back this West Coast surf, the Kalema, as we call it down south, against any other malevolent abomination, barring only the English climate. Its ways of dealing with human beings are cunning and deceitful. In its most ferocious moods it seizes a boat, straightway swamps it, and feeds its pet sharks with the boat's occupants. If the surf is merely skylarking, it lets your boat's nose just smell the sand, and then says, "Thought you were all right this time, did you though?" and drags the boat back again under the incoming wave. Or catches it under the stern and gaily throws it upside down over you and yours on the beach. Variety, they say, is charming. Let those who say it, and those who believe it, just do a course of surf work, and I'll warrant they will change their minds. There is one thing about the surf that I do not understand, and that is why witches always walk stark naked along the beach by it at night, and eat sea crabs the while. That such is a confirmed habit of theirs is certain. And they tell me that while doing this the witches emit a bright light, and also that there is a certain medicine, which, if you have it with you, you can throw over the witch, and then he, or she, will remain blazing until morning time, running to and fro, crying out wildly, in front of the white, breaking, thundering surf wall, and when the dawn comes the fire burns the witch right up, leaving only a grey ash, and palaver set in this world and the next for that witch. A highly esteemed native minister told me when I was at Cape Coast last, that a fortnight before, he had been away in the Apollonia district on mission work. One evening he and a friend were walking along the beach and the night was dark, so that you could see only the surf. It is never too dark to see that, it seems to have light in itself. They saw a flame coming towards them, and after a moment's doubt they knew it was a witch, and feeling frightened, hid themselves among the bushes that edged the sandy shore. As they watched, it came straight on and past them, and they saw it disappear in the distance. My informant laughed at himself, and very wisely said, "One has not got to believe those things here, one has in Apollonia." To the surf and its spirits the seaboard-dwelling trees bring women who have had children and widows, both after a period of 8 days from the birth of the child, or the death of the husband. A widow remains in the house until this period has elapsed, neglecting her person, eating little food, and sitting on the bare floor in the attitude of mourning. On the Gold Coast they bury very quickly, as they are always telling you, usually on the day after death, rarely later than the 3rd day, even among the natives. And the spirit, or shra, of the dead man is supposed to hang about his wives and his house until the ceremony of purification is carried out. This is done, needless to say, with uproar. The relations of each wife go to her house with musical instruments, I mean tom-toms and that sort of thing, and they take a quantity of mint, which grows wild in this country, with them. This mint they burn, some of it in the house, the rest they place upon pans of live coals and carry round the widow as she goes in their midst down to the surf, her relatives singing aloud to the shra of the departed husband, telling him that now he is dead and has done with the lady he must leave her. This singing serves to warn all the women who are not relations to get out of the way, which of course they always carefully do, because if they were to see the widow their own husbands would die within the year. When the party has arrived at the shore, they strip every rag off the widow, and throw it into the surf. And a thoughtful female relative having brought a suit of dark blue baft with her for the occasion, the widow is clothed in this and returns home, where a suitable festival is held, after which she may marry again. But if she were to marry before this ceremony, the shra of the husband would play the mischief with husband number 2 or 3, and so on, as the case might be. In the inland Gold Coast districts the widows remain in a state of mourning for several months, and a selection of them, a quantity of slaves, and 1 or 2 free men are killed to escort the dead man to Sramandatsi. And as well as these, and in order to provide him with merchandise to keep up his house and state in the underworld, quantities of gold dust, rolls of rich velvets, silks, satins, etc., are thrown into the grave. Among the dwellers in Cameroon, when you are across the Bantu border line, velvets, etc., are buried with a big man or woman. But I am told it is only done for the glorification of his living relatives, so that the world may say, so and so must be rich, look what a lot of trade he threw away at that funeral of his wife, or his father, or his son, as the case may be. But I doubt whether this is the true explanation. If it is, I should recommend my German friends, if they wish to intervene, to introduce the income tax into Cameroon, that would eliminate this custom. The trees hold that there is a definite earthly existence belonging to each soul of a human kind. Let us say, for example, a soul has a 30 years bodily existence belonging to it. Well, suppose that soul's body gets killed off at 25, its remaining 5 years it has to spend, if it is left alone, in knocking about its old haunts, homes, and wives. In this state it is called a sisa, and is a nuisance. It will cause sickness. It will throw stones. It will pull off roofs, and it will play the very mischief with its wives' subsequent husbands, all because, not having reached its full term of life, it has not learnt its way down the dark and difficult path to Sramandatsi. The entrance to which is across the Volta River to the This knowledge of the path to Sramandatsi is a thing that grows gradually on a man's immortal soul. The other 3 souls are not immortal, and naturally not having been allowed to complete his life, his knowledge is imperfect. A man's soul, however, can be taught the way, if necessary, in the funeral custom made by his relatives and the priests, but in a case of an incomplete Alifioni soul, as a German would say, when it does arrive in the land of Insra, pl. It is in a weak and feeble state from the difficulties of its journey. Whereas a soul that has lived out its allotted span of life goes straightway off to Sramandatsi as soon as its custom, or devil, is made and gives its surviving relatives no further trouble. Still there is great difference of opinion among all the trees and GA men I have come across on this point, and Ellis likewise remarks on this difference of opinion. Some informants say that a soul that has been sent hence before its time, although it is exhausted by the hardships it has suffered on its journey down, yet recovers health in a month or so. While a soul that has run its allotted span on earth is as feeble as a newborn babe on arriving in Sramandatsi, and takes years to pull round. Other informants say they have no knowledge of these details, and state that all the difference they know of between the souls of men who have been killed and the men who have died, is that the former can always come back. And that really the safest way of disposing of this class of soul is, by suitable spells and incantations, to get it to enter into the body of a newborn baby, where it can live out the remainder of its life. Before closing these observations on Sramandatsi, I will give the best account of that land that I am at present able to. Some day perhaps I may share the fate of the Oxford professor in the wrong paradise and go there myself, but so far my information is second-hand. It is like this world. There are towns and villages, rivers, mountains, bush, plantations, and markets. When the sun rises here it sets in Sramandatsi. It has its pleasures and its pains, not necessarily retributive or rewarding, but dim. All souls in it grow forward or backward into the prime of life and remain there, some informants say, others say that each inhabitant remains there at the same age as he was when he quitted the world above. This latter view is most like the southwest one. The former is possibly only an attempt to make Sramandatsi into a heaven in conformation with Christian teaching, which it is not, any more than it is a hell. I have much curious information regarding its flora and fauna. A great deal of both is seemingly indigenous, and then there are the souls of great human beings, the Azramanth, and the souls of all the human beings, animals, and things sent down with them. The ghosts do not seem to leave off their interest in mundane affairs, for they not only have local palavers, but tri-palavers left over from their earthly existence. And when there is an outbreak of sickness in a Fanti town or village, and several inhabitants die off, the opinion is often held that there is a big palaver going on down in Sramandatsi and that the spirits are sending up on earth for witnesses. Subpoenaing them as it were. Medicine men or priests are called in to find out what particular earthly grievance can be the subject of the ghost palaver, and when they have ascertained this, they take the evidence of every one in the town on this affair, as it were on commission, and transmit the information to the court sitting in Sramandatsi. This prevents the living being incommoded by personal journeys down below, and although the priests have their fee, it is cheaper in the end, because the witnesses' funeral expenses would fall heavier still. Although far more elaborated and thought out than any other African underworld I have ever come across, the Sri Sramandatsi may be taken as a type of all the African underworlds. The Bantu's idea of a future life is a life spent in much such a place. As far as I can make out, there is no definite idea of eternity. I have even come across cases in which doubt was thrown on the present existence of the creating God, but I think this has arisen from attempts having been made to introduce concise conceptions into the African mind. Conceptions that are quite foreign to its true nature and which alarm and worry it. You never get the strange idea of the difference between time and eternity, the idea I mean, that they are different things, in the African that one frequently gets in cultured Europeans. And as for the human soul, the African always believes that still the spirit is whole, and life and death but shadows of the soul. Chapter 16. Fetish, concluded. In which the discourse on apparitions is continued, with some observations on secret societies, both tribal and murder, and the kindred subject of leopards. Apparitions are by no means always of human soul origin. All the Chui in the Ugads, for example, have the habit of appearing pretty regularly to their priests, and occasionally to the laity, like Sasabansam. But it is only to priests that these appearances are harmless or beneficial. The effect of Sasabonsum's appearance to the layman I have cited above, and I could give many other examples of the bad effects of those of other gods, but will only now mention Tando, the hater, the chief god of the northern Shui, the Ashantis, etc. He is terribly malicious, human in shape, and though not quite white, is decidedly lighter in complexion than the chief god of the southern Shui, Babawisi. His hair is lank, and he carries a native sword and wears a long robe. His well-selected messengers are those awful driver ants, Inkran, which it is not orthodox to molest in Tando's territories. He uses as his weapons lightning, tempest, and disease, but the last is the most favored one. There is absolutely no trick too mean or venomous for Tando. For example, he has a way of appearing near a village he has a grudge against in the form of a male child, and wanders about crying bitterly, until some kind-hearted, unsuspecting villager comes and takes him in and feeds him. Then he develops a contagious disease that clears that village out. This form of appearance and subsequent conduct is, unhappily, not rigidly confined to Tando, but is used by many spirits as a method of collecting arrears in taxes in the way of sacrifices. I have found traces of it among Bantu gods or spirits, and it gives rise to a general hesitation in West Africa to take care of waifs and strays of unexplained origin. Other things beside gods and human spirits have the habit of becoming incarnate. Once I had to sit waiting a long time at an apparently perfectly clear bush path, because in front of us a spear's ghost used to fly across the path about that time in the afternoon, and if anyone was struck by it they died. A certain spring I know of is haunted by the ghost of a pitcher. Many ladies when they have gone alone to fill their pitchers in the evening time at this forest spring have noticed a very fine pitcher standing there ready filled, and thinking exchange is no robbery, or at any rate they would risk it if it were. Have left their own pitcher and taken the better looking one. But always as soon as they have come within sight of the village huts, the new pitcher has crumbled into dust, and the water in it been spilt on the ground. And the worst of it is, when they have returned to fetch their own discarded pitcher, they find it also shattered into pieces. There is also another class of apparition, of which I have met with two instances, one among pure Negroes, Okian. The other among pure Bantu, Kingsley. I will give the Bantu version of the affair, because at Okian the incident had happened a good time before the details were told me, and in the Bantu case they had happened the previous evening. But there was very little difference in the main facts of the case, and it was an important thing because in both cases the underlying idea was sacrificial. The woman who told me was an exceedingly intelligent, shrewd, reliable person. She had been to the factory with some trade, and had got a good price for it, and so was in a good temper on her return home in the evening. She got out of her canoe and leaving her slave boy to bring up the things, walked to her house, which was the ordinary house of a prosperous Igalwa native, having two distinct rooms in it, and a separate cookhouse close by in a clean, sandy yard. She trod on some nastiness in the yard, and going into the cookhouse found the slave girls round a very small and inefficient fire, trying to cook the evening meal. She blew them up for not having a proper fire. They said the wood was wet, and would not burn. She said they lied, and she would see to them later, and she went into the chamber she used for a sleeping apartment, and trod on something more on the floor in the dark. Those good-for-nothing hussies of slaves had not lit her palm oil lamp, and mentally forming the opinion that they had been out flirting during her absence, and resolving to teach them well the iniquity of such conduct. She sat down on her bed into a lot of messy stuff of a clammy, damp nature. Now this fairly roused her, for she is a notable housewife, who keeps her house and slaves in exceedingly good order. So dismissing from her mind the commercial consideration she had intended to gloat over when she came into her room, she called in Gremina and others in a tone that brought those young ladies on the spot. She asked them how they dared forget to light her lamp. They said they had not, but the lamp in the room must have gone out like the other lamps had, after burning dim and spluttering. They further said they had not been out, but had been sitting round the fire trying to make it burn properly. She duly whacked and pulled the ears of all within reach. I say within reach for she is not very active, weighing, I am sure, upwards of 18 stone. Then she went back into her room and got out her beautiful English paraffin lamp, which she keeps in a box, and taking it into the cookhouse, picked up a bit of wood from the hissing, spluttering fire, and lit it. When she picked up the wood she noticed that it was covered with the same sticky abomination she had met before that evening, and it smelt of the same faint smell she had noticed as soon as she had reached her house. And by now the whole air seemed oppressive with it. As soon as the lamp was alight she saw what the stuff was, namely, blood. Blood was everywhere, the rest of the sticks in the fire had it on them, it sizzled at the burning ends, and ran off the other in rills. There were pools of it about her clean, sandy yard. Her own room was reeking, the bed, the stools, the floor, it trickled down the doorpost, coagulated on the lintel. She herself was smeared with it from the things she had come in contact with in the dark, and the slaves seemed to have been sitting in pools of it. The things she picked up off the table and shelf left rims of it behind them. There was more in the skillets, and the oil in the open palm oil lamps had a film of it floating on the oil. Investigation showed that the whole of the rest of her house was in a similar mess. The good lady gave a complete catalogue of the household furniture and its condition, which I need not give here. The slave girls when the light came were terrified at what they saw, and she called in the aristocracy of the village, and asked them their opinion on the blood palaver. They said they could make nothing of it at first, but subsequently formed the opinion that it meant something was going to happen, and suggested with the kind, helpful cheerfulness of relatives and friends that they should not wonder if it were a prophecy of her own death. This view irritated the already tried lady, and she sent them about their business, and started the slaves on house cleaning. The blood cleaned up all right when you were about it, but kept on turning up in other places, and in the one you had just cleaned as soon as you left off and went elsewhere. And the morning came and found things in much the same state until, before suntime, say about 10 o'clock, when it faded away. I cautiously tried to get my stately, touchy dowager duchess to explain how it was that there was such a lot of blood, and how it was it got into the house. She just said, it had to go somewhere, and refused to give rational explanations as Chambers's journal does after telling a good ghost story. I found afterwards that it was quite decided it was a case of blood come before, and at Okean, Miss Slessor told me, in regard to the similar case there, that this was the opinion held regarding the phenomenon. It is always held uncanny in Africa if a person dies without shedding blood. You see, the blood is the life, and if you see it come out, you know the going of the thing, as it were. If you do not, it is mysterious. At Okean, a few days after the blood appeared, a nephew of the person whose house it came into was killed while felling a tree in the forest. A bough struck him and broke his neck, without shedding a drop of blood, and this bore out the theory, for the blood having, to go somewhere, came before. In the Bantu case I did not hear of such a supporting incident happening. Certain African ideas about blood puzzle me. I was told by a Batanga friend, a resident white trader, that a short time previously a man was convicted of theft by the natives of a village close to him. The hands and feet of the criminal were tied together, and he was flung into the river. He got himself free, and swam to the other bank, and went for bush. He was recaptured, and a stone tied to his neck, and in again he was thrown. The second time he got free and ashore, and was recaptured, and the chief then, most regretfully, ordered that he was to be knocked on the head before being thrown in for a third time. This time palaver set, but the chief knew that he would die himself, by spitting the blood he had spilt, from his own lungs, before the year was out. I inquired about the chief when I passed this place, more than 18 months after, and learnt from a native that the chief was dead, and that he had died in this way. The objection thus was not to shedding blood in a general way, but to the shedding in the course of judicial execution. There may be some idea of this kind underlying the ingenious and awful ways the Negroes have of killing thieves, by tying them to stakes in the rivers, or down onto paths for the driver ants to kill and eat, but this is only conjecture. I have not had a chance yet to work this subject up, and getting reliable information about underlying ideas is very difficult in Africa. The natives will say, yes, to any mortal thing, if they think you want them to. And the variety of their languages is another great hindrance. Were it not for the prevalence of crew English or trade English, investigation would be almost impossible. But, fortunately, this quaint language is prevalent, and the natives of different tribes communicate with each other in it, and so round a fire, in the evening, if you listen to the gossip, you can pick up all sorts of strange information. And gain strange and often awful lights on your absent white friend's characters, and your present companion's religion. For example, the other day I had a set of porters composed of 4 Bassa boys, 2 Wais, 1 Douala, and 2 Yorubas. None of their languages fitted, so they talked trade English, and pretty lively talk some of it was, but of that anon. I cannot close this brief notice of native ideas without mentioning the secret societies, but to go fully into this branch of the subject would require volumes, for every tribe has its secret society. The Pura of Sierra Leone, the Oru of Lagos, the Egbo of Calabar, the Isiogo of the Igalwa, the Ukuku of the Benga, the Okukwi of the Mpongwi, the Ikan of the Bakil, and the Lukuku of the Bachilangi Baluba, are some of the most powerful secret societies on the West African coast. These secret societies are not essentially religious, their action is mainly judicial, and their particularly presiding spirit is not a god or devil in our sense of the word. The ritual differs for each in its detail, but there are broad lines of agreement between them. There are societies both for men and for women, but mixed societies for both sexes are rare. Those that I have mentioned above are all male, except the Lukuku, and women are utterly forbidden to participate in the rites or become acquainted with their secrets, for one of the chief duties of these societies is to keep the women in order. And besides, it is undoubtedly held that women are bad for certain forms of juju, even when these forms are not directly connected, as far as I can find out, with the secret society. For example, the other day a chief up the Mungo River deliberately destroyed his juju by showing it to his women. It was a great juju, but expensive to keep up, requiring sacrifices of slaves and goats, so what with trade being bad, fall in the price of oil and ivory and so on, he felt he could not afford that juju, and so destroyed its power, so as to prevent its harming him when he neglected it. The general rule with these secret societies is to admit the young free people at an age of about 8 to 10 years, the boys entering the male, the girls the female society. Both societies are rigidly kept apart. A man who attempts to penetrate the female mysteries would be as surely killed as a woman who might attempt to investigate the male mysteries. Still, I came, in 1893, across an amusing case which demonstrates the inextinguishable thirst for knowledge, so long as that knowledge is forbidden, which characterizes our sex. It was in the district just south of Big Batanga. The male society had been very hard on the ladies for some time, and one day one star-like intellect among the latter told her next-door neighbor, in strict confidence, that she did not believe Ikan was a spirit at all, but only old so-and-so dressed up in leaves. This rank heresy spread rapidly, in strict confidence, among the ladies at large, and they used to assemble together in the house of the foundress of the theory, secretly of course. Because husbands down there are hasty with the cutlass and the kasengo, and they talked the matter over. Somehow or other, this came to the ears of the men. Whether the ladies got too emancipated and winked when Ikan was mentioned, or asked how Mr. So-and-so was this morning, in a pointed way, after an Ikan manifestation, I do not know. Some people told me this was so, but others, who, I fear, were right, considering the acknowledged slowness of men in putting 2 and 2 together, and the treachery of women towards each other, said that a woman had told a man that she had heard some of the other women were going on in this heretical way. Anyhow, the men knew, and were much alarmed. Skepticism had spread by now to such an extent that nothing short of burning or drowning all the women could stamp it out and reintroduce the proper sense of awe into the female side of society, and after a good deal of consideration the men saw, for men are undoubtedly more gifted in foresight than our sex, that it was no particular use reintroducing this awe if there was no female half of society to be impressed by it. It was a brain-spraining problem for the men all round, for it is clear society cannot be kept together without some superhuman aid to help to keep the feminine portion of it within bounds. Grave councils were held, and it was decided that the woman at whose house these treasonable meetings were held should be sent away early one morning on a trading mission to the nearest factory, a job she readily undertook. And while the other women were away in the plantation or at the spring, certain men entered her house secretly and dug a big chamber out in the floor of the hut, and one of them, dressed as Icon, and provided with refreshments for the day, got into this chamber, and the whole affair was covered over carefully and the floor re-sanded. That afternoon there was a big manifestation of Icon. He came in the most terrible form, his howls were awful, and he finally went dancing away into the bush as the night came down. The ladies had just taken the common-sense precaution of removing all goats, sheep, fowls, etc. into enclosed premises, for, like all his kind, he seizes and holds any property he may come across in the street, but there was evidently no emotional thrill in the female mind regarding him. And when the leading lady returned home in the evening, the other ladies strolled into their leader's hut to hear about what new cotton prints, beads, and things Mr. had got at his factory by the last steamer from Europe, and interesting kindred subjects bearing on Mr. When they had threshed these matters out, the conversation turned on to religion, and what fools those men had been making of themselves all the afternoon with their Icon. No sooner was his name uttered than a venomous howl, terminating in squeals of rage and impatience, came from the ground beneath them. They stared at each other for 1 second, and then, feeling that something was tearing its way up through the floor, they left for the interior of Africa with one accord. Icon gave chase as soon as he got free, but what with being half stifled and a bit cramped in the legs, and much encumbered with his vegetable decorations, the ladies got clear away and no arrests were made, but society was saved. Skepticism became in the twinkling of an eye a thing of the past. And, although no names were taken, the men observed that certain ladies were particularly anxious, and regardless of expense, in buying immunity from Icon, and they fancied that these ladies were probably in that hut on that particular evening. But they took no further action against them, save making Icon particularly expensive. There ought to be a moral to an improving tale of this order, I know, but the only one I can think of just now is that it takes a priest to get round a woman. And I always feel inclined to jump onto the table myself when I think of those poor dear creatures sitting on the floor and feeling that awful thing clapper clawing its way up right under them. Tattooing on the West Coast is comparatively rare, and I think I may say never used with decorative intent only. The skin decorations are either paint or cicatrices. In the former case the pattern is not kept always the same by the individual. A peculiar form of it you find in the rivers, where a pattern is painted on the skin, and then when the paint is dry, a wash is applied which makes the unpainted skin rise up in between the painted pattern. The cicatrices are sometimes tribal marks, but sometimes decorative. They are made by cutting the skin and then placing in the wound the fluff of the silk cotton tree. The great point of agreement between all these West African secret societies lies in the methods of initiation. The boy, if he belongs to a tribe that goes in for tattooing, is tattooed, and is handed over to instructors in the society's secrets and formula. He lives, with the other boys of his tribe undergoing initiation, usually under the rule of several instructors, and for the space of 1 year. He lives always in the forest, and is naked and smeared with clay. The boys are exercised so as to become inured to hardship. In some districts, they make raids so as to perfect themselves in this useful accomplishment. They always take a new name, and are supposed by the initiation process to become new beings in the magic wood, and on their return to their village at the end of their course. They pretend to have entirely forgotten their life before they entered the wood. But this pretense is not kept up beyond the period of festivities given to welcome them home. They all learn, to a certain extent, a new language, a secret language only understood by the initiated. The same removal from home and instruction from initiated members is also observed with the girls. However, in their case, it is not always a forest grove they are secluded in, sometimes it is done in huts. Among the Grain Coast tribes, however, the girls go into a magic wood until they are married. Should they have to leave the wood for any temporary reason, they must smear themselves with white clay. A similar custom holds good in Okian, Calabar district, where, should a girl have to leave the fattening house, she must be covered with white clay. I believe this fattening house custom in Calabar is not only for fattening up the women to improve their appearance, but an initiatory custom as well, although the main intention is now, undoubtedly, fattening. And the girl is constantly fed with fat-producing foods, such as fofo soaked in palm oil. I am told, but I think wrongly, that the white clay with which a Calabar girl is kept covered while in the fattening house, putting on an extra coating of it should she come outside, is to assist in the fattening process by preventing perspiration. The duration of the period of seclusion varies somewhat. San Salvador boys are 6 months in the wood. Cameroon boys are 12 months. In most districts the girls are betrothed in infancy, and they go into the wood or initiatory hut for a few months before marriage. In this case the time seems to vary with the circumstances of the individual. Not so with the boys, for whom each tribal society has a duly appointed course terminating at a duly appointed time. But sometimes, as among some of the Yoruba tribes, the boy has to remain under the rule of the presiding elders of the society, painted white, and wearing only a bit of grass cloth, if he wears anything, until he has killed a man. Then he is held to have attained man's estate by having demonstrated his courage and also by having secured for himself the soul of the man he has killed as a spirit slave. The initiation of boys into a few of the elementary dogmas of the secret society by no means composes the entire work of the society. All of them are judicial, and taken on the whole they do an immense amount of good. The methods are frequently a little quaint. Rushing about the streets disguised under masks and drapery, with an imitation tail swinging behind you, while you lash out at everyone you meet with a whip or cutlass, is not a European way of keeping the peace. Or perhaps I should say maintaining the dignity of the law. But discipline must be maintained, and this is the West African way of doing it. The Egbo of Calabar is a fine type of the secret society. It is exceedingly well developed in its details, not sketchy like Isiogo, nor so red-handed as Pura. Unfortunately, however, I cannot speak with the same amount of knowledge of Egbo as I could of Pura. Egbo has the most grades of initiation, except perhaps Pura, and it exercises jurisdiction over all classes of crime except witchcraft. Any Efik man who desires to become an influential person in the tribe must buy himself into as high a grade of Egbo as he can afford, and these grades are expensive, £1,500 or £1,000 English being required for the higher steps, I am informed. But it is worth it to a great trader, as an influential Efik necessarily is, for he can call out his own class of Egbo and send it against those of his debtors who may be of lower grades. And as the Egbo methods of delivering its orders to pay up consist in placing Egbo at a man's doorway, and until it removes itself from that doorway the man dare not venture outside his house, it is most successful. Of course the higher a man is in Egbo rank, the greater his power and security, for lower grades cannot proceed against higher ones. Indeed, when a man meets the paraphernalia of a higher grade of Egbo than that to which he belongs, he has to act as if he were lame, and limp along past it humbly, as if the sight of it had taken all the strength out of him, and needless to remark, higher grade debtors flip their fingers at lower grade creditors. After talking so much about the secret society spirits, it may be as well to say what they are. They are, one and all, a kind of a sort of a something that usually, the exception is Icon, lives in the bush. Last February I was making my way back toward Duke Town, late, as usual, I was just by a town on the Kwa River. As I was hurrying onward I heard a terrific uproar accompanied by drums in the thick bush into which, after a brief interval of open ground, the path turned. I became cautious and alarmed, and hid in some dense bush as the men making the noise approached. I saw it was some juju affair. They had a sort of box which they carried on poles, and their dresses were peculiar, and abnormally ample over the upper part of their body. They were prancing about in an ecstatic way round the box, which had one end open, beating their drums and shouting. They were fairly close to me, but fortunately turned their attention to another bit of undergrowth, or that evening they would have landed another kind of thing to what they were after. The bushes they selected they surrounded and evidently did their best to induce something to come out of them and go into their box arrangement. I was every bit as anxious as they were that they should succeed, and succeed rapidly, for you know there are a nasty lot of snakes and things in general, not to mention driver ants, about that Calabar bush. That do not make it at all pleasant to go sitting about in. However, presently they got this something into their box and rejoiced exceedingly, and departed staggering under the weight. I gave them a good start, and then made the best of my way home. And all that night Duke Town howled, and sang, and thumped its tom-toms unceasingly, for I was told Egbo had come into the town. Egbo is very coy, even for a secret society spirit, and seems to loathe publicity. But when he is ensconced in this ark he utters sententious observations on the subject of current politics, and his word is law. The voice that comes out of the ark is very strange, and unlike a human voice. I heard it shortly after Egbo had been secured. I expect, from what I saw, that there was some person in that ark all the time, but I do not know. It is more than I can do to understand my juju details at present, let alone explain them on rational lines. I hear that there is a tribe on the Slave Coast who have been proved to keep a small child in the drum that is the residence of their chief spirit, and that when the child grows too large to go in it is killed. And another one that has in the meantime been trained by the priests takes the place of the dead one, until it, in its turn, grows too big and is killed, and so on. I expect this killing of the children is not sacrificial, but arises entirely from the fact that as ex-kings are dangerous to the body politic, therefore still more dangerous would ex-gods be. Very little is known by outsiders regarding Egbo compared to what there must be to be known. Owing to a want of interest or to a sense of inability on the part of most white people to make head or tail out of what seems to them a horrid pagan practice or a farrago of nonsense. It is still a great power, although its officials in Duke or Creek Town are no longer allowed to go chopping and whipping promiscuous-like, because the Consul General has a prejudice against this sort of thing. And the Efik is learning that it is nearly as unhealthy to go against his Consul General as against his juju. So I do not believe you will ever get the truth about it in Duke Town, or Creek Town. If you want to get hold of the underlying idea of these societies you must go round out-of-the-way corners where the natives are not yet afraid of being laughed at or punished. Of the southwest coast secret societies the Ukuku seems the most powerful. The Isiogo belonging to those indolent Igalwas, and Pumwi is now little more than a play. You pretty frequently come upon Isiogo dances just round Libreville. You will see stretched across the little street in a cluster of houses, a line from which branches are suspended, making a sort of screen. The women and children keep one side of this screen, the men dancing on the other side to the peculiar monotonous Isiogo tune. Pura I have spoken of elsewhere. I believe that these secret societies are always distinct from the leopard societies. I have pretty nearly enough evidence to prove that it is so in some districts, but not in all. So far my evidence only goes to prove the distinction of the two among the Negroes, not among the Bantu, and in all cases you will find some men belonging to both. Some men, in fact, go in for all the societies in their district, but not all the men, and in all districts, if you look close, you will find several societies apart from the regular youth-initiating one. These other societies are practically murder societies, and their practices usually include cannibalism, which is not an essential part of the rites of the great tribal societies, Isiogo or Egbo. In the Calabar district I was informed by natives that there was a society of which the last entered member has to provide, for the entertainment of the other members, the body of a relative of his own. And sacrificial cannibalism is always breaking out, or perhaps I should say being discovered, by the white authorities in the Niger Delta. There was the great outburst of it at Brass, in 1895, and the one chronicled in the Liverpool Mercury for August 13, 1895, as occurring at Sierra Leone. This account is worth quoting. It describes the hanging by the authorities of 3 murderers, and states the incidents, which took place in the Imperi country behind Freetown. One of the chief murderers was a man named Zhao, who had formerly been a Sunday school teacher in Sierra Leone. He pleaded in extenuation of his offense that he had been compelled to join the society. The others said they committed the murders in order to obtain certain parts of the body for juju purposes, the leg, the hand, the heart, etc. The Mercury goes on to give the statement of the Reverend Father Bomi of the Roman Catholic Mission. He said he was at Bromtu, where the St. Joseph Mission has a station, when a man was brought down from the Imperi country in a boat. The poor fellow was in a dreadful state, and was brought to the station for medical treatment. He said he was working on his farm, when he was suddenly pounced upon from behind. A number of sharp instruments were driven into the back of his neck. He presented a fearful sight, having wounds all over his body supposed to have been inflicted by the claws of the leopard, but in reality they were stabs from sharp-pointed knives. The native, who was a powerfully built man, called out, and his cries attracting the attention of his relations, the leopards made off. The poor fellow died at Bromtu from the injuries. It was only his splendid physique that kept him alive until his arrival at the mission. The Mercury goes on to quote from the Pall Mall, and I too go on quoting to show that these things are known and acknowledged to have taken place in a colony like Sierra Leone, which has had unequaled opportunities of becoming Christianized for more than 100 years, and now has more than 130 places of Christian worship in it. Some 20 years ago there was a war between this tribe Tema and the Paramas. The Paramas sent some of their war boys to be ambushed in the intervening country, the Imperi, but the Imperi delivered these war boys to the enemy. In revenge, the Paramas sent the Fetish Bufima into the Imperi country. This fetish had up to that time been kept active and working by the sacrifice of goats, but the medicine men of the Paramas who introduced it into the Imperi country decreed at the same time that human sacrifices would be required to keep it alive, thereby working their vengeance on the Imperi by leading them to exterminate themselves in sacrifice to the fetish. The country for years has been terrorized by this secret worship of Bufima, and at one time the Imperi started the Tonga dances, at which the medicine men pointed out the supposed worshippers of Bufima, the so-called human leopards. Because when seizing their victims for sacrifice they covered themselves with leopard skins, and imitating the roars of the leopard, they sprang upon their victim, plunging at the same time 2 3-pronged forks into each side of the throat. The government some years ago forbade the Tonga dances, and are now striving to suppress the human leopards. There are also human alligators who, disguised as alligators, swim in the creeks upon the canoes and carry off the crew. Some of them have been brought for trial but no complete case has been made out against them. In comment upon this account, which is evidently written by someone well versed in the affair, I will only remark that sometimes, instead of the 3-pronged forks, there are fixed in the paws of the leopard skin sharp-pointed cutting knives, the skin being made into a sort of glove into which the hand of the human leopard fits. In one skin I saw down south this was most ingeniously done. The knives were shaped like the leopard's claws, curved, sharp-pointed, and with cutting edges underneath, and I am told the American Mendi Mission, which works in the Sierra Leone districts, have got a similar skin in their possession. The human alligator mentioned, is our old friend the witch crocodile, the spirit of the man in the crocodile. I never myself came across a case of a man in his corporeal body swimming about in a crocodile skin. And I doubt whether any native would chance himself inside a crocodile skin and swim about in the river among the genuine articles for fear of their penetrating his disguise mentally and physically. In Calabar witch crocodiles are still flourishing. There is an immense old brute that sporting vice-consuls periodically go after, which is known to contain the spirit of a Duke Town chief who shall be nameless. Because they are getting on at such a pace just round Duke Town that haply I might be had up for libel. When I was in Calabar once, a peculiarly energetic officer had hit that crocodile and the chief was forthwith laid up by a wound in his leg. He said a dog had bit him. They, the chief and the crocodile, are quite well again now, and I will say this in favor of that chief, that nothing on earth would persuade me to believe that he went fooling about in the Calabar River in his corporeal body, either in his own skin or a crocodile's. The introduction of the fetish Bufima into the country of the Imperi is an interesting point as it shows that these different tribes have the same big juju. Similarly, Calabar Egbo can go into Okian, and will be respected in some of the new Calabar districts, but not at Brass, where the secret society is a distinct cult. Often a neighboring district will send into Calabar, or Brass, where the big juju is, and ask to have one sent up into their district to keep order, but Egbo will occasionally be sent into a district without that district in the least wanting it. But, as in the Imperi case, when it is there it is supreme. But say, for example, you were to send Egbo round from Calabar to Cameroon. Cameroon might be barely civil to it, but would pay it no homage, for Cameroon has got no end of a juju of its own. It can rise up as high as the peak, 13,760 feet. I never saw the Cameroon juju do this, but I saw it start up from 4 feet to quite 12 feet in the twinkling of an eye, and I was assured that it was only modest reticence on its part that made it leave the other 13,748 feet out of the performance. Dr. Nassau seems to think that the tribal society of the Corisco regions is identical with the leopard societies. He has had considerable experience of the workings of the ukuku, particularly when he was pioneering in the Bonito regions, when it came very near killing him. He says the name signifies a departed spirit. It is a secret society into which all the males are initiated at puberty, whose procedure may not be seen by females, nor its laws disobeyed by anyone under pain of death, a penalty which is sometimes commuted to a fine, a heavy fine. Its discussions are uttered as an oracle from any secluded spot by some man appointed for the purpose. On trivial occasions any initiated man may personate ukuku or issue commands for the family. On other occasions, as in Shirku, to raise prices, the society lays its commands on foreign traders. Some cases of ukuku proceedings against white traders have come under my own observation. A friend of mine, a trader in the Batanga district, in some way incurred the animosity of the society's local branch. He had, as is usual in the southwest coast trade, several sub-factories in the bush. He found himself boycotted. No native came into his yard to buy or sell at the store, not even to sell food. He took no notice and awaited developments. One evening when he was sitting on his veranda, smoking and reading, he thought he heard someone singing softly under the house, this, like most European buildings hereabouts, being elevated just above the earth. He was attracted to the song and listened. It was evidently one of the natives singing, not one of his own Kruboys, and so, knowing the language, and having nothing else particular to do, he attended to the affair. It was the same thing sung softly over and over again, so softly that he could hardly make out the words. But at last, catching his native name among them, he listened more intently than ever, down at a knot-hole in the wooden floor. The song was, "They are going to attack your factory at, tomorrow. They are going to attack your factory at, tomorrow," over and over again, until it ceased. And then he thought he saw something darker than the darkness round it creep across the yard and disappear in the bush. Very early in the morning he, with his Kruboys and some guns, went and established themselves in that threatened factory in force. The ukuku society turned up in the evening, and reconnoitered the situation, and finding there was more in it than they had expected, withdrew. In the course of the next 24 hours he succeeded in talking the palaver successfully with them. He never knew who his singing friend was, but suspected it was a man whom he had known to be grateful for some kindness he had done him. Indeed there were, and are, many natives who have cause to be grateful to him, for he is deservedly popular among his local tribes, but the man who sang to him that night deserves much honor, for he did it at a terrific risk. Sometimes representatives of the ukuku fraternity from several tribes meet together and discuss intertribal difficulties, thereby avoiding war. Dr. Nassau distinctly says that the Bantu region leopard society is identical with the ukuku, and he says that although the leopards are not very numerous here they are very daring, made so by immunity from punishment by man. The superstition is that on any man who kills a leopard will fall a curse or evil disease, curable only by ruinously expensive process of 3 weeks' duration under the direction of a cuckoo. So the natives allow the greatest depredations and ravages until their sheep, goats, and dogs are swept away, and are roused to self-defense only when a human being becomes the victim of the daring beast. With this superstition is united another similar to the werewolf of Germany, viz. a belief in the power of human metamorphosis into a leopard. A person so metamorphosed is called Juvenwa. At one time in Bonito an intense excitement prevailed in the community. Doors and shutters were rattled at the dead of night, marks of leopard claws were scratched on doorposts. Then tracks lay on every path. Women and children in lonely places saw their flitting forms, or in the dusk were knocked down by their spring, or heard their growl in the thickets. It is difficult to decide in many of these reports whether it is a real leopard or only an Uvengwa. To native fears they are practically the same. We were certain this time the Uvengwa was the thief disguised in leopard skin. As theft is always heard of about such times. When I was in Gabon in September 1895, there was great Uvengwa excitement in a district just across the other side of the estuary, mainly at a village that enjoyed the spacious and resounding name of Rumpochembo, from a celebrated chief. And all these phenomena were rife there. Again, when I was in a village up the Calabar there were 14 goats and 5 slaves killed in 8 days by leopards, the genuine things, I am sure, in this case. But here, as down south, there was a strong objection to proceed against the leopard, and no action was being taken save making the goat houses stronger. In Okian, when a leopard is killed, its body is treated with great respect and brought into the killer's village. Messages are then sent to the neighboring villages, and they send representatives to the village and the gallbladder is most carefully removed from the leopard and burnt coram publico. Each person whipping their hands down their arms to disavow any guilt in the affair. This burning of the gall, however, is not juju, it is done merely to destroy it, and to demonstrate to all men that it is destroyed, because it is believed to be a deadly poison, and if any is found in a man's possession the punishment is death. Unless he is a great chief, a few of these are allowed to keep leopard's gall in their possession. John Bailey tells me that if a great chief commits a great crime, and is adjudged by a conclave of his fellow chiefs to die, it is not considered right he should die in a common way, and he is given leopard's gall. A precisely similar idea regarding the poisonous quality of crocodile's gall holds good down south. The juju parts of the leopard are the whiskers. You cannot get a skin from a native with them on, and gay, reckless young hunters wear them stuck in their hair and swagger tremendously while the elders shake their heads and keep a keen eye on their subsequent conduct. I must say the African leopard is an audacious animal, although it is ungrateful of me to say a word against him, after the way he has let me off personally, and I will speak of his extreme beauty as compensation for my ingratitude. I really think, taken as a whole, he is the most lovely animal I have ever seen. Only seeing him, in the one way you can gain a full idea of his beauty, namely in his native forest, is not an unmixed joy to a person, like myself, of a nervous disposition. I may remark that my nervousness regarding the big game of Africa is of a rather peculiar kind. I can confidently say I am not afraid of any wild animal, until I see it, and then, well, I will yield to nobody in terror. Fortunately, as I say, my terror is a special variety, fortunately, because no one can manage their own terror. You can suppress alarm, excitement, fear, fright, and all those small fry emotions, but the real terror is as dependent on the inner make of you as the color of your eyes, or the shape of your nose. And when terror ascends its throne in my mind I become preternaturally artful, and intelligent to an extent utterly foreign to my true nature, and save, in the case of close quarters with bad big animals, a feeling of rage against some unknown person that such things as leopards, elephants, crocodiles, etc. should be allowed out loose in that disgracefully dangerous way. I do not think much about it at the time. Whenever I have come across an awful animal in the forest and I know it has seen me, I take Jerome's advice, and instead of relying on the power of the human eye rely upon that of the human leg, and effect a masterly retreat in the face of the enemy. If I know it has not seen me I sink in my tracks and keep an eye on it, hoping that it will go away soon. Thus I once came upon a leopard. I had got caught in a tornado in a dense forest. The massive, mighty trees were waving like a wheat field in an autumn gale in England, and I dare say a field mouse in a wheat field in a gale would have heard much the same uproar. The tornado shrieked like 10,000 vengeful demons. The great trees creaked and groaned and strained against it, and their bushrope cables groaned and smacked like whips. And ever and anon a thundering crash with snaps like pistol shots told that they and their mighty tree had strained and struggled in vain. The fierce rain came in a roar, tearing to shreds the leaves and blossoms and deluging everything. I was making bad weather of it, and climbing up over a lot of rocks out of a gully bottom where I had been half drowned in a stream, and on getting my head to the level of a block of rock I observed right in front of my eyes, broadside on. Maybe a yard off, certainly not more, a big leopard. He was crouching on the ground, with his magnificent head thrown back and his eyes shut. His forepaws were spread out in front of him and he lashed the ground with his tail, and I grieve to say, in face of that awful danger, I don't mean me, but the tornado, that depraved creature swore, softly, but repeatedly and profoundly. I did not get all these facts up in one glance, for no sooner did I see him than I ducked under the rocks, and remembered thankfully that leopards are said to have no power of smell. But I heard his observation on the weather, and the flip-flap of his tail on the ground. Every now and then I cautiously took a look at him with one eye round a rock edge, and he remained in the same position. My feelings tell me he remained there 12 months, but my calmer judgment puts the time down at 20 minutes, and at last, on taking another cautious peep, I saw he was gone. At the time I wished I knew exactly where, but I do not care about that detail now, for I saw no more of him. He had moved off in one of those weird lulls which you get in a tornado, when for a few seconds the wild herd of hurrying winds seem to have lost themselves, and wander round crying and wailing like lost souls. Until their common rage seizes them again and they rush back to their work of destruction. It was an immense pleasure to have seen the great creature like that. He was so evidently enraged and baffled by the uproar and dazzled by the floods of lightning that swept down into the deepest recesses of the forest, showing at 1 second every detail of twig, leaf, branch, and stone round you. And then leaving you in a sort of swirling dark until the next flash came. This, and the great conglomerate roar of the wind, rain and thunder, was enough to bewilder any living thing. I have never hurt a leopard intentionally. I am habitually kind to animals, and besides I do not think it is ladylike to go shooting things with a gun. Twice, however, I have been in collision with them. On one occasion a big leopard had attacked a dog, who, with her family, was occupying a broken-down hut next to mine. The dog was a half-bred boarhound, and a savage brute on her own account. I, being roused by the uproar, rushed out into the feeble moonlight, thinking she was having one of her habitual turns up with other dogs, and I saw a whirling mass of animal matter within a yard of me. I fired 2 mushroom-shaped native stools in rapid succession into the brown of it, and the meeting broke up into a leopard and a dog. The leopard crouched, I think to spring on me. I can see its great, beautiful, lambent eyes still, and I seized an earthen water cooler and flung it straight at them. It was a noble shot, it burst on the leopard's head like a shell and the leopard went for bush one time. 20 minutes after people began to drop in cautiously and inquire if anything was the matter, and I civilly asked them to go and ask the leopard in the bush, but they firmly refused. We found the dog had got her shoulder slit open as if by a blow from a cutlass, and the leopard had evidently seized the dog by the scruff of her neck. But owing to the loose folds of skin no bones were broken and she got round all right after much ointment from me, which she paid me for with several bites. Do not mistake this for a sporting adventure. I no more thought it was a leopard than that it was a lotus when I joined the fight. My other leopard was also after a dog. Leopards always come after dogs, because once upon a time the leopard and the dog were great friends, and the leopard went out one day and left her whelps in charge of the dog, and the dog went out flirting, and a snake came and killed the whelps. So there is ill feeling to this day between the two. For the benefit of sporting readers whose interest may have been excited by the mention of big game, I may remark that the largest leopard skin I ever measured myself was, tail included, 9 feet 7 inches. It was a dried skin, and every man who saw it said, it was the largest skin he had ever seen, except one that he had seen somewhere else. The largest crocodile I ever measured was 22 feet 3 inches, the largest gorilla 5 feet 7 inches. I am assured by the missionaries in Calabar, that there was a python brought into Creek Town in the Reverend Mr. Goldie's time, that extended the whole length of the Creek Town mission house veranda and to spare. This python must have been over 40 feet. I have not a shadow of doubt it was. Stay-at-home people will always discredit great measurements, but experienced bushmen do not, and after all, if it amuses the stay-at-homes to do so, by all means let them. They have dull lives of it and it don't hurt you, for you know how exceedingly difficult it is to preserve really big things to bring home, and how, half the time, they fall into the hands of people who would not bother their heads to preserve them in a rotting climate like West Africa. The largest python skin I ever measured was a damaged one, which was 26 feet. There is an immense one hung in front of a house in San Paul de Loanda which you can go and measure yourself with comparative safety any day, and which is, I think, over 20 feet. I never measured this one. The common run of pythons is 10 to 15 feet, or rather I should say this is about the sized one you find with painful frequency in your chicken house. Of the Lobuku secret society I can speak with no personal knowledge. I had a great deal of curious information regarding it from a Bakil woman, who had her information second-hand, but it bears out what Captain Latrobe Bateman says about it in his most excellent book The First Ascent of the Kasai, George Philip. 1889, and to his account in Note J of the Appendix, I beg to refer the ethnologist. My information also went to show what he calls a dark inference as to its true nature, a nature not universally common by any means to the African tribal secret society. In addition to the secret society and the leopard society, there are in the Delta some jujus held only by a few great chiefs. The one in Bani has a complete language to itself, and there is one in Duke Town so powerful that should you desire the death of any person you have only to go and name him before it. These jujus are very swift and sure. I would rather drink than fight with any of them, yes, far. Chapter 17. Ascent of the Great Peak of Cameroons. Setting forth how the voyager is minded to ascend the mountain called Mungo Malobe, or the Throne of Thunder, and in due course reaches Bia, situate thereon. After returning from Carisco I remained a few weeks in Gabon, and then left on the Niger, commanded by Captain Davies. My regrets, I should say, arose from leaving the charms and interests of Congo Francais, and had nothing whatever to do with taking passage on one of the most comfortable ships of all those which call on the coast. The Niger was homeward bound when I joined her, and in due course arrived in Cameroon River, and I was once again under the dominion of Germany. It would be a very interesting thing to compare the various forms of European government in Africa, English, French, German, Portuguese, and Spanish. But to do so with any justice would occupy more space than I have at my disposal, for the subject is extremely intricate. Each of these forms of government have their good points and their bad. Each of them are dealing with bits of Africa differing from each other, in the nature of their inhabitants and their formation, and so on, so I will not enter into any comparison of them here. From the deck of the Niger I found myself again confronted with my great temptation, the magnificent Mungo Malobe, the Throne of Thunder. Now it is none of my business to go up mountains. There's next to no fish on them in West Africa, and precious little good rank Fetish, as the population on them is sparse, the African, like myself, abhorring cool air. Nevertheless, I feel quite sure that no white man has ever looked on the great peak of Cameroon without a desire arising in his mind to ascend it and know in detail the highest point on the western side of the continent. And indeed one of the highest points in all Africa. So great is the majesty and charm of this mountain that the temptation of it is as great to me today as it was on the first day I saw it, when I was feeling my way down the west coast of Africa on the SS Lagos in 1893, and it revealed itself by good chance from its surf-washed plinth to its skyscraping summit. Certainly it is most striking when you see it first, as I first saw it, after coasting for weeks along the low shores and mangrove-fringed rivers of the Niger Delta. Suddenly, right up out of the sea, rises the great mountain to its 13,760 feet, while close at hand, to westward, towers the lovely island mass of Fernando Pe to 10,190 feet. But every time you pass it by its beauty grows on you with greater and greater force, though it is never twice the same. Sometimes it is wreathed with indigo-black tornado clouds, sometimes crested with snow, sometimes softly gorgeous with gold, green, and rose-colored vapors tinted by the setting sun. Sometimes completely swathed in dense cloud so that you cannot see it at all. But when you once know it is there, it is all the same, and you bow down and worship. There are only two distinct peaks to this glorious thing that geologists brutally call the volcanic intrusive mass of the Cameroon Mountains, viz. Big Cameroon and Little Cameroon. The latter, Mungo Maitinda, has not yet been scaled, although it is only 5,820 feet. One reason for this is doubtless that the few people in fever-stricken, overworked West Africa who are able to go up mountains, naturally try for the adjacent Big Cameroon. The other reason is that Mungo Maitinda, to which Burton refers as the awful form of Little Cameroon, is mostly sheer cliff, and is from foot to summit clothed in an almost impenetrable forest. Behind these two mountains of volcanic origin, which cover an area on an isolated base of between 700 and 800 square miles in extent, there are distinctly visible from the coast two chains of mountains, or I should think one chain deflected. The so-called Rumbi and Oman Ranges. These are no relations of Mungo, being of very different structure and conformation, the geological specimens I have brought from them and from the Cameroons being identified by geologists as respectively schistose grit and vesicular lava. After spending a few pleasant days in Cameroon River in the society of Frau Plen, my poor friend Mrs. Duggan having, I regret to say, departed for England on the death of her husband, I went round to Victoria, Ambas Bay, on the Niger, and in spite of being advised solemnly by Captain Davies to chuck it as it was not a picnic, I started to attempt the Peak of Cameroons as follows. September 20th, 1895. Left Victoria at 7.30, weather fine. Herr von Lukey, though sadly convinced, by a series of experiments he has been carrying on ever since I landed, and I expect before, that you cannot be in three places at one time, is still trying to do so. Or more properly speaking, he starts an experiment series for 4 places, manlike, instead of getting ill as I should under the circumstances, and he kindly comes with me as far as the bridge across the lovely cascading Luckol River. And then goes back at about 7 miles an hour to look after Victoria and his 6 subordinates in detail. I, with my crew, keep on up the grand new road the government is making, which when finished is to go from Ambas Bay to Bia, 3,000 feet up on the mountain side. This road is quite the most magnificent of roads, as regards breadth and general intention, that I have seen anywhere in West Africa, and it runs through a superbly beautiful country. It is, I should say, as broad as Oxford Street. On either side of it are deep drains to carry off the surface waters, with banks of very beautiful tropical shrubs and ferns, behind which rise, 100 to 200 feet high, walls of grand forest, the column-like tree stems either hung with flowering climbing plants and ferns, or showing soft red and soft gray shafts 60 to 70 feet high without an interrupting branch. Behind this again rise the lovely foothills of Mungo, high up against the sky, colored the most perfect soft dark blue. The whole scheme of color is indescribably rich and full in tone. The very earth is a velvety red-brown, and the butterflies, which abound, show themselves off in the sunlight, in their canary-colored, crimson, and peacock-blue liveries, to perfection. After 5 minutes' experience of the road I envy those butterflies. I do not believe there is a more lovely road in this world, and besides, it's a noble and enterprising thing of a government to go and make it, considering the climate and the country. But to get any genuine pleasure out of it, it is requisite to hover in a bird or butterfly-like way, for of all the truly awful things to walk on, that road, when I was on it, was the worst. Of course this arose from its not being finished, not having its top on. In fact, the bit that was finished, and had got its top on, for half a mile beyond the bridge, you could go over in a bath chair. The rest of it made you fit for the rest of your natural life, for it was one mass of broken lava rock, and here and there leviathan tree stumps that had been partially blown up with gunpowder. When we near the forest end of the road, it comes on to rain heavily, and I see a little house on the left-hand side, and a European engineer superintending a group of very cheerful natives felling timber. He most kindly invites me to take shelter, saying it cannot rain as heavily as this for long. My men also announce a desire for water, and so I sit down and chat with the engineer under the shelter of his veranda, while the men go to the waterhole, some 20 minutes off. After learning much about the Congo Free State and other matters, I presently see one of my men sitting right in the middle of the road on a rock, totally unsheltered. And a feeling of shame comes over me in the face of this black man's aquatic courage. Into the rain I go, and off we start. I conscientiously attempt to keep dry, by holding up an umbrella, knowing that though hopeless it is the proper thing to do. We leave the road about 50 yards above the hut, turning into the unbroken forest on the right-hand side, and following a narrow, slippery, muddy, root-beset bush path that was a comfort after the road. Presently we come to a lovely mountain torrent flying down over red-brown rocks in white foam, exquisitely lovely, and only a shade damper than the rest of things. Seeing this I solemnly fold up my umbrella and give it to Kafala. I then take charge of Fate and wade. This particular stream, too, requires careful wading, the rocks over which it flows being arranged in picturesque, but perilous confusion. However, all goes well, and getting to the other side I decide to chuck it, as Captain Davies would say, as to keeping dry, for the rain comes down heavier than ever. Now we are evidently dealing with a foothill side, but the rain is too thick for one to see 2 yards in any direction, and we seem to be in a ghostland forest, for the great palms and redwoods rise up in the mist before us, and fade out in the mist behind, as we pass on. The rocks which edge and strew the path at our feet are covered with exquisite ferns and mosses, all the most delicate shades of green imaginable, and here and there of absolute gold color. Looking as if some ray of sunshine had lingered too long playing on the earth, and had got shut off from heaven by the mist, and so lay nestling among the rocks until it might rejoin the sun. The path now becomes an absolute torrent, with mud-thickened water, which cascades round one's ankles in a sportive way, and round one's knees in the hollows in the path. On we go. The path underneath the water seems a pretty equal mixture of rock and mud, but they are not evenly distributed. Plantations full of weeds show up on either side of us, and we are evidently now on the top of a foothill. I suspect a fine view of the sea could be obtained from here, if you have an atmosphere that is less than 99.75% of water. As it is, a white sheet, or more properly speaking, considering its soft, stuffy woolliness, a white blanket, is stretched across the landscape to the southwest, where the sea would show. We go downhill now, the water rushing into the back of my shoes for a change. The path is fringed by high, sugar-cane-like grass which hangs across it in a lackadaisical way, swishing you in the face and cutting like a knife whenever you catch its edge, and pouring continually insidious rills of water down one's neck. It does not matter. The whole Atlantic could not get more water onto me than I have already got. Ever and again I stop and wring out some of it from my skirts, for it is weighty. One would not imagine that anything could come down in the way of water thicker than the rain, but it can. When one is on the top of the hills, a cold breeze comes through the mist chilling one to the bone, and bending the heads of the palm trees, sends down from them water by the bucketful with a slap, hitting or missing you as the case may be. Both myself and my men are by now getting anxious for our chop, and they tell me, we look them big hut soon. Soon we do look them big hut, but with faces of undisguised horror, for the big hut consists of a few charred roof mats, etc. lying on the ground. There has been a fire in that simple savage home. Our path here is cut by one that goes east and west, and after a consultation between my men and the Bequiri, we take the path going east, down a steep slope between weedy plantations. And shortly on the left shows a steep little hillside with a long low hut on the top. We go up to it and I find it is the habitation of a Basel Mission black Bible reader. He comes out and speaks English well, and I tell him I want a house for myself and my men, and he says we had better come and stay in this one. It is divided into 2 chambers, one in which the children who attend the mission school stay, and wherein there is a fire, and one evidently the abode of the teacher. I thank the Bible reader and say that I will pay him for the house, and I and the men go in streaming, and my teeth chatter with cold as the breeze chills my saturated garment while I give out the rations of beef, rum, blankets, and tobacco to the men. Then I clear my apartment out and attempt to get dry, operations which are interrupted by Kafala coming for tobacco to buy firewood off the mission teacher to cook our food by. Presently my excellent little cook brings in my food, and in with it come two mission teachers, our first acquaintance, the one with a white jacket, and another with a blue. They lounge about and spit in all directions, and then chiefs commence to arrive with their families complete, and they sidle into the apartment and ostentatiously ogle the demijohn of rum. They are, as usual, a nuisance, sitting about on everything. No sooner have I taken an unclean-looking chief off the wood sofa, than I observe another one has silently seated himself in the middle of my open portmanteau. Removing him and shutting it up, I see another one has settled on the men's beef and rice sack. It is now about 3 o'clock and I am still chilled to the bone in spite of tea. The weather is as bad as ever. The men say that the rest of the road to Bia is far worse than that which we have so far come along, and that we should never get there before dark, and, for sure, should not get there afterwards. Because by the time the dark came down we should be in bad place too much. Therefore, to their great relief, I say I will stay at this place, Bwana, for the night, and go on in the morning time up to Bia. And just for the present I think I will wrap myself up in a blanket and try and get the chill out of me, so I give the chiefs a glass of rum each, plenty of head tobacco, and my best thanks for their kind call, and then turn them all out. I have not been lying down 5 minutes on the plank that serves for a sofa by day and a bed by night, when Charles comes knocking at the door. He wants tobacco. Missionary man no fit to let we have firewood unless we buy em. Give Charles a head and shut him out again, and drop off to sleep again for a quarter of an hour, then am aroused by some enterprising sightseers pushing open the window shutters. When I look round there are a mass of black heads sticking through the window hole. I tell them respectfully that the circus is closed for repairs, and fasten up the shutters, but sleep is impossible, so I turn out and go and see what those men of mine are after. They are comfortable enough round their fire, with their clothes suspended on strings in the smoke above them, and I envy them that fire. I then stroll round to see if there is anything to be seen, but the scenery is much like that you would enjoy if you were inside a blancmange. So as it is now growing dark I return to my room and light candles, and read Dr. Gunther on fishes. Room becomes full of blacks. Unless you watch the door, you do not see how it is done. You look at a corner 1 minute and it is empty, and the next time you look that way it is full of rows of white teeth and watching eyes. The two mission teachers come in and make a show of teaching a child to read the Bible. After again clearing out the rank and fashion of Bwana, I prepare to try and get asleep. Not an elaborate affair, I assure you, for I only want to wrap myself round in a blanket and lie on that plank, but the rain has got into the blankets and horror. There is no pillow. The mission men have cleared their bed paraphernalia right out. Now you can do without a good many things, but not without a pillow, so hunt round to find something to make one with, find the Bible in English, the Bible in German, and 2 hymn books, and a candlestick. These seem all the small articles in the room. No, there is a parcel behind the books, mission teachers' Sunday trousers, make delightful arrangement of books bound round with trousers and the whole affair wrapped in one of my towels. Never saw till now advantage of Africans having trousers. Civilization has its points after all. But it is no use trying to get any sleep until those men are quieter. The partition which separates my apartment from theirs is a bamboo and mat affair, straight at the top, so leaving under the roof a triangular space above common to both rooms. Also common to both rooms are the smoke of the fire and the conversation. Kafala is holding forth in a dogmatic way, and some of the others are snoring. There is a new idea in decoration along the separating wall. Mr. Morris might have made something out of it for a dado. It is composed of an arrangement in line of stretched-out singlets. Vaseline the revolver. Wish those men would leave off chattering. Kafala seems to know the worst about most of the people, black and white, down in Ambas Bay, but I do not believe those last 2 stories. Evidently great jokes in next room now. Kafala has thrown himself, still talking, in the dark, onto the top of one of the mission teachers. The women of the village outside have been keeping up, this hour and more, a most melancholy coo-oh-ohing. Those foolish creatures are evidently worrying about their husbands who have gone down to market in Ambas Bay, and who, they think, are lost in the bush. I have not a shadow of a doubt that those husbands who are not home by now are safely drunk in town, or reposing on the grand new road the kindly government have provided for them, either in one of the side drains, or tucked in among the lava rock. September 21st, coo-oh-ohing went on all night. I was aroused about 9:30 p.m. by uproar in adjacent hut. One husband had returned in a bellicose condition and whacked his wives, and their squawks and squalls, instead of acting as a warning to the other ladies. Stimulate the silly things to go on coo-oh-ohing louder and more entreatingly than ever, so that their husbands might come home and whack them too, I suppose, and whenever the unmitigated hardness of my plank rouses me I hear them still coo-oh-ohing. No watchman is required to wake you in the morning on the top of a Cameroon foothill by 5.30, because about 4 a.m. the dank chill that comes before the dawn does so most effectively. One old chief turned up early out of the mist and dashed me a bottle of palm wine. He says he wants to dash me a fowl, but I decline, and accept 2 eggs, and give him 4 heads of tobacco. The whole place is swathed in thick white mist through which my audience arrive. But I am firm with them, and shut up the doors and windows and disregard their bangings on them while I am dressing, or rather redressing. The mission teachers get in with my tea, and sit and smoke and spit while I have my breakfast. Give me cannibal fans. It is pouring with rain again now, and we go down the steep hillock to the path we came along yesterday, keep it until we come to where the old path cuts it. And then turn up to the right following the old path's course and leave Bwana without a pang of regret. Our road goes in oh, the mud of it. Not the clearish cascades of yesterday but sticky, slippery mud, intensely sticky, and intensely slippery. The narrow path which is filled by this, is V-shaped underneath from where, and I soon find the safest way is right through the deepest mud in the middle. The white mist shuts off all details beyond 10 yards in any direction. All we can see, as we first turn up the path, is a patch of caucus of tremendous size on our right. After this comes weedy plantation, and stretches of sword grass hanging across the road. The country is even more unlevel than that we came over yesterday. On we go, patiently doing our mud pulling through the valleys, toiling up a hillside among lumps of rock and stretches of forest, for we are now beyond Bwana's plantations. And skirting the summit of the hill only to descend into another valley. Evidently this is a succession of foothills of the great mountain and we are not on its true face yet. As we go on they become more and more abrupt in form, the valleys mere narrow ravines. In the wet season, this is only the tornado season, each of these valleys is occupied by a raging torrent from the look of the confused water-worn boulders. Now among the rocks there are only isolated pools, for the weather for a fortnight before I left Victoria had been fairly dry, and this rich porous soil soaks up an immense amount of water. It strikes me as strange that when we are either going up or down the hills, the ground is less muddy than when we are skirting their summits, but it must be because on the inclines the rush of water clears the soil away down to the bedrock. There is an outcrop of clay down by Bwana, but though that was slippery, it is nothing to the slipperiness of this fine, soft, red-brown earth that is the soil higher up, and also round Ambas Bay. This gets churned up into a sort of batter where there is enough water lying on it, and, when there is not, an ice slide is an infant to it. My men and I flounder about. Thrice one of them, load and all, goes down with a squidge and a crash into the side grass, and says, "Damn," with quite the European accent. As a rule, however, we go on in single file, my shoes giving out a mellifluous squidge, and their naked feet a squish, squash. The men take it very good-temperedly, and sing in between accidents. I do not feel much like singing myself, particularly at one awful spot, which was the exception to the rule that ground at acute angles forms the best going. This exception was a long slippery slide down into a ravine with a long, perfectly glassy slope up out of it. After this we have a stretch of rocky forest, and pass by a widening in the path which I am told is a place where men blow, i.e. rest, and then pass through another a little further on, which is Bia's bush market. Then through an opening in the great war hedge of Bia, a growing stockade some 15 feet high, the lower part of it wattled. At the sides of the path here grow banks of bergamot and balsam, returning good for evil and smiling sweetly as we crush them. Thank goodness we are in forest now, and we seem to have done with the swordgrass. The rocks are covered with moss and ferns, and the mist curling and wandering about among the stems is very lovely. In our next ravine there is a succession of pools, part of a mountain torrent of greater magnitude evidently than those we have passed, and in these pools there are things swimming. Spend more time catching them, with the assistance of Bum. I do not value Kafala's advice, ample though it is, as being of any real value in the affair. Bag some water spiders and 2 small fish. The heat is less oppressive than yesterday. All yesterday one was being alternately smothered in the valley and chilled on the hilltops. Today it is a more level temperature, about 70 degrees, I fancy. The soil up here, about 2,500 feet above sea level, though rock-laden is exceedingly rich, and the higher we go there is more bergamot, native indigo, with its underleaf dark blue, and lovely coleases with red markings on their upper leaves. And crimson linings. I, as an ichthyologist, am in the wrong paradise. What a region this would be for a botanist. The country is gloriously lovely if one could only see it for the rain and mist. But one only gets dim hints of its beauty when some cold draughts of wind come down from the great mountains and seem to push open the mist veil as with spirit hands, and then in a minute let it fall together again. I do not expect to reach Bia within regulation time, but at 11:30 my men say, we close in, and then, coming along a forested hill and down a ravine, we find ourselves facing a rushing river, wherein a squad of black soldiers are washing clothes, with the assistance of a squad of black ladies. With much uproar and skylarking. I too think it best to wash here, standing in the river and swishing the mud out of my skirts, and then wading across to the other bank, I wring out my skirts. The ground on the further side of the river is cleared of bush, and only bears a heavy crop of balsam. A few steps onwards bring me in view of a corrugated iron-roofed, plank-sided house, in front of which, towards the great mountain which now towers up into the mist, is a low clearing with a quadrangle of native huts, the barracks. I receive a most kindly welcome from a fair, grey-eyed German gentleman, only unfortunately I see my efforts to appear before him clean and tidy have been quite unavailing, for he views my appearance with unmixed horror. And suggests an instant hot bath. I decline. Men can be trying. How in the world is anyone going to take a bath in a house with no doors, and only very sketchy wooden window shutters? The German officer is building the house quickly, as Allendorf would say, but he has not yet got to such luxuries as doors, and so uses army blankets strung across the doorway. And he has got up temporary wooden shutters to keep the worst of the rain out, and across his own room's window he has a frame covered with greased paper. Thank goodness he has made a table, and a bench, and a wash-hand stand out of planks for his spare room, which he kindly places at my disposal, and the fatherland has evidently stood him an iron bedstead and a mattress for it. But the fatherland is not spoiling or cosseting this man to an extent that will enervate him in the least. The mist clears off in the evening about 5, and the surrounding scenery is at last visible. Fronting the house there is the cleared quadrangle, facing which on the other 3 sides are the lines of very dilapidated huts, and behind these the ground rises steeply, the great SE face of Mungo Malobe. It looks awfully steep when you know you have got to go up it. This station at Bia is 3,000 feet above sea level, which explains the hills we have had to come up. The mountain wall when viewed from Bia is very grand, although it lacks snowcap or glacier, and the highest summits of Mungo are not visible because we are too close under them, but its enormous bulk and its isolation make it highly impressive. The forest runs up it in a great band above Bia, then sends up great tongues into the grass belt above. But what may be above this grass belt I know not yet, for our view ends at the top of the wall of the great SE crater. My men say there are devils and gold up beyond, but the German authorities do not support this view. Those Germans are so skeptical. This station is evidently on a ledge, for behind it the ground falls steeply, and you get an uninterrupted panoramic view of the Cameroon estuary and the great stretches of low swamp lands with the Mungo and the Bimbia rivers. And there many creeks and channels, and far away east the strange abrupt forms of the Rumby Mountains. Herr Liebert says you can see Cameroon government buildings from here, if only the day is clear, though they are some 40 miles away. This view of them is, save a missionary of the Basel Mission, the only white society available at Bia. I hear more details about the death of poor Freiherr von Gravenruth, whose fine monument of a seated lion I saw in the government house grounds in Cameroons the other day. Bush fighting in these West African forests is dreadfully dangerous work. Hemmed in by bush, in a narrow path along which you must pass slowly in single file, you are a target for all and any natives invisibly hidden in the undergrowth. And the war hedge of Bia must have made an additional danger and difficulty here for the attacking party. The lieutenant and his small band of black soldiers had, after a stiff fight, succeeded in forcing the entrance to this, when their ammunition gave out, and they had to fall back. The Bians, regarding this as their victory, rallied, and a chance shot killed the lieutenant instantly. A further expedition was promptly sent up from Victoria and it wiped the error out of the Bian mind and several Bians with it. But it was a very necessary expedition. These natives were a constant source of danger to the more peaceful trading tribes, whom they would not permit to traverse their territory. The Bians have been dealt with mercifully by the Germans, for their big villages, like Sapa, are still standing, and a continual stream of natives come into the barrackyard, selling produce, or carrying it on down to Victoria markets. In a perfectly content and cheerful way. I met this morning a big burly chief with his insignia of office, a great stick. He, I am told, is the chief or Sapa whom Herr von Lukey has called to talk some palaver with down in Victoria. At last I leave Herr Liebert, because everything I say to him causes him to hop, flying somewhere to show me something, and I am sure it is bad for his foot. I go and see that my men are safely quartered. Kafala is laying down the law in a most didactic way to the soldiers. Herr Liebert has christened him, the professor, and I adopt the name for him, but I fear windbag would fit him better. At 7.30 a heavy tornado comes rolling down upon us. Masses of indigo cloud with livid lightning flashing in the van, roll out from over the wall of the great crater above. Then with that malevolence peculiar to the tornado it sees all the soldiers and their wives and children sitting happily in the barrackyard, howling in a minor key and beating their beloved tom-toms. So it comes and sits flump down on them with deluges of water, and sends its lightning running over the ground in livid streams of living death. Oh, they are nice things are tornadoes. I wonder what they will be like when we are up in their home, up atop of that precious wall. I had no idea Mungo was so steep. If I had, well, I am in for it now. Chapter 18. Ascent of the Great Peak of Cameroons, continued. Wherein is recounted how the voyager sets out from Bia, and goes up through the forest belt to the top of the S.E. Crater of Mungo Malobe, with many dilemmas and disasters that befell on the way. September 22nd. Wake at 5. Fine morning. Fine view towards Cameroon River. The broad stretch of forest below, and the water-eaten mangrove swamps below that, are all a glorious indigo flushed with rose color from the death of the night, as Kiva used to call the dawn. No one stirring till 6, when people come out of the huts, and stretch themselves and proceed to begin the day, in the African's usual perfunctory, listless way. My crew are worse than the rest. I go and hunt Cook out. He props open one eye, with difficulty, and yawns a yawn that nearly cuts his head in two. I wake him up with a shock, by saying I mean to go on up today, and want my chop, and to start one time. He goes off and announces my horrible intention to the others. Kafala soon arrives upon the scene full of argument. You know Sabe this be Sunday, ma, says he in a tone that tells he considers this settles the matter. I, Sabe, unconcernedly. Kafala scratches his head for other argument, but he has opened with his heavy artillery, which being repulsed throws his rear lines into confusion. Bum, the head man, then turns up, sound asleep inside, but quite ready to come. Bum, I find, is always ready to do what he is told, but has no more original ideas in his head than there are in a chair leg. Kafala, however, by scratching other parts of his anatomy diligently, has now another argument ready. The two Bequaries are sick with abdominal trouble, that requires rum and rest, and one of the other boys has hot foot. Herlibert now appears upon the scene, and says I can have some of his laborers, who are now more or less idle, because he cannot get about much with his bad foot to direct them. So I give the Bequaries and the two hot foot cases, books, to take down to Herr von Lukey, who will pay them off for me, and seeing that they have each a good day's rations of rice, beef, etc. Eliminate them from the party. In addition to the laborers, I am to have as a guide Sasu, a black sergeant, who went up the peak with the officers of the hyena, and I get my breakfast, and then hang about watching my men getting ready very slowly to start. Off we get about 8, and start with all good wishes, and grim prophecies, from Herlibert. Led by Sasu, and accompanied by, tomorrow, a man who has come to Bia from some interior unknown district, and who speaks no known language, and whose business it is to help to cut a way through the bush. We go down the path we came and cross the river again. This river seems to separate the final mass of the mountain from the foothills on this side. Immediately after crossing it we turn up into the forest on the right-hand side, and, tomorrow, cuts through an overgrown track for about half an hour, and then leaves us. Everything is reeking wet, and we swish through thick undergrowth and then enter a darker forest where the earth is rocky and richly decorated with ferns and moss. For the first time in my life I see tree ferns growing wild in luxuriant profusion. What glorious creations they are! Then we get out into the middle of a cocoa plantation. Next to sweet potatoes, the premier abomination to walk through, give me cacos for good all-round tryingness, particularly when they are wet, as is very much the case now. Getting through these we meet the war hedge again, and after a conscientious struggle with various forms of vegetation in a muddled, tangled state, Sasu says, no good, path done got stopped up, so we turn and retrace our steps all the way. Cross the river, and horrify Herlibert by invading his house again. We explain the situation. Grave head-shaking between him and Sasu about the practicability of any other route, because there is no other path. I do not like to say, so much the better, because it would have sounded ungrateful, but I knew from my Agao experiences that a forest that looks from afar a dense black mat is all right underneath. And there is a short path recently cut by Herlibert that goes straight up towards the forest above us. It had been made to go to a clearing, where ambitious agricultural operations were being inaugurated, when Herlibert hurt his foot. Up this we go, it is semi-vertical while it lasts, and it ends in a scrubby patch that is to be a plantation. This crossed we are in the Urwald, and it is more exquisite than words can describe, but not good going, particularly at one spot where a gigantic tree has fallen down across a little rocky ravine, and has to be crawled under. It occurs to me that this is a highly likely place for snakes and an absolutely sure find for scorpions. And when we have passed it 3 of these latter interesting creatures are observed on the load of blankets which is fastened on to the back of Kafala. We inform Kafala of the fact on the spot. A volcanic eruption of entreaty, advice, and admonition results, but we still hesitate. However, the gallant cook tackles them in a sort of tip-cat way with a stick, and we proceed into a patch of long grass, beyond which there is a reach of amomums. The winged amomum I see here in Africa for the first time. Horrid slippery things amomum sticks to walk on, when they are lying on the ground, and there is a lot of my old enemy the calamus about. On each side are deep forested dells and ravines, and rocks show up through the ground in every direction, and things in general are slippery, and I wonder now and again, as I assume with unnecessary violence a recumbent position, why I came to Africa. But patches of satin-leaved begonias and clumps of lovely tree ferns reconcile me to my lot. Cook does not feel these forest charms, and gives me notice after an hour's experience of mountain forest belt work, what cook would not. As we get higher we have to edge and squeeze every few minutes through the aerial roots of some tremendous kind of tree, plentiful hereabouts. One of them we passed through I am sure would have run any Indian banyan hard for extent of ground covered, if it were measured. In the region where these trees are frequent, the undergrowth is less dense than it is lower down. Imagine a vast, seemingly limitless cathedral with its countless columns covered, nay, composed of the most exquisite dark green, large frond moss, with here and there a delicate fern embedded in it as an extra decoration. The white, gauze-like mist comes down from the upper mountain towards us, creeping, twining round, and streaming through the moss-covered tree columns, long bands of it reaching along sinuous, but evenly, for 50 and 60 feet or more. And then ending in a puff like the smoke of a gun. Soon, however, all the mist streams coalesce and make the atmosphere all their own, wrapping us round in a clammy, chill embrace. It is not that wool blanket, smothering affair that we were wrapped in down by Bwana, but exquisitely delicate. The difference it makes to the beauty of the forest is just the same difference you would get if you put a delicate veil over a pretty woman's face or a sack over her head. In fact, the mist here was exceedingly becoming to the forest's beauty. Now and again growls of thunder roll out from, and quiver in the earth beneath our feet. Mungo is making a big tornado, and is stirring and simmering it softly so as to make it strong. I only hope he will not overdo it, as he does 6 times in 7, and make it too heavy to get out onto the Atlantic, where all tornadoes ought to go. If he does the thing will go and burst on us in this forest tonight. The forest now grows less luxuriant though still close. We have left the begonias and the tree ferns, and are in another zone. The trees now, instead of being clothed in rich, dark green moss, are heavily festooned with long, greenish-white lichen. It pours with rain. At last we reach the place where the sergeant says we ought to camp for the night. I have been feeling the time for camping was very ripe for the past hour, and Kafala openly said as much an hour and a half ago, but he got such scathing things said to him about civilians' legs by the sergeant that I did not air my own opinion. We are now right at the very edge of the timber belt. My head man and 3 boys are done to a turn. If I had had a bull behind me or Mr. Fields in front, I might have done another 5 or 7 miles, but not more. The rain comes down with extra virulence as soon as we set to work to start the fire and open the loads. I and Peter have great times getting out the military camp bed from its tight, bolster-like case, while Kafala gives advice, until, being irritated by the bed's behavior, I blow up Kafala and send him to chop firewood. However, we get the thing out and put up after cutting a place clear to set it on. Owing to the world being on a stiff slant hereabouts, it takes time to make it stand straight. I get 4 stakes cut, and drive them in at the 4 corners of the bed, and then stretch over it her Von Lukey's waterproof ground sheet, guy the ends out to pegs with string. Feel profoundly grateful to both her Liebert for the bed and her Von Lukey for the sheet, and place the baggage under the protection of the German government's 2 belongings. Then I find the boys have not got a fire with all their fuss, and I have to demonstrate to them the lessons I have learnt among the fans regarding fire making. We build a firehouse and then all goes well. I notice they do not make a fire fan fashion, but build it in a circle. Evidently one of the laborers from Bia, named Xenia, is a good man. Equally evidently some of my other men are only fit to carry sandwich boards for Day and Martin's blacking. I dine luxuriously off tinned fat pork and hot tea, and then feeling still hungry go on to tinned herring. Excellent thing tinned herring, but I have to hurry because I know I must go up through the edge of the forest on to the grassland. And see how the country is made during the brief period of clearness that almost always comes just before nightfall. So leaving my boys comfortably seated round the fire having their evening chop, I pass up through the heavily lichen-tasseled fringe of the forest belt into deep jungle grass, and up a steep and slippery mound. In front the mountain face rises like a wall from behind a set of hillocks, similar to the one I am at present on. The face of the wall to the right and left has 2 dark clefts in it. The peak itself is not visible from where I am. It rises behind and beyond the wall. I stay taking compass bearings and look for an easy way up for tomorrow. My men, by now, have missed their ma, and are yelling for her dismally, and the night comes down with great rapidity, for we are in the shadow of the great mountain mass, so I go back into camp. Alas! How vain are often our most energetic efforts to remove our fellow creatures from temptation. I knew a Sunday down among the soldiers would be bad for my men, and so came up here, and now, if you please, these men have been at the rum, because Bum, the head man, has been too done up to do anything but lie in his blanket and feed. Kafala is laying down the law with great detail and unction. Cook, who has been very low in his mind all day, is now weirdly cheerful, and sings incoherently. The other boys, who want to go to sleep, threaten to burst him if he no finish. It's no good, Cook carols on, and soon succumbing to the irresistible charm of music, the other men have to join in the choruses. The performance goes on for an hour, growing woollier and woollier in tone, and then dying out in sleep. I write by the light of an insect-haunted lantern, sitting on the bed, which is tucked in among the trees some 20 yards away from the boys' fire. There is a bird whistling in a deep rich note that I have never heard before. September 23rd. Morning gloriously fine. Rout the boys out, and start at 7, with Sasu, head man, Xenia, black boy, Kafala and Cook. The great southeast wall of the mountain in front of us is quite unflecked by cloud, and in the forest are thousands of bees. We notice that the tongues of forest go up the mountain in some places 100 yards or more above the true line of the belt. These tongues of forest get more and more heavily hung with lichen, and the trees thinner and more stunted, towards their ends. I think that these tongues are always in places where the wind does not get full play. All those near our camping place on this southeast face are so. It is evidently not a matter of soil, for there is ample soil on this side above where the trees are, and then again on the western side of the mountain, the side facing the sea, the timber line is far higher up than on this. Nor, again, is it a matter of angle that makes the timber line here so low, for those forests on the Sierra del Cristal were growing luxuriantly over far steeper grades. There is some peculiar local condition just here evidently, or the forest would be up to the bottom of the wall of the crater. I am not unreasonable enough to expect it to grow on that, but its conduct in staying where it does requires explanation. We clamber up into the long jungle grass region and go on our way across a series of steep-sided, rounded grass hillocks, each of which is separated from the others by dry, rocky watercourses. The effects produced by the seed ears of the long grass round us are very beautiful. They look a golden brown, and each ear and leaf is gemmed with dewdrops, and those of the grass on the sides of the hillocks at a little distance off show a soft brown pink. After half an hour's climb, when we are close at the base of the wall, I observe the men ahead halting, and coming up with them find Monrovia buoy down a hole, a little deep blowhole, in which, I am informed, water is supposed to be. But Monrovia soon reports, no live. I now find we have not a drop of water, either with us or in camp, and now this hole has proved dry. There is, says the sergeant, no chance of getting any more water on this side of the mountain, save down at the river at Bia. This means failure unless tackled, and it is evidently a trick played on me by the boys, who intentionally failed to let me know of this want of water before leaving Bia, where it seems they have all learnt it. I express my opinion of them in 4 words and send Monrovia boy, who I know is to be trusted, back to Bia with a scribbled note to Herlibert asking him to send me up 2 demijohns of water. I send Cook with him as far as the camp in the forest we have just left with orders to bring up 3 bottles of soda water I have left there. And to instruct the men there that as soon as the water arrives from Bia they are to bring it on up to the camp I mean to make at the top of the wall. The men are sulky, and Sasu, Peter, Kafala, and head man say they will wait and come on as soon as Cook brings the soda water, and I go on, and presently see Xenia and Black Boy are following me. We get on to the intervening hillocks and commence to ascend the face of the wall. The angle of this wall is great, and its appearance from below is impressive from its enormous breadth, and its abrupt rise without bend or droop for a good 2,000 feet into the air. It is covered with short, yellowish grass through which the burnt-up, scoriaceous lava rock protrudes in rough masses. I got on up the wall, which when you are on it is not so perpendicular as it looks from below, my desire being to see what sort of country there was on the top of it, between it and the final peak. Sasu had reported to her Liebert that it was a wilderness of rock, in which it would be impossible to fix a tent, and spoke vaguely of caves. Here and there on the way up I come to holes, similar to the one my men had been down for water. I suppose these holes have been caused by gases from an under-hot layer of lava bursting up through the upper cool layer. As I get higher, the grass becomes shorter and more sparse, and the rocks more ostentatiously displayed. Here and there among them are sadly tried bushes, bearing a beautiful yellow flower, like a large yellow wild rose, only scentless. It is not a rose at all, I may remark. The ground, where there is any basin made by the rocks, grows a great sedum, with a grand head of whitey pink flower, also a tall herb, with soft downy leaves silver grey in color, and having a very pleasant aromatic scent. And here and there patches of good honest parsley. Bright blue, flannelly-looking flowers stud the grass in sheltered places, and a very pretty large green orchid is plentiful. Above us is a bright blue sky with white cloud rushing hurriedly across it to the Ne and a fierce sun. When I am about halfway up, I think of those boys, and, wanting rest, sit down by an inviting-looking rock grotto, with a patch of the yellow-flowered shrub growing on its top. Inside it grow little ferns and mosses, all damp, but alas! No water pool, and very badly I want water by this time. Below me a belt of white cloud had now formed, so that I could see neither the foothillocks nor the forest, and presently out of this mist came Xenia toiling up, carrying my black bag. "Where them black boy live?" said I. "Black boy say him foot be tire too much," said Xenia, as he threw himself down in the little shade the rock could give. I took a cupful of sour claret out of the bottle in the bag, and told Xenia to come on up as soon as he was rested, and meanwhile to yell to the others down below and tell them to come on. Xenia did, but sadly observed, "Softly softly still hurts the snail," and I left him and went on up the mountain. When I had got to the top of the rock under which I had sheltered from the blazing sun, the mist opened a little, and I saw my men looking like so many little dolls. They were still sitting on the hillock where I had left them. Bia showed from this elevation well. The guard house and the mission house, like little houses in a picture, and the make of the ground on which Bia station stands, came out distinctly as a ledge or terrace, extending for miles NNE and SSW. This ledge is a strange-looking piece of country, covered with low bush, out of which rise great, isolated, white-stemmed cotton trees. Below, and beyond this is a denser band of high forest, and again below this stretches the vast mangrove swamp fringing the estuary of the Cameroons, Mungo, and Bimbia rivers. It is a very noble view, giving one an example of the peculiar beauty one ofttimes gets in this West African scenery, namely colossal sweeps of color. The mangrove swamps look today like a vast damson-colored carpet threaded with silver where the waterways ran. It reminded me of a scene I saw once near Cabinda, when on climbing to the top of a hill I suddenly found myself looking down on a sheet of violet pink more than a mile long and half a mile wide. This was caused by a climbing plant having taken possession of a valley full of trees, whose tops it had reached and then spread and interlaced itself over them, to burst into profuse glorious laburnum-shaped bunches of flowers. After taking some careful compass bearings for future use regarding the Rumbi and Oman range of mountains, which were clearly visible and which look fascinatingly like my beloved Sierra del Cristal, I turned my face to the wall of Mungo, and continued the ascent. The sun, which was blazing, was reflected back from the rocks in scorching rays. But it was more bearable now, because its heat was tempered by a bitter wind. The slope becoming steeper, I gradually made my way towards the left until I came to a great lane, as neatly walled with rock as if it had been made with human hands. It runs down the mountain face, nearly vertically in places and at stiff angles always, but it was easier going up this lane than on the outside rough rock. Because the rocks in it had been smoothed by mountain torrents during thousands of wet seasons, and the walls protected one from the biting wind, a wind that went through me. For I had been stewing for 9 months and more in tropic and equatorial swamps. Up this lane I went to the very top of the mountain wall, and then, to my surprise, found myself facing a great, hillocky, rock-encumbered plain, across the other side of which rose the mass of the peak itself, not as a single cone, but as a wall surmounted by several, 3 being evidently the highest among them. I started along the ridge of my wall, and went to its highest part, that to the SW, intending to see what I could of the view towards the sea, and then to choose a place for camping in for the night. When I reached the SW end, looking westwards I saw the South Atlantic down below, like a plain of frosted silver. Out of it, barely 20 miles away, rose Fernando P to its 10,190 feet with that majestic grace peculiar to a volcanic island. Immediately below me, some 10,000 feet or so, lay Victoria with the forested foothills of Mungo Malobe encircling it as a diadem, and Ambas Bay gemmed with rocky islands lying before it. On my left away sea was the glorious stretch of the Cameroon estuary, with a line of white cloud lying very neatly along the course of Cameroon River. In one of the chasms of the mountain wall that I had come up, in the one furthest to the north, there was a thunderstorm brewing, seemingly hanging on to, or streaming out of the mountain side, a soft billowy mass of dense cream-colored cloud, with flashes of golden lightnings playing about in it with soft growls of thunder. Surely Mungo Malobe himself, of all the thousands he annually turns out, never made one more lovely than this. Soon the white mists rose from the mangrove swamp, and grew rose-color in the light of the setting sun, as they swept upwards over the now purple high forests. In the heavens, to the north, there was a rainbow, vivid in color, one arch of it going behind the peak, the other sinking into the mist sea below, and this mist sea rose and rose towards me, turning from pale rose color to lavender. And where the shadow of Mungo lay across it, to a dull leaden gray. It was soon at my feet, blotting the underworld out, and soon came flowing over the wall top at its lowest parts, stretching in great spreading rivers over the crater plain. And then these coalescing everything was shut out save the 2 summits, that of Cameroon close to me, and that of Clarence away on Fernando P. These 2 stood out alone, like great island masses made of iron rising from a formless, silken sea. The space around seemed boundless, and there was in it neither sound or color, nor anything with form, save those 2 terrific things. It was like a vision, and it held me spellbound, as I stood shivering on the rocks with the white mist round my knees until into my wool-gathering mind came the memory of those anything but sublime men of mine. And I turned and scuttled off along the rocks like an agitated ant left alone in a dead universe. I soon found the place where I had come up into the crater plain and went down over the wall, descending with twice the rapidity, but 10 times the scratches and grazes, of the ascent. I picked up the place where I had left Xenia, but no Xenia was there, nor came there any answer to my bush call for him, so on I went down towards the place where, hours ago, I had left the men. The mist was denser down below, but to my joy it was warmer than on the summit of the wind-swept wall. I had nearly reached the foot of this wall and made my mind up to turn in for the night under a rock, when I heard a melancholy croak away in the mist to the left. I went towards it and found Xenia lost on his own account, and distinctly quaint in manner, and then I recollected that I had been warned Xenia is slightly crazy. Nice situation this, a madman on a mountain in the mist. Xenia, I found, had no longer got my black bag, but in its place a lid of a saucepan and an empty lantern. To put it mildly, this is not the sort of outfit the RGS Hints to travelers would recommend for African exploration. Xenia reported that he gave the bag to Black Boy, who shortly afterwards disappeared, and that he had neither seen him nor any of the others since, and didn't expect to this side of Sramandazi. In a homicidal state of mind, I made tracks for the missing ones followed by Xenia. I thought mayhap they had grown on to the rocks they had sat upon so long, but presently, just before it became quite dark, we picked up the place we had left them in and found there only an empty soda-water bottle. Xenia poured out a muddled mass of observations to the effect that they got fright too much about them water palaver. I did not linger to raise a monument to them, but I said I wished they were in a condition to require one, and we went on over our hillocks with more confidence now that we knew we had stuck well to our unmarked track. The moving moon went up the sky, and nowhere did abide. Softly she was going up. And a star or two beside. Only she was a young and inefficient moon, and although we were below the thickest of the mist band, it was dark. Finding our own particular hole in the forest wall was about as easy as finding one particular rabbit hole in an unknown hayfield in the dark, and the attempt to do so afforded us a great deal of varied exercise. I am obliged to be guarded in my language, because my feelings now are only down to 1 degree below boiling point. The rain now began to fall, thank goodness, and I drew the thick ears of grass through my parched lips as I stumbled along over the rugged lumps of rock hidden under the now waist-high jungle grass. Our camp hole was pretty easily distinguishable by daylight, for it was on the left-hand side of one of the forest tongues, the grass land running down like a lane between 2 tongues here. And just over the entrance 3 conspicuously high trees showed. But we could not see these picking up points in the darkness, so I had to keep getting Xenia to strike matches, and hold them in his hat while I looked at the compass. Presently we came full tilt up against a belt of trees which I knew from these compass observations was our tongue of forest belt, and I fired a couple of revolver shots into it, whereabouts I judged our camp to be. This was instantly answered by a yell from human voices in chorus, and towards that yell in a very slightly amiable, state of mind I went. I will draw a veil over the scene, particularly over my observations to those men. They did not attempt to deny their desertion, but they attempted to explain it, each one saying that it was not he but the other boy who got fright too much. I closed the palaver promptly with a brief but lurid sketch of my opinion on the situation, and ordered food, for not having had a thing save that cup of sour claret since 6:30 a.m., and it being now 11 p.m., I felt sinkings. Then arose another beautiful situation before me. It seems when Cook and Monrovia got back into camp this morning, Master Cook was seized with one of those attacks of a desire to manage things that produce such awful results in the African servant. And sent all the beef and rice down to Bia to be cooked, because there was no water here to cook it. Therefore the men have got nothing to eat. I had a few tins of my own food and so gave them some, and they became as happy as kings in a few minutes, listening and shouting over the terrible adventures of Xenia, who is posing as the hero of the great Cameroon. I get some soda water from the 2 bottles left and some tinned herring, and then write out 2 notes to Herr Liebert asking him to send me 3 more demijohns of water, and some beef and rice from the store. Promising faithfully to pay for them on my return. I would not prevent those men of mine from going up that peak above me after their touching conduct today. Oh! No, not for worlds, dear things. Chapter 19. The Great Peak of Cameroons, continued. Setting forth how the voyager for a second time reaches the SE crater, with some account of the pleasures incidental to camping out in the said crater. September 24th. Lovely morning, the grey-white mist in the forest makes it like a dream of fairyland, each moss-grown tree stem heavily gemmed with dewdrops. At 5:30 I stir the boys, for Sasu, the sergeant, says he must go back to his military duties. The men think we are all going back with him as he is our only guide, but I send 3 of them down with orders to go back to Victoria, 2 being of the original set I started with. They are surprised and disgusted at being sent home, but they have got hot foot, and something wrong in the usual seat of African internal disturbances, their tummics. And I am not thinking of starting a sanatorium for abdominally afflicted Africans in that crater plain above. Black Boy is the other boy returned, I do not want another of his attacks. They go, and this leaves me in the forest camp with Kafala, Xenia, and Cook, and we start expecting the water sent for by Monrovia boy yesterday forenoon. There are an abominable lot of bees about, they do not give one a moment's peace, getting beneath the waterproof sheets over the bed. The ground, bestrewn with leaves and dried wood, is a mass of large flies rather like our common housefly, but both butterflies and beetles seem scarce. And I confess I do not feel up to hunting much after yesterday's work, and deem it advisable to rest. My face and particularly my lips are a misery to me, having been blistered all over by yesterday's sun, and last night I inadvertently whipped the skin all off one cheek with the blanket, and it keeps on bleeding, and, horror of horrors. There is no tea until that water comes. I wish I had got the mountaineering spirit, for then I could say, I'll never come to this sort of place again, for you can get all you want in the Alps. I have been told this by my mountaineering friends, I have never been there, and that you can go and do all sorts of stupendous things all day, and come back in the evening to table d'hôte at an hotel. But as I have not got the mountaineering spirit, I suppose I shall come fooling into some such place as this as soon as I get the next chance. About 8:30, to our delight, the gallant Monrovia boy comes through the bush with a demijohn of water, and I get my tea, and give the men the only half-pound of rice I have and a tin of meat, and they eat, become merry, and chat over their absent companions in a scornful, scandalous way. Who cares for hotels now? When one is in a delightful place like this, one must work, so off I go to the north into the forest, after giving the rest of the demijohn of water into the Monrovia boy's charge with strict orders it is not to be opened till my return. Quantities of beetles. A little after 2 o'clock I return to camp, after having wandered about in the forest and found 3 very deep holes, down which I heaved rocks and in no case heard a splash. In one I did not hear the rock strike, owing to the great depth. I hate holes, and especially do I hate these African ones, for I am frequently falling, more or less, into them, and they will be my end. The other demijohns of water have not arrived yet, and we are getting anxious again because the men's food has not come up, and they have been so exceedingly thirsty that they have drunk most of the water, not, however, since it has been in Monrovia's charge. But at 3:15 another boy comes through the bush with another demijohn of water. We receive him gladly, and ask him about the chop. He knows nothing about it. At 3:45 another boy comes through the bush with another demijohn of water. We receive him kindly, he does not know anything about the chop. At 4:10 another boy comes through the bush with another demijohn of water, and knowing nothing about the chop, we are civil to him, and that's all. A terrific tornado which has been lurking growling about then sits down in the forest and bursts, wrapping us up in a lively kind of fog, with its thunder, lightning, and rain. It was impossible to hear, or make one's self heard at the distance of even a few paces, because of the shrill squeal of the wind, the roar of the thunder, and the rush of the rain on the trees round us. It was not like having a storm burst over you in the least, you felt you were in the middle of its engine room when it had broken down badly. After half an hour or so the thunder seemed to lift itself off the ground, and the lightning came in sheets, instead of in great forks that flew like flights of spears among the forest trees. The thunder, however, had not settled things amicably with the mountain, it roared its rage at Mungo, and Mungo answered back, quivering with a rage as great, under our feet. One feels here as if one were constantly dropping, unasked and unregarded, among painful and violent discussions between the elemental powers of the universe. Mungo growls and swears in thunder at the sky, and sulks in white mist all the morning, and then the sky answers back, hurling down lightnings and rivers of water, with total disregard of Mungo's visitors. The way the water rushes down from the mountain wall through the watercourses in the jungle just above, and then at the edge of the forest spreads out into a sheet of water that is an inch deep, and that flies on past us in miniature cascades. Trying the while to put out our fire and so on, is, quite interesting. I exhausted my vocabulary on those boys yesterday. As soon as we saw what we were in for, we had thrown dry wood onto the fire, and it blazed just as the rain came down, so with our assistance it fought a good fight with its fellow elements, spitting and hissing like a wild cat. It could have managed the water fairly well, but the wind came, very nearly putting an end to it by carrying away its protecting bough house, which settled on Professor Kafala, who burst out in a lecture on the foolishness of mountaineering and the quantity of devils in this region. Just in the midst of these joys another boy came through the bush with another demijohn of water. We did not receive him even civilly, I burst out laughing, and the boys went off in a roar, and we shouted at him, "Where them chop?" "He live for come," said the boy, and we then gave him a hearty welcome and a tot of rum, and an hour afterwards 2 more boys appear, one carrying a sack of rice and beef for the men, and the other a box for me from Herlibert, containing a luxurious supply of biscuits, candles, tinned meats, and a bottle of wine and one of beer. We are now all happy, though exceeding damp, and the boys sit round the fire, with their big iron pot full of beef and rice, busy cooking while they talk. Wonderful accounts of our prodigies of valor I hear given by Xenia, and terrible accounts of what they have lived through from the others, and the men who have brought up the demijohns and the chop recount the last news from Bia. James's wife has run away again. I have taken possession of 2 demijohns of water and the rum demijohn, arranging them round the head of my bed. The worst of it is those tiresome bees, as soon as the rain is over, come in hundreds after the rum, and frighten me continually. The worthless wretches get intoxicated on what they can suck from round the cork, and then they stagger about on the ground buzzing malevolently. When the boys have had the chop and a good smoke, we turn to and make up the loads for tomorrow's start up the mountain, and then, after more hot tea, I turn in on my camp bed, listening to the soft sweet murmur of the trees and the pleasant laughing chatter of the men. September 25th, rolled off the bed twice last night into the bush. The rain has washed the ground away from under its off legs, so that it tilts. And there were quantities of large longicorn beetles about during the night, the sort with spiny backs. They kept on getting themselves hitched onto my blankets, and when I wanted civilly to remove them they made a horrid fizzing noise and showed fight, cocking their horns in a defiant way. I awake finally about 5 a.m. soaked through to the skin. The waterproof sheet has had a label sewn to it, so is not waterproof, and it has been raining softly but amply for hours. About 7 we are off again, with Xenia, head man, cook, Monrovia boy and a laborer from Bia. The water carriers have gone home after having had their morning chop. We make for the face of the wall by a route to the left of that I took on Monday, and when we are clambering up it, some 600 feet above the hillocks, swish comes a terrific rainstorm at us accompanied by a squealing, bitter cold wind. We can hear the roar of the rain on the forest below, and hoping to get above it we keep on. Hoping, however, is vain. The dense mist that comes with it prevents our seeing more than 2 yards in front, and we get too far to the left. I am behind the band today, severely bringing up the rear, and about 1 o'clock I hear shouts from the vanguard, and when I get up to them I find them sitting on the edge of one of the clefts or scars in the mountain face. I do not know how these quarry-like chasms have been formed. They both look alike from below. The mountain wall comes down vertically into them, and the bottom of this one slopes forward, so that if we had had the misfortune when a little lower down to have gone a little further to the left, we should have got on to the bottom of it, and should have found ourselves walled in on 3 sides, and had to retrace our steps. As it is we have just struck its right-hand edge. And fortunately, the mist, thick as it is, has not been sufficiently thick to lead the men to walk over it. For had they done so they would have got killed, as the cliff arches in under so that we look straight into the bottom of the scar some 200 or 300 feet below, when there is a split in the mist. The sides and bottom are made of, and strewn with, white, moss-grown masses of volcanic cinder rock, and sparsely shrubbed with gnarled trees which have evidently been under fire. One of my boys tells me from the burning of this face of the mountain by the Major from Calabar, during the previous dry season. We keep on up a steep grass-covered slope, and finally reach the top of the wall. The immense old crater floor before us is today the site of a seething storm, and the peak itself quite invisible. My boys are quite demoralized by the cold. I find most of them have sold the blankets I gave them out at Buana, and those who have not sold them have left them behind at Bia, from laziness perhaps, but more possibly from a confidence in their powers to prevent us getting so far. I believe if I had collapsed too, the cold tempted me to do so as nothing else can, they would have lain down and died in the cold sleety rain. I sight a clump of gnarled sparsely foliaged trees bed-raped heavily with lichen, growing in a hollow among the rocks. Thither I urge the men for shelter and they go like storm-bewildered sheep. My bones are shaking in my skin and my teeth in my head, for after the experience I had had of the heat here on Monday I dared not clothe myself heavily. The men stand helpless under the trees, and I hastily take the load of blankets Herr Liebert lent us off a boy's back and undo it, throwing one blanket round each man, and opening my umbrella and spreading it over the other blankets. Then I give them a tot of rum apiece, as they sit huddled in their blankets, and tear up a lot of the brittle, rotten wood from the trees and shrubs, getting horrid thorns into my hands the while. And set to work getting a fire with it and the driest of the moss from beneath the rocks. By the aid of it and Xenia, who soon revived, and a carefully scraped-up candle and a box of matches, the fire soon blazes, Xenia holding a blanket to shelter it, while I, with a cutlass, chop stakes to fix the blankets on, so as to make a fire tent. The other boys now revive, and I hustle them about to make more fires, no easy work in the drenching rain, but work that has got to be done. We soon get 3 well alight, and then I clutch a blanket, a wringing wet blanket, but a comfort, and wrapping myself round in it, issue orders for wood to be gathered and stored round each fire to dry. And then stand over Cook while he makes the men's already cooked chop hot over our first fire, when this is done getting him to make me tea, or as it more truly should be called, soup, for it contains bits of rice and beef. And the general taste of the affair is wood smoke. Kafala by this time is in lecturing form again, so my mind is relieved about him, although he says, "Oh, ma, it be cold, cold too much. Too much cold kill we black man, all same for one as too much sun kill you white man. Oh, ma," etc. I tell him they have only got themselves to blame. If they had come up with me on Monday we should have been hot enough, and missed this storm of rain. When the boys have had their chop, and are curling themselves up comfortably round their now blazing fires, Xenia must needs start a theory that there is a better place than this to camp in. He saw it when he was with an unsuccessful expedition that got as far as this. Kafala is fool enough to go off with him to find this place, but they soon return, chilled through again, and unsuccessful in their quest. I gather that they have been to find caves. I wish they had found caves, for I am not thinking of taking out a patent for our present campsite. The bitter wind and swishing rain keep on. We are to a certain extent sheltered from the former, but the latter is of that insinuating sort that nothing but a granite wall would keep off. Just at sundown, however, as is usual in this country, the rain ceases for a while, and I take this opportunity to get out my seaman's jersey. When I have fought my way into it, I turn to survey our position, and find I have been carrying on my battle on the brink of an abysmal hole whose mouth is concealed among the rocks and scraggly shrubs just above our camp. I heave rocks down it, as we in Fanland would offer rocks to an ombwairai, and hear them go nickety-knock, like a pebble in Carisbrook well. I think I detect a far-away splash, but it was an awesome way down. This mountain seems set with these man-traps, and, some day some gentleman's nigger will get killed down one. The mist has now cleared away from the peak, but lies all over the lower world, and I take bearings of the 3 highest cones or peaks carefully. Then I go away over the rocky ground southwards, and as I stand looking round, the mist sea below is cleft in twain for a few minutes by some fierce downdraft of wind from the peak, and I get a strange, clear, sudden view right down to Ambas Bay. It is just like looking down from one world into another. I think how Odin hung and looked down into Niflheim, and then of how hot, how deliciously hot, it was away down there, and then the mist closes over it. I shiver and go back to camp, for night is coming on, and I know my men will require intellectual support in the matter of procuring firewood. The men are now quite happy. Over each fire they have made a tent with 4 sticks with a blanket on, a blanket that is too wet to burn, though I have to make them brace the blankets to windward for fear of their scorching. The wood from the shrubs here is of an aromatic and a resinous nature, which sounds nice, but it isn't. For the volumes of smoke it gives off when burning are suffocating, and the boys, who sit almost on the fire, are every few moments scrambling to their feet and going apart to cough out smoke. Like so many novices in training for the profession of fire-eaters. However, they soon find that if they roll themselves in their blankets, and lie on the ground to windward they escape most of the smoke. They have divided up into 3 parties, Kafala and Xenia, who have struck up a great friendship, take the lower, the most exposed fire. Head man, cook, and Monrovia boy have the upper fire, and the laborer has the middle one, he being an outcast for medical reasons. They are all steaming away and smoking comfortably. I form the noble resolution to keep awake, and rouse up any gentleman who may catch on fire during the night, and see to wood being put on the fires, so elaborately settle myself on my wooden chop-box, wherein I have got all the lucifers which are not in the soap-box. Owing to there not being a piece of ground the size of a sixpenny piece level in this place, the arrangement of my box camp takes time, but at last it is done to my complete satisfaction, close to a tree trunk, and I think, as I wrap myself up in my 2 wet blankets and lean against my tree, what a good thing it is to know how to make oneself comfortable in a place like this. This tree stem is perfection, just the right angle to be restful to one's back, and one can rely all the time on nature hereabouts not to let one get thoroughly effete from luxurious comfort. So I lazily watch and listen to Xenia and Kafala at their fire hard by. They begin talking to each other on their different tribal societies. Kafala is a Vey, Xenia a Liberian, so in the interests of science I give them 2 heads of tobacco to stimulate their conversation. They receive them with tragic grief, having no pipe, so in the interests of science I undo my blankets and give them 2 out of my portmanteau, then do myself up again and pretend to be asleep. I am rewarded by getting some interesting details, and form the opinion that both these worthies, in their pursuit of their particular jujas, have come into contact with white prejudices, and are now fugitives from religious persecution. I also observe they have both their own ideas of happiness. Kafala holds it lies in a warm shirt, Xenia that it abides in warm trousers. And every half hour the former takes his shirt off, and holds it in the fire smoke, and then puts it hastily on, and Xenia, who is the one and only trouser wearer in our band, spends 50% of the night on one leg struggling to get the other in or out of these garments, when they are either coming off to be warmed, or going on after warming. There seem but few insects here. I have only got 2 moths tonight, one pretty one with white wings with little red spots on, like an old-fashioned petticoat such as an early Victorian age lady would have worn, the other a sweet thing in silver. Later, i.e., 2:15 a.m. I have been asleep against that abominable vegetable of a tree. It had its trunk covered with a soft cushion of moss, and pretended to be a comfort, a right angle to lean against, and a softly padded protection to the spine from wind, and all that sort of thing, whereas the whole mortal time it was nothing in this wretched world but a water pipe, to conduct an extra supply of water down my back. The water has simply streamed down it, and formed a nice little pool in a rocky hollow where I keep my feet, and I am chilled to the innermost bone, so have to scramble up and drag my box to the side of Kafala and Xenia's fire, feeling sure I have contracted a fatal chill this time. I scrape the ashes out of the fire into a heap, and put my sodden boots into them, and they hiss merrily, and I resolve not to go to sleep again. 5 a.m. Have been to sleep twice, and have fallen off my box bodily into the fire in my wet blankets, and should for sure have put it out like a bucket of cold water had not Xenia and Kafala been roused up by the smother I occasioned and rescued me, or the fire. It is not raining now, but it is bitter cold and cook is getting my tea. I give the boys a lot of hot tea with a big handful of sugar in, and they then get their own food hot. Chapter 20. The Great Peak of Cameroons, continued. Setting forth how the voyager attains the summit of Mungo Malobe, and descends therefrom to Victoria, to which is added some remarks on the natural history of the West Coast Porter, and the native methods of making fire. September 26th, the weather is undecided and so am I, for I feel doubtful about going on in this weather, but I do not like to give up the peak after going through so much for it. The boys being dry and warm with the fires have forgotten their troubles. However, I settle in my mind to keep on, and ask for volunteers to come with me, and Bum, the head man, and Xenia announce their willingness. I put 2 tins of meat and a bottle of Herlibert's beer into the little wooden box, and insist on both men taking a blanket apiece, much to their disgust, and before 6 o'clock we are off over the crater plain. It is a broken bit of country with rock mounds sparsely overgrown with tufts of grass, and here and there are patches of boggy land, not real bog, but damp places where grow little clumps of rushes. And here and there among the rocks sorely afflicted shrubs of broom, and the yellow-flowered shrub I have mentioned before, and quantities of very sticky heather, feeling when you catch hold of it as if it had been covered with syrup. One might fancy the entire race of shrubs was dying out, for when you see partially alive there are 20 skeletons which fall to pieces as you brush past them. It is downhill the first part of the way, that is to say, the trend of the land is downhill, for be it down or up, the details of it are rugged mounds and masses of burnt-out lava rock. It is evil going, but perhaps not quite so evil as the lower hillocks of the Great Wall where the rocks are hidden beneath long slippery grass. We wind our way in between the mounds, or clamber over them, or scramble along their sides impartially. The general level is then flat, and then comes a rise towards the peak wall, so we steer NNE until we strike the face of the peak, and then commence a stiff rough climb. We keep as straight as we can, but get driven at an angle by the strange ribs of rock which come straight down. These are most tiresome to deal with, getting worse the higher we go, and so rotten and weather-eaten are they that they crumble into dust and fragments under our feet. Head man gets half a dozen falls, and when we are about 3 parts of the way up Xenia gives in. The cold and the climbing are too much for him, so I make him wrap himself up in his blanket, which he is glad enough of now, and shelter in a depression under one of the many rock ridges, and head man and I go on. When we are some 600 feet higher the iron-gray mist comes curling and waving round the rocks above us, like some savage monster defending them from intruders, and I again debate whether I was justified in risking the men. For it is a risk for them at this low temperature, with the evil weather I know, and they do not know, is coming on. But still we have food and blankets with us enough for them, and the camp in the plain below they can reach all right, if the worst comes to the worst. And for myself, well, that's my own affair, and no one will be a hupworth the worse if I am dead in an hour. So I hitch myself on to the rocks, and take bearings, particularly bearings of Xenia's position, who, I should say, has got a tin of meat and a flask of rum with him, and then turn and face the threatening mist. It rises and falls, and sends out arm-like streams towards us, and then Bum, the head man, decides to fail for the 3rd time to reach the peak, and I leave him wrapped in his blanket with the bag of provisions, and go on alone into the wild, grey, shifting, whirling mist above, and soon find myself at the head of a rock ridge in a narrowish depression, walled by massive black walls which show fitfully but firmly through the mist. I can see 3 distinctly high cones before me, and then the mist, finding it cannot drive me back easily, proceeds to desperate methods, and lashes out with a burst of bitter wind, and a sheet of blinding, stinging rain. I make my way up through it towards a peak which I soon see through a tear in the mist is not the highest, so I angle off and go up the one to the left, and after a desperate fight reach the cairn, only, alas, to find a hurricane raging and a fog in full possession, and not a 10 yards view to be had in any direction. Near the cairn on the ground are several bottles, some of which the energetic German officers, I suppose, had emptied in honor of their achievement, an achievement I bow down before. For their pluck and strength had taken them here in a shorter time by far than mine. I do not meddle with anything, save to take a few specimens and to put a few more rocks on the cairn, and to put in among them my card, merely as a civility to Mungo, a civility His Majesty will soon turn into pulp. Not that it matters, what is done is done. The weather grows worse every minute, and no sign of any clearing shows in the indigo sky or the windreft mist. The rain lashes so fiercely I cannot turn my face to it and breathe, the wind is all I can do to stand up against. Verily I am no mountaineer, for there is in me no exultation, but only a deep disgust because the weather has robbed me of my main object in coming here. Namely to get a good view and an idea of the way the unexplored mountain range behind Calabar trends. I took my chance and it failed, so there's nothing to complain about. Comforting myself with these reflections, I start down to find Bum, and do so neatly, and then together we scramble down carefully among the rotten black rocks, intent on finding Xenia. The scene is very grand. At 1 minute we can see nothing save the black rocks and cinders underfoot. The next the wind-torn mist separates now in one direction, now in another, showing us always the same wild scene of great black cliffs, rising in jagged peaks and walls around and above us. I think this walled cauldron we had just left is really the highest crater on Mungo. 33. We soon become anxious about Xenia, for this is a fearfully easy place to lose a man in such weather, but just as we get below the thickest part of the pall of mist, I observe a doll-sized figure. Standing on one leg taking on or off its trousers, our lost Xenia, beyond a shadow of a doubt, and we go down direct to him. When we reach him we halt, and I give the two men one of the tins of meat, and take another and the bottle of beer myself, and then make a hasty sketch of the great crater plain below us. At the further edge of the plain a great white cloud is coming up from below, which argues badly for our trip down the Great Wall to the forest camp, which I am anxious to reach before nightfall after our experience of the accommodation afforded by our camp in the crater plain last night. While I am sitting waiting for the men to finish their meal, I feel a chill at my back, as if some cold thing had settled there, and turning round, see the mist from the summit above coming in a wall down towards us. These mists up here, as far as my experience goes, are always preceded by a strange breath of ice-cold air, not necessarily a wind. Bum then draws my attention to a strange funnel-shaped thing coming down from the clouds to the north. A big waterspout, I presume. It seems to be moving rapidly and I profoundly hope it will hold that course, for we have quite as much as we can manage with the ordinary rainwater supply on this mountain, without having waterspouts to deal with. We start off down the mountain as rapidly as we can. Xenia is very done up, and head man comes perilously near breaking his neck by frequent falls among the rocks. My unlucky boots are cut through and through by the latter. When we get down towards the big crater plain, it is a race between us and the pursuing mist as to who shall reach the camp first, and the mist wins, but we have just time to make out the camp's exact position before it closes round us. So we reach it without any real difficulty. When we get there, about 1 o'clock, I find the men have kept the fires alight and cook is asleep before one of them with another conflagration smouldering in his hair. I get him to make me tea, while the others pack up as quickly as possible, and by 2 we are all off on our way down to the forest camp. The boys are nervous in their way of going down over the mountain wall. The misadventures of Cook alone would fill volumes. Monrovia boy is out and away the best man at this work. Just as we reach the high jungle grass, down comes the rain and up comes the mist, and we have the worst time we have had during our whole trip, in our endeavors to find the hole in the forest that leads to our old camp. Unfortunately, I must needs go in for acrobatic performances on the top of one of the highest, rockiest hillocks. Poising myself on one leg I take a rapid slide sideways, ending in a very showy leap backwards which lands me on the top of the lantern I am carrying today, among miscellaneous rocks. There being 15 feet or so of jungle grass above me, all the dash and beauty of my performance are as much thrown away as I am, for my boys are too busy on their own accounts in the mist to miss me. After resting some little time as I fell, and making and unmaking the idea in my mind that I am killed, I get up, clamber elaborately to the top of the next hillock, and shout for the boys, and ma, ma, comes back from my flock from various points out of the fog. I find Bum and Monrovia boy, and learn that during my absence Xenia, who always fancies himself as a pathfinder, has taken the lead, and gone off somewhere with the rest. We shout and the others answer, and we join them, and it soon becomes evident to the meanest intelligence that Xenia had better have spent his time attending to those things of his instead of going in for guiding. For we are now right off the track we made through the grass on our up journey, and we proceed to have a cheerful hour or so in the wet jungle, ploughing hither and thither, trying to find our way. At last we pick up the top of a tongue of forest that we all feel is ours, but we, that is to say, Xenia and I, for the others go like lambs to the slaughter wherever they are led, disagree as to the path. He wants to go down one side of the tongue, I to go down the other, and I have my way, and we wade along, skirting the bushes that fringe it, trying to find our hole. I own I soon begin to feel shaky about having been right in the affair, but soon Xenia, who is leading, shouts he has got it, and we limp in, our feet sore with rugged rocks, and everything we have on, or in the loads, wringing wet. Save the matches, which providentially I had put into my soap box. Anything more dismal than the look of that desired camp when we reach it, I never saw. Pools of water everywhere. The firehouse a limp ruin, the camp bed I have been thinking fondly of for the past hour a water cistern. I tilt the water out of it, and say a few words to it regarding its hidebound idiocy in obeying its military instructions to be waterproof. And then, while the others are putting up the firehouse, head man and I get out the hidden demijohn of rum, and the beef and rice, and I serve out a tot of rum each to the boys, who are shivering dreadfully, waiting for cook to get the fire. He soon does this, and then I have my hot tea and the men their hot food, for now we have returned to the luxury of 2 cooking pots. Their education in bush is evidently progressing, for they make themselves a big screen with boughs and spare blankets, between the wind and the firehouse, and I get Xenia to cut some branches and place them on the top of my waterproof sheet shelter, and we are fairly comfortable again, and the boys quite merry and very well satisfied with themselves. Unfortunately, the subject of their nightly debating society is human conduct, a subject ever fraught with dangerous elements of differences of opinion. They are busy discussing, with their mouths full of rice and beef, the conduct of an absent friend, who it seems is generally regarded by them as a spendthrift. He gets plenty money, but he no have none no time. He go throw it away, on woman and drink. He no buy clothes. This last is evidently a very heavy accusation, but Kafala says, what can a man buy with money better than them thing he like best? There is a very peculiar look on the rotten wood on the ground round here. Tonight it has patches and flecks of iridescence like one sees on herrings or mackerel that have been kept too long. The appearance of this strange eerie light in among the bush is very weird and charming. I have seen it before in dark forests that night, but never so much of it. September 27th, fine morning. It's a blessing my Pappenheimers have not recognized what this means for the afternoon. We take things very leisurely. I know it's no good hurrying, we are dead sure of getting a ducking before we reach Bia anyhow, so we may as well enjoy ourselves while we can. I ask my boys how they would make fire suppose no matches live. Not one of them thinks it possible to do so, it pass man to do them things suppose he no got live stick or matches. They are coast boys, all of them, and therefore used to luxury, but it is really remarkable how widely diffused matches are inland, and how very dependent on them these natives are. When I have been away in districts where they have not penetrated, it is exceedingly rarely that the making of fire has to be resorted to. I think I may say that in most African villages it has not had to be done for years and years, because when a woman's fire has gone out, owing to her having been out at work all day, she just runs into some neighbor's hut where there is a fire burning, and gives compliments, and picks up a burning stick from the fire and runs home. From this comes the compliment, equivalent to our, "Oh, don't go away yet," of, "You come to fetch fire." This will be said to you all the way from Sierra Leone to Luanda, as far as I know, if you have been making yourself agreeable in an African home, even if the process may have extended over a day or so. The hunters, like the fans, have to make fire, and do it now with a flint and steel. But in districts where their tutor in this method, the flintlock gun, is not available, they will do it with 2 sticks, not always like the American Indians' fire sticks. One stick is placed horizontally on the ground and the other twirled rapidly between the palms of the hands, but sometimes 2 bits of palm stick are worked in a hole in a bigger bit of wood. The hole stuffed round with the pith of a tree or with silk cotton fluff, and the 2 sticks rotated vigorously. Again, on one occasion I saw a Bakil woman make fire by means of a slip of raffia palm drawn very rapidly, to and fro, across a notch in another piece of raffia wood. In most domesticated tribes, like the Effiks or the Igawa, if they are going out to their plantation, they will enclose a live stick in a hollow piece of a certain sort of wood, which has a lining of its interior pith left in it. And they will carry this fire box with them. Or if they are going on a long canoe journey, there is always the fire in the bow of the canoe put into a calabash full of sand, or failing that, into a bed of clay with a sand rim round it. By 10 o'clock we are off down to Bia. At 10:15 it pours as it can hear, by 10. 17 We are all in our normal condition of bedraggled saturation, and plodding down carefully and cheerfully among the rocks and roots of the forest, following the path we have beaten and cut for ourselves on our way up. It is dangerously slippery, particularly that part of it through the amo mums, and stumps of the cut amo mums are very likely to spike your legs badly, and, my friend, never, never, step on one of the amo mum stems lying straight in front of you. Particularly when they are soaking wet. Ice slides are nothing to them, and when you fall, as you inevitably must, because all the things you grab hold of are either rotten, or as brittle as Salviati glassware vases, you hurt yourself in no end of places. On those aforesaid cut amo mum stumps. I am speaking from sad experiences of my own, amplified by observations on the experiences of my men. The path, when we get down again into the tree fern region, is inches deep in mud and water, and several places where we have a drop of 5 feet or so over lumps of rock are worse work going down than we found them going up. Especially when we have to drop down onto amo mum stems. One abominable place, a V-shaped hollow, mud-lined, and with an immense tree right across it, a tree one of our tornadoes has thrown down since we passed, bothers the men badly, as they slip and scramble down. And then crawl under the tree and slip and scramble up with their loads. I say nothing about myself. I just take a flying slide of 20 feet or so and shoot flump under the tree on my back, and then deliberate whether it is worth while getting up again to go on with such a world. But vanity forbids my dying like a dog in a ditch, and I scramble up, rejoining the others where they are standing on a cross path, our path going SE by E, the other SSW. 2 men have already gone down the SW. One, which I feel sure is the upper end of the path Sasu had led us to and wasted time on our first day's march, the middle regions of which were, as we had found from its lower end, impassable with vegetation. So after futile attempts to call the other 2 back, we go on down the SE. 1, and get shortly into a plantation of giant cacos mid-leg deep in most excellent fine mold, the sort of stuff you pay 6 shillings a load for in England to start a conservatory bed with. Upon my word, the quantities of things there are left loose in Africa, that ought to be kept in menageries and greenhouses and not let go wild about the country, are enough to try a saint. We then pass through a clump of those lovely great tree ferns. The way their young fronds come up with a graceful curl, like the top of a bishop's staff, is a poem. But being at present fractious, I will observe that they are covered with horrid spines, as most young vegetables are in Africa. But talking about spines, I should remark that nothing save that precious climbing palm, I never like to say what I feel about climbing palms, because one once saved my life, equals the strong bush rope which abounds here. It is covered with short, strong, curved thorns. It creeps along concealed by decorative vegetation, and you get your legs twined in it, and of course injured. It festoons itself from tree to tree, and when your mind is set on other things, catches you under the chin, and gives you the appearance of having made a determined but ineffectual attempt to cut your throat with a saw. It whisks your hat off and grabs your clothes, and commits other iniquities too numerous to catalogue here. Years and years that bush rope will wait for a man's blood, and when he comes within reach it will have it. We are well down now among the tree stems grown over with rich soft green moss and delicate filmy ferns. I should think that for a botanist these southeastern slopes of Mungo Malobe would be the happiest hunting grounds in all West Africa. The vegetation here is at the point of its supreme luxuriance, owing to the richness of the soil. The leaves of trees and plants I recognize as having seen elsewhere are here far larger, and the undergrowth particularly is more rich and varied, far and away. Ferns seem to find here a veritable paradise. Everything, in fact, is growing at its best. We come to another fallen tree over another hole. This tree we recognize as an old acquaintance near Bia, and I feel disgusted, for I had put on a clean blouse, and washed my hands in a teacupful of water in a cooking pot before leaving the forest camp, so as to look presentable on reaching Bia. And not give Herlibert the same trouble he had to recognize the white from the black members of the party that he said he had with the members of the first expedition to the peak. And all I have got to show for my exertion that is clean or anything like dry is one cuff over which I have been carrying a shawl. We double round a corner by the stockade of the station's plantation, and are at the top of the mud glissade, the new government path, I should say, that leads down into the barrackyard. Our arrival brings Herr Liebert promptly on the scene, as kindly helpful and energetic as ever, and again anxious for me to have a bath. The men bring our saturated loads into my room, and after giving them their food and plenty of tobacco, I get my hot tea and change into the clothes I had left behind at Bia, and feeling once more fit for polite society, go out and find His Imperial and Royal Majesty's representative making a door, tightening the boards up with wedges in a very artful and professional way. We discourse on things in general and the mountain in particular. The great southeast face is now showing clear before us, the clearness that usually comes before nightfall. It looks again a vast wall, and I wish I were going up it again tomorrow. When the Calabar Major set it on fire in the dry season, it must have been a noble sight. The northeastern edge of the slope of the mountain seems to me unbroken up to the peak. The great crater we went and camped in must be a very early one in the history of the mountain, and out of it the present summit seems to have been thrown up. From the sea face, the western, I am told the slope is continuous on the whole, although there are several craters on that side. 70 craters all told are so far known on Mungo. The last reported eruption was in 1852, when signs of volcanic activity were observed by a captain who was passing at sea. The lava from this eruption must have gone down the western side, for I have come across no fresh lava beds in my wanderings on the other face. Herr Liebert has no confidence in the mountain whatsoever, and announces his intention of leaving Bia with the army on the first symptom of renewed volcanic activity. I attempt to discourage him from this energetic plan, pointing out to him the beauty of that Roman soldier at Pompeii who was found, centuries after that eruption, still at his post. And if he regards that as merely mechanical virtue, why not pursue the plan of the elder Pliny? Herr Liebert planes away at his door, and says it's not in his orders to make scientific observations on volcanoes in a state of eruption. When it is he'll do so, until it is, he most decidedly will not. He adds Pliny was an admiral and sailors are always as curious as cats. Bia seems a sporting place for weather even without volcanic eruptions. During the whole tornado season, there are 2 a year, overcharged tornadoes burst in the barrackyard. From the 14th of June till the 27th of August you never see the sun, because of the terrific and continuous wet season downpour. At the beginning and end of this cheerful period occurs a month's tornado season, and the rest of the year is dry, hot by day and cold by night. They are talking of making Bia into a sanatorium for the fever-stricken. I do not fancy somehow that it's a suitable place for a man who has got all the skin off his nerves with fever and quinine, and is very liable to chill. But all governments on the coast, English, German, or French, are stark mad on the subject of sanatoriums in high places, though the experience they have had of them has clearly pointed out that they are valueless in West Africa. And a man's one chance is to get out to sea on a ship that will take him outside the 3-mile-deep fever belt of the coast. Herr Liebert gives me some interesting details about the first establishment of the station here and a bother he had with the plantations. Only a short time ago the soldiers brought him in some blackwood spikes, which they had found with their feet, set into the path leading to the station's cocoa plantations, to the end of laming the men. On further investigation there were also found pits, carefully concealed with sticks and leaves, and the bottoms lined with bad thorns, also with malicious intent. The local Bakwiri chiefs were called in and asked to explain these phenomena existing in a country where peace had been concluded, and the chiefs said it was quite a mistake, those things had not been put there to kill soldiers, but only to attract their attention, to kill and injure their own fellow tribesmen who had been stealing from plantations latterly. That's the West Africans' way entirely all along the coast. The childlike native will turn out and shoot you with a gun to attract your attention to the fact that a tribe you never heard of has been and stolen one of his ladies, whom you never saw. It's the sweet infant's way of rousing up popular opinion, but I do not admire or approve of it. If I am to be shot for a crime, for goodness sake let me commit the crime first. September 28. Down to Victoria in one day, having no desire to renew and amplify my acquaintance with the mission station at Buana. It poured torrentially all the day through. The old chief at Buana was very nice today when we were coming through his territory. He came out to meet us with some of his wives. Both men and women among these Bakwiri are tattooed, and also painted, on the body, face and arms, but as far as I have seen not on the legs. The patterns are handsome, and more elaborate than any such that I have seen. One man who came with the party had 2 figures of men tattooed on the region where his waistcoat should have been. I gave the chief some tobacco, though he never begged for anything. He accepted it thankfully, and handing it to his wives preceded us on our path for about 1.5 miles, and then having reached the end of his district, we shook hands and parted. After all the rain we have had, the road was of course worse than ever, and as we were going through the forest towards the war hedge, I noticed a strange sound, a dull roar which made the light friable earth quiver under our feet. And I remembered with alarm the accounts Herr Liebert has given me of the strange ways of rivers on this mountain. How by Bia, about 200 meters below where you cross it, the river goes bodily down a hole. How there is a waterfall on the south face of the mountain that falls right into another hole, and is never seen again, any more than the Bia River is. How there are in certain places underground rivers, which though never seen can be heard roaring, and felt in the quivering earth underfoot in the wet season, and so on. So I judged our present roar arose from some such phenomenon, and with feminine nervousness began to fear that the rotten waterlogged earth we were on might give way, and engulf the whole of us, and we should never be seen again. But when we got down into our next ravine, the one where I got the fish and water spiders on our way up, things explained themselves. The bed of this ravine was occupied by a raging torrent of great beauty, but alarming appearance to a person desirous of getting across to the other side of it. On our right hand was a waterfall of tons of water 30 feet high or so. The brown water wreathed with foam dashed down into the swirling pool we faced, and at the other edge of the pool, striking a ridge of higher rock, it flew up in a lovely flange some 12 feet or so high, before making another and a deeper spring to form a second waterfall. My men shouted to me above the roar that it was a bad place. They never give me half the credit I deserve for seeing danger, and they said, "Water all go for hole down there, we fit to go too, suppose we fall." "Don't fall," I yelled, which was the only good advice I could think of to give them just then. Each small load had to be carried across by 2 men along a submerged ridge in the pool, where the water was only breast high. I had all I could do to get through it, though assisted by my invaluable Bakwiri staff. But no harm befell. Indeed, we were all the better for it, or at all events cleaner. We met 5 torrents that had to be waded during the day. None so bad as the first, but all superbly beautiful. When we turned our faces westwards just above the wood we had to pass through before getting into the great road, the view of Victoria, among its hills, and fronted by its bay, was divinely lovely and glorious with color. I left the boys here, as they wanted to rest, and to hunt up water, etc. Among the little cluster of huts that are here on the right-hand side of the path, and I went on alone down through the wood, and out onto the road, where I found my friend, the Alsatian engineer, still flourishing and busy with his cheery gang of woodcutters. I made a brief halt here, getting some soda water. I was not anxious to reach Victoria before nightfall, but yet to reach it before dinner, and while I was chatting, my boys came through the wood and the engineer most kindly gave them a tot of brandy apiece, to which I owe their arrival in Victoria. I left them again resting, fearing I had overdone my arrangements for arriving just after nightfall, and went on down that road which was more terrible than ever now to my bruised, weary feet, but even more lovely than ever in the dying light of the crimson sunset, with all its dark shadows among the trees begemmed with countless fireflies, and so safe into Victoria, sneaking up the Government House hill by the private path through the botanical gardens. Ida Bia, the steward, turned up, and I asked him to let me have some tea and bread and butter, for I was dreadfully hungry. He rushed off, and I heard tremendous operations going on in the room above. In a few seconds water poured freely down through the dining room ceiling. It was bath palaver again. The excellent Idabea evidently thought it was severely wanted, more wanted than such vanities as tea. Fortunately, her Vaughan Lukey was away down in town, looking after duty as usual, so I was tidy before he returned to dinner. When he returned he had the satisfaction a prophet should feel. I had got half drowned, and I had got an awful cold, the most awful cold in the head of modern times, I believe, but he was not artistically exultant over my afflictions. My men having all reported themselves safe, I went to my comfortable rooms, but could not turn in, so fascinating was the warmth and beauty down here. And as I sat on the veranda overlooking Victoria and the sea, in the dim soft light of the stars, with the fireflies round me, and the lights of Victoria away below, and heard the soft rush of the Lucola River, and the sound of the sea surf on the rocks, and the tom-tomming and singing of the natives, all matching and mingling together, why did I come to Africa? Thought I. Why? Who would not come to its twin brother hell itself for all the beauty and the charm of it? Chapter 21. Trade and Labor in West Africa. As I am under the impression that the trade of the West African coast is its most important attribute, I hope I may be pardoned for entering into this subject. My chief excuse for so doing lies in the fact that independent travelers are rare in the bights. The last one I remember hearing of was that unfortunate gentleman who went to the coast for pleasure and lost a leg on Lagos Bar. Now I have not lost any portion of my anatomy anywhere on the coast, and therefore have no personal prejudice against the place. I hold a brief for no party, and I beg the more experienced old coaster to remember that a looker-on sees the most of the game. First of all, it should be remembered that Africa does not possess ready-made riches to the extent it is in many quarters regarded as possessing. It is not an India filled with the accumulated riches of ages, waiting for the adventurer to enter and shake the pagoda tree. The pagoda tree in Africa only grows over stores of buried ivory, and even then it is a stunted specimen to that which grew over the treasure houses of Delhi, Seringapatam, and hundreds of others as rich as they in gems and gold. Africa has lots of stuff in it. Structurally more than any other continent in the world, but it is very much in the structure, and it requires hard work to get it out, particularly out of one of its richest regions, the West Coast, where the gold, silver, copper, lead, and petroleum lie protected against the miner by African fever in its deadliest form, and the produce prepared by the natives for the trader is equally fever-guarded, and requires white men of a particular type to work and export it successfully, men endowed with great luck, pluck, patience, and tact. The first things to be considered are the natural resources of the country. This subject may be divided into two subsections: 1. The means of working these resources as they at present stand. 2. The question of the possibility of increasing them by introducing new materials of trade value in the shape of tea, coffee, cocoa, etc. With regard to the first subdivision, the most cheerful things that there are to say on the West Coast trade can be said, the means of transport being ahead of the trade in all districts save the Gold Coast. I know this is heresy, so I will attempt to explain the matter. First, as regards communication to Europe by sea, the West Coast is extremely well off, the two English lines of steamers managed by Messrs. Elder Dempster, the British African, and the Royal African, are most enterprisingly conducted, and their devotion to trade is absolutely pathetic. Let there be but the least vague rumor, sometimes I have thought they have not waited for the rumor, but gone in, as an experiment, of a puncheon of oil, or a log of timber waiting for shipment at an out-of-the-world, one-house port. One of these vessels will bear down on that port, and have that cargo. In addition to the English lines there is the Warman line, equally devoted to cargo, I may almost say even more so, for it is currently reported that Warman liners will lie off and wait for the stuff to grow. This I will not vouch for, but I know the time allowed to a Warman captain by his owners between Cameroons and Big Batanga just round the corner is 8 days. These English and German lines, having come to a friendly understanding regarding freights, work the bights of Benin, Biafra, and Panavia, without any rivals. Save now and again the vessels chartered by the African Association to bring out a big cargo, and the 4 sailing vessels belonging to the association which give an 18th-century look to the rivers. and have great adventures on the bars of Apobo and Bonny. 34 The Bristol ships on the Half-Jack coast are not rivals, but a sort of floating factories, shipping their stuff home and getting it out by the regular lines of steamers. The English and German liners therefore carry the bulk of the trade from the whole coast. Their services are complicated and frequent, but perfectly simple when you have grasped the fact that the English lines may be divided into two subdivisions, Liverpool boats and Hamburg boats, either of which are liable when occasion demands to call at Havre. The Liverpool line is the mail line to the more important ports, the Hamburg line being almost entirely composed of cargo vessels calling at the smaller ports as well as the larger. There is another classification that must be grasped. The English boats being divided into, firstly, a line having its terminus at Sierra Leone and calling at the Isles du Los, secondly, a line having its terminus at Akassa, thirdly, a line having its terminus at Old Calabar. Fourthly, a line having its terminus at San Paul de Loanda, and in addition, a direct line from Antwerp to the Congo, chartered by the Congo Free State Government. Division 4, the Southwesters, are the quickest vessels as far as Lagos, for they only call at the Canaries, Sierra Leone, off the Kru coast, at Accra, and off Lagos. Then they run straight from Lagos into Cameroons, without touching the rivers, reaching Cameroons in 27 days from Liverpool. After Cameroons they cross to Fernando Po and run into Victoria, and then work their way steadily down coast to their destination. Thence up again, doing all they know to extract cargo, but never succeeding as they would wish, and so being hungry in the hold when they get back to the Bight of Benin, they are liable to smell cargo and go in after it. And therefore are not necessarily the quickest boats home. 2 French companies run to the French possessions, subsidized by their government, as the German line is, and as our lines are not, the Chargeurs Réunis and the Freycinet. The southwest coast liners of these companies run to Gabon and then to Cotonou, up near Lagos, then back to Gabon, and down as far as Longo, calling on their way home at the other ports in Congo Francais. They are mainly carriers of import goods, because they run to time, and on the southwest coast unless time has an ameliorating touch of eternity in it you cannot get export goods off. Below the Congo the rivals of the English and German lines are the vessels of the Portuguese line, Empresa Nacional. These run from Lisbon to the Cape Verde Islands, thence to São Tomé and Príncipe, then to the ports of Angola, Luanda, Benguela, Mossamedes, Ambrizette, etc. And they carry the bulk of the Angola trade at present, because of the preferential dues on goods shipped in Portuguese bottoms. The service of English vessels to the west coast is weekly, to the rivers fortnightly. To the southwest coast monthly, and it is the chief thing in West Coast trade enterprise that England has to be proud of. Any one of the English boats will go anywhere that mortal boat can go. And their captain's local knowledge is a thing England at large should be proud of and the rest of the civilized world regard with awe-stricken admiration. That they leave no room for further development of ocean carriage has been several times demonstrated by the collapse of lines that have attempted to rival them, the Prince Line and more recently the General Steam Navigation. But although the West Coast trader has at his disposal these vessels, he has by no means an easy time, or cheap methods, of getting his stuff on board, save at Sierra Leone and in the oil rivers. Of the Gold Coast surf, and Lagos bar I have already spoken, and the Kalema as we call the Southwest Coast surf is nearly, if not quite as bad as that on the Gold Coast. Indeed I hold it is worse, but then I have had more experience of it, and it has frequently to be worked in native dugouts, and not in the well-made surf boats used on the Gold Coast. But although these surf boats are more safe they are also more expensive than canoes, as a fine 40 pounds or 60 pounds surf boat's average duration of life is only 2 years in the Gold Coast surf. So there is little to choose from a commercial standpoint between the two surfs when all is done. As regards interior transport, the difficulty is greater. But in the majority of the West Coast possessions of European powers there exist great facilities for transport in the network of waterways near the coast and the great rivers running far into the interior. These waterways are utilized by the natives, being virtually roads, in many districts practically the only roads existing for the transport of goods in bulk, or in the present state of the trade required to exist. But there is room for more white enterprise in the matter of river navigation. And my own opinion is that if English capital were to be employed in the direction of small suitably built river steamers, it would be found more repaying than lines of railway. Waterways that might be developed in this manner exist in the Cross River, the Volta, and the Ancobra. I do not say that there will be any immediate dividend on these river steamboat lines, but I do not think that there will be any dividend, immediate or remote, on railways in West Africa. This question of transport is at present regarded as a burning one throughout the continent, and for the well-being of certain parts of the West Coast railways are essential, such as at Lagos, and on the Gold Coast. Of Lagos I do not pretend to speak. I have never been ashore there. Of the Gold Coast I have seen a little, and heard a great deal more, and I think I may safely say that railway making would not be difficult on it, for it is good hard land, not stretches of rotten swamp. The great difficulty in making railroads here will consist in landing the material through the surf. This difficulty cannot be got over, except at enormous expense, by making piers, but it might be surmounted by sending the plant ashore on small bar boats that could get up the Volta or Ancobra. When up the Volta it may be said, it would be nowhere when anyone wanted it, but the cast-iron idea that goods must go ashore at places where there are government headquarters like Accra and Cape Coast, places where the surf is about at its worst, seems to me an erroneous one. The landing place at Cape Coast might be made safe and easy by the expenditure of a few thousands in developing that rock which at present gives shelter when you get round the lee side of it, but this would only make things safer for surf boats. No other craft could work this bit of beach, and there is plenty of room for developing the Volta, as it is a waterway which a vessel drawing 6 feet can ascend 50 miles from July till November, and 30 miles during the rest of the year. The worst point about the Volta is the badness of its bar, a great semicircular sweep with heavy breakers, too bad a bar for boats to cross. But a steamer on the Lagos bar boat plan might manage it, as the Bullfrog reported in 1884 19 to 21 feet on it, 1 hour before high water. The absence of this bar boat, and the impossibility of sending goods out in surf boats across the bar, causes the goods from Ada, Riverside, the chief town on the Volta, situated about 6 miles up the river from its mouth, to be carried across the spit of land to Beach Town, and then brought out through the shore surf, the worst bit of surf on the whole Gold Coast. The Ancobra is a river which penetrates the interior, through a district very rich in gold and timber and more than suspected of containing petroleum. It is from 80 to 100 yards wide up as far as Akanko, and during the rains carries 3.5 to 4.5 fathoms, and boats are taken up to Tomento about 40 miles from its mouth with goods to the Wausau gold mines. But the bar of the Ancobra is shallow, only giving 6 feet, although it is firm and settled, not like that of the Volta and Lagos. And the Portuguese, in the 16th century, used to get up this river, and work the country to a better profit than we do nowadays. The other chief Gold Coast river, the Bosompra, that enters the sea at Chama, is no use for navigation from the sea, being obstructed with rock and rapids, and its bar only carrying 2 feet. But whether these rivers are used or not for the landing of railroad plant, it is certain that that plant must be landed, and the railways made, for if ever a district required them the Gold Coast does. It is to be hoped it will soon enter into the phase of construction, for it is a return to the trade, from which it draws its entire revenue, that the local government owes, and owes heavily. And if our new acquisition of Ashanti is to be developed, it must have a railway bringing it in touch with the coast trade, not necessarily running into Kumasi, but near enough to Kumasi to enable goods to be sold there at but a small advance on coast prices. It is an error, easily fallen into, to imagine that the natives in the interior are willing to give much higher prices than the sea-coast natives for goods. Be it granted that they are compelled now to give, say, on an average 75% higher prices to the sea-coast natives who at present act as middlemen between them and the white trader, but if the white trader goes into the interior, he has to face, first, the difficulty of getting his goods there safely. Secondly, the opposition of the native traders who can, and will drive him out of the market, unless he is backed by easy and cheap means of transport. Take the case of Kumasi now. A merchant, let us say, wants to take up from the coast to Kumasi 3,000 pound worth of goods to trade with. To transport this he has to employ 1,300 carriers at 1 shilling and 3 pence per day ahead. The time taken is 8 days there, and 8 days back, equals 16 days, which figures out at 1,300 pounds, without allowing for loss and damage. In order to buy produce with these goods that will cover this, and all shipping expenses, etc. He would have to sell at a far higher figure in Kumasi than he would on the sea-coast, and the native traders would easily oust him from the market. Moreover, so long as a district is in the hands of native traders there is no advance made, and no development goes forward. And it would be a grave error to allow this to take place at Kumasi, now that we have at last done what we should have done in 1874 and taken actual possession, for Kumasi is a grand position that, if properly managed for a few years, will become a great interior market, attracting to itself the roots of interior trade. It is not now a great center, because of the oppression and usury which the kings of Ashanti have inflicted on all in their power, and which have caused Kumasi mainly to attract one form of trade, viz., slaves, who were used in their constant human sacrifices, and for whom a higher price was procurable here than from the Mohammedan tribes to the north under French sway. And as for the other trade stuffs, they have naturally for years drained into the markets of the French Sudan, instead of through such a country as Ashanti, into the markets of the English Gold Coast. And so unless we run a railroad up to encourage the white traders to go inland, and make a market that will attract these trade routes into Kumasi, we shall be a few years hence singing out, "What's the good of Ashanti?" And so forth, as is our foolish wont, never realizing that the West Coast is not good unless it is made so by white effort. The new regime on the Gold Coast is undoubtedly more active than the old, more alive to the importance of pushing inland and so forth, and a road is going to be made 25 feet wide all the way to Kumasi, and then beyond it. Which is an excellent thing in its way. But it will not do much for trade, because the pacification of the country, and the greater security of personal property to the native, which our rule will afford will aid him in bringing his goods to the coast. But not so greatly aid our taking our goods inland, for the carriers will require just as much for carrying goods along a road, as they do for carrying goods along a bush path, and rightly too, for it is quite as heavy work for them, and heavier. As I know from my experience of the governmental road in Cameroon. In such a country as West Africa there can be no doubt that a soft bush path with a thick coating of moss and leaves on it, and shaded from the sun above by the interlacing branches, is far and away better going than a hard, sunny wide road. This road will be valuable for military expeditions possibly, but military expeditions are not everyday affairs on the Gold Coast. And it cannot be of use for draft animals, because of the horse sickness and tsetse fly which occur as soon as you get into the forest behind the littoral region, so it must not be regarded as an equivalent for steam transport. As it will only serve to bring down the little trickle of native trade, and possibly not increase that trickle much. The question of transport of course is not confined to the Gold Coast. Below Lagos there is the great river system, towards which the trade slowly drains through native hands to the white man's factories on the river banks. But this trade being in the hands of native traders is not a fraction of what it would become in the hands of white men. And any mineral wealth there may be in the heavily forested stretches of country remains unworked and unknown. The difficulty of transport here greatly hampers the exploitation of the timber wealth, it being utterly useless for the natives to fell even a fine tree, unless it is so close to a waterway that it can be floated down to the factory. This it is which causes the ebony, bar, and cam wood to be cut up by them into small billets which a man can carry. The French and Germans are both now following the plan of getting as far as possible into the interior by the waterways, and then constructing railways. The construction of these railways is fairly easy, as regards gradients, and absence of dense forest, when your waterway takes you up to the great park-like plateau lands which extend, as a general rule, behind the forest belt. And the inevitable mountain range. The most important of these railways will be that of de Brazza up the Sanga Valley in the direction of the Chad. When this railway is constructed, it will be the death of the Cameroon and Oil River trade, more particularly of the latter, for in the Cameroons the Germans have broken down the monopoly of the coast tribes, which we in our possessions under the Niger Coast Protectorate have not. The Niger Company has broken through, and taken full possession of a great interior, doing a bit of work of which every Englishman should feel proud. For it is the only thing in West Africa that places us on a level with the French and Germans in courage and enterprise in penetrating the interior. And fortunately the regions taken over by the company are rich and not like the Senegal, made of sand and savages. Where in West Africa outside the company will you find men worthy as explorers to be named in the same breath with de Brazza, Captain Binger, and Zinkrath? Some day, I fear when it will be too late, we shall realize the foolishness of sticking down on the sea coast, tidying up our settlements, establishing schools, and drains. And we shall find our possessions in the rivers and along the Gold Coast valueless, particularly in the rivers, for the trade will surely drain towards the markets along the line of the French railroad behind them. For the middlemen tribe that we foster exact a toll of 75% on the trade that comes through their hands. And the English government is showing great signs of an inclination to impose such duties on the only stuff the native cares much for, alcohol, that he will take his goods to the market where he can get his alcohol, even if he pays a toll to these markets of 50%. But of this I will speak later, and we will return to the question of transport. Mr. Scott Elliott, 35, speaking on this subject as regarding East African regions, has given us a most interesting contribution based on his personal experience and official figures. As many of his observations and figures are equally applicable to the West Coast, I hope I may be forgiven for quoting him. His criticism is in favor of the utilization of every mile of waterway available. He says, regarding the Victoria Nyanza, that it is possible to place on it a steamer at the cost of £12,677. Taking the cost of maintenance, fuel and working expenses at £1,200 a year, a large estimate, a capital expenditure of £53,000, £13,000 for the steamer and £40,000 to yield 3% interest, would enable this steamer to convey, say 30 tons at the rate of 5 to 10 miles an hour for £1,600 a year. This makes it possible to convey a ton at the rate of a halfpenny a mile, while it would require about £53,000 to build a railway only 18 miles long. The Congo Free State Railway, I am informed, has cost, at a rate per mile, something like 8 times this. Further on Mr. Elliott says, in America the surplus population of Europe, and the markets in the eastern states have made railway development profitable on the whole, but in Africa, until pioneer work has been done, and the prospects of colonization and plantation are sufficiently definite and settled to induce colonists to go out in considerable numbers, it will be ruinous to build a long railway line. I do not quote these figures to discourage the West Coaster from his railway, but only to induce him to get his government to make it in the proper direction, namely, into the interior, where further development of trade is possible. Judging from other things in English colonies, I should expect, if left to the spirit of English, West Coast, enterprise, it would run in a line that would enable the engine drivers to keep an eye on the Atlantic Ocean instead of the direction in which it is high time our eyes should be turned. I confess I am not an enthusiast on civilizing the African. My idea is that the French method of dealing with Africa is the best at present. Get as much of the continent as possible down on the map as yours, make your flag wherever you go a sacred thing to the native, a thing he dare not attack. Then, when you have done this, you may abandon the French plan, and gradually develop the trade in an English manner, but not in the English manner à la Sierra Leone. But do your pioneer work first. There is a very excellent substratum for English pioneer work on our coasts in the trading community, for trade is the great key to the African's heart, and everywhere the English trader and his goods stand high in West African esteem. This pioneer work must be undertaken, or subsidized by the government as it has been in the French possessions, for the West Coast does not offer those inducements to the ordinary traveler that, let us say, East Africa with its magnificent herds of big game, or the northern frontier of India, with its mountains and its interesting forms, relics, and monuments of a high culture, offer. Travel in West Africa is very hard work, and very unhealthy. There are many men who would not hesitate for a moment to go there, were the dangers of the native savagery the chief drawback. But they hesitate before a trip which means, in all probability, month after month of tramping through wet gloomy forests with a swamp here and there for a change, 36, and which will, the chances are 100 to 1. End in their dying ignominiously of fever in some wretched squalid village. Reckless expenditure of money in attempts to open up the country is to be deprecated, for this hampers its future terribly, even if attended with partial success, the mortgage being too heavy for the estate, as the Congo Free State finances show. And if it is attended with failure it discourages further efforts. What we want at present in West Africa are 3 or 4 bingers and zintgraffs to extend our possessions northwards, eastwards, and southeastwards, until they command the interior trade routes. And there is no reason that these men should enter from the west coast, getting themselves killed, or half killed, with fever, before they reach their work. Uganda, if half one hears of it is true, would be a very suitable base for them to start from, and then traveling west they might come down to the present limit of our west coast possessions. This belt of territory across the continent would give us control of, and place us in touch with, the whole of the interior trade. A belt from north to south in Africa, thanks to our supineness and folly, we can now never have. I will now briefly deal with the second subdivision I spoke of some pages back, the possibility of introducing new trade exports by means of cultivating plantations. The soil of West Africa is extremely rich in places, but by no means so in all, for vast tracts of it are mangrove swamps, and other vast tracts of it are miserably poor, sour, sandy clay. It is impossible in the space at my disposal to enter into a full description of the localities where these unprofitable districts occur, but you will find them here and there all along the coast after leaving Sierra Leone. The sour clay seems to be new soil recently promoted into the mainland from dried-up mangrove swamps, and a good rough rule is, do not start a plantation on soil that is not growing hardwood forest. Considerable areas on the Gold Coast, even though the soil is good, are now useless for cultivation, on account of their having been deforested by the natives' wasteful way of making their farms, coupled with the harmattan and the long dry season. The regions of richest soil are not in our possessions, but in those of Germany, France, Spain, and Portugal, namely, the Cameroons and its volcanic island series, Fernando Po, Principe, and San Tome. The rich volcanic earths of these places will enable them to compete in the matter of plantations with any part of the known world. Cameroons is undoubtedly the best of these, because of its superior river supply, and although not in the region of the double seasons it is just on the northern limit of them, and the height of the peak, 13,760 feet, condenses the water-laden air from its surrounding swamps and the Atlantic, so that rain is pretty frequent throughout the year. When within the region of the double seasons just south of Cameroons you have a rainfall no heavier than that of the rivers, yet better distributed, an essential point for the prosperity of such plantations as those of tea and tobacco, which require showers once a month. To the north of Cameroons there is no prospect of either of these well-paying articles being produced in a quantity, or quality, that would compete with South America, India, or the Malayan regions. And they will have to depend in the matter of plantations on coffee and cacao. Below Cameroons, Congo Francais possesses the richest soil and an excellently arranged climate. The lower Congo soil is bad and poor close to the river. Kakongo, the bit of Portuguese territory to the north of the Congo banks, and that part of Angola as far as the river Bingo, are pretty much the same make of country as Congo Francais, only less heavily forested. The whole of Angola is an immensely rich region, save just round Luanda where the land is sandlogged for about 50 square miles, and those regions to the extreme south and southeast, which are in the Kalahari desert regions. Coffee grows wild throughout Angola in those districts removed from the dry coastlands, in the districts of Galongo Alto and Kasengo in great profusion, and you can go through utterly uncultivated stretches of it, 30 miles of it at a time. The natives, now the merchants have taught them its value, are collecting this wild berry and bringing it in quantities, and in addition the English firm of Newton and Carnegie have started plantations up at Kasengo. The greater part of these plantations consist of clearing and taking care of the wild coffee, but in addition regularly planting and cultivating young trees, as it is found that the yield per tree is immensely increased by cultivation. 600 to 800 bags a month were shipped from Ambrizette alone when I was there in 1893, and the amount has since increased and will still further increase when that leisurely, but very worthy little railroad line, which proudly calls itself the Royal Trans-African, shall have got its sections made up into the coffee district. It was about 30 miles off at Mbeka when I was in Angola, but by now it may have got further. However, I do not think it is very likely to have gone far, and I have a persuasion that that railroad will not become Trans-African in my day. Still it has an immediate future, compared with that which any other West Coast railway can expect. For besides the coffee, Angola is rich in malachite and gum of high quality, and its superior government will attract the rubber from the Kasai region of the Congo Free State. In our own possessions the making of plantations is being carried on with much energy by Messrs. Miller Brothers on the Gold Coast, 37 by several private capitalists, including Mr. A. L. Jones of Liverpool, at Lagos, by the Royal Niger Company in their territory, and by several head agents in the Niger Coast Protectorate. Sir Claude MacDonald offered every inducement to this trade development, and gave great material help by founding a botanical station at Old Calabar, where plants could be obtained. He did his utmost to try and get the natives to embark on plantation making, ably seconded by Mr. Billington, the botanist in charge of the botanical station, who wrote an essay in Ethic on coffee growing and cultivation at large for their special help and guidance. A few chiefs, to oblige, took coffee plants, but they are not enthusiastic, for the slaves that would be required to tend coffee and keep it clean, in this vigorous forest region, are more profitably employed now in preparing palm oil. Of the coffee plantation at Man-o-War Bay I have already spoken, and of those in Congo Francais, which, although not at present shipping like the German plantation, will soon be doing so. In addition to coffee and cacao, attempts are being made in Congo Francais to introduce the para rubber tree, a large plantation of which I frequently visited near Libreville, and found to be doing well. This would be an excellent tree to plant in among coffee, for it is very clean and tidy, and seems as if it would take to West Africa like a duck to water, but it is not a quick cropper. And I am informed must be left at least 3 or 4 years before it is tapped at all, so, as the gardening books would say, it should be planted early. It is very possible many other trees producing tropical products valuable in commerce might be introduced successfully into West Africa. The cultivation of cloves and nutmegs would repay here well, for allied species of trees and shrubs are indigenous, but the first of these trees takes a long time before coming into bearing, and the cultivation of the second is a speculative affair. Allspice I have found growing wild in several districts, but in no large quantity. Cotton with a fine long staple grows wild in quantities wherever there is open ground, but it is not cultivated by the natives. And when attempts have been made to get them to collect it they do so, but bring it in very dirty, and the traders having no machinery to compress it like that used in America, it does not pay to ship. Indigo is common everywhere along the coast and used by the natives for dyeing, as is also a teasel, which gives a very fine permanent maroon. And besides these there are many other dyes and drugs used by them, colocynth, datura soap bark, cardamom, ginger, peppers, strophanthus, nux vomica, etc., etc. But the difficulty of getting these things brought in to the traders in sufficient quantities prevents their being exported to any considerable extent. Tea has not been tried, and is barely worth trying, though there is little doubt it would grow in Cameroons and Congo Francais, where it would have an excellent climate and pretty nearly any elevation it liked. But I believe tea has of late years been discovered to be like coffee, not such a stickler for elevation as it used to be thought, merely requiring not to have its roots in standing water. Vanilla grows with great luxuriance in Cameroons. In Victoria a grove of gigantic cacao trees is heavily overgrown with this lovely orchid in a most perfect way. It does not seem to injure the cacaos in the least, and there are other kinds of trees it will take equally well to. I saw it growing happily and luxuriantly under the direction of the Roman Catholic mission at Landana, but it requires a continuously damp climate. Vanilla when once started gives little or no trouble, and its pods do not require any very careful manipulation before sending to Europe, and this is a very important point. For a great hindrance, the great hindrance to plantation enterprise on the coast, is the difficulty of getting neat-handed laborers. I had once the pleasure of meeting a Dutch gentleman, a plantation expert, who had been sent down the west coast by a firm trading there, and also in the Malay archipelago, prospecting, at a heavy fee, to see whether it would pay the firm to open up plantations there better than in Malaysia. I believe his final judgment was adverse to the West African plan, because of the difficulty of getting skillful natives to tend young plants, and prepare the products. He regarded as quite hopeless from this difficulty, and he said he did not think you would ever get Africans at as cheap a rate, or so deftly fingered to roll tea, as you can get Asiatics. No one knows until they have tried it the trouble it is to get an African to do things carefully, but it is a trouble, not an impossibility. If you don't go off with fever from sheer worry and vexation the thing can be done, but in the meantime he is maddening. I have had many a day's work on plantations instructing cheerful, willing, apparently intelligent Ethiopians of various sexes and sizes on the mortal crime of hoeing up young coffee plants. They have quite seen it. Oh, lor! Massa, I no fit to do dem thing. Aren't they? You go along tomorrow morning, and you'll find your most promising pupils laying around them with their hoes, talking about the disgraceful way their dearest friends go on, and destroying young coffee right and left. They are just as bad, if not slightly worse, particularly the ladies, when it comes to picking coffee. As soon as your eye is off them, the bough is off the tree. I know one planter who leads the life of the surprise captain in W.H.S. Gilbert's ballad, lurking among his groves, and suddenly appearing among his pickers. This, he says, has given them a feeling of uncertainty as to when and where he may appear, Kasengo and all, that has done much to preserve his plantation. But it is a wearying life, not what he expected from his book on coffee plantations, which had a frontispiece depicting a planter seated in his veranda, with a tumblerful of something cool at his right hand, and a pipe in his mouth, contemplating a large plantation full of industrious natives picking berries into baskets on all sides. Labor. The labor problem is one that must be studied and solved before West Africa can advance much further than its present culture condition, because the climate is such that the country cannot be worked by white laborers. And that this state of affairs will remain as it is until some true specific is discovered for malaria, something important happens to the angle of the Earth's axis, or some radical change takes place in the nature of the sun, is the opinion of all acquainted with the region. The West African climate shows no signs of improving whatsoever. If it shows any sign of alteration it is for the worse, for of late years two extremely deadly forms of fever have come into notice here, malarial typhoid and blackwater. The malarial typhoid seems confined to districts where a good deal of European attention has been given to drainage systems, which is in itself discouraging. The labor problem has been imported with European civilization. The civilization has not got on to any considerable extent, but the labor problem has, for, being a malignant nuisance, it has taken to West Africa as a duck to water, and it is now flourishing. It has not yet, however, attained its zenith. It is just waiting for the abolition of domestic slavery for that, and then. Meanwhile it grows with the demand for hands to carry on plantation work, and public works. On the west coast, that is to say, from Sierra Leone to Cameroon, it is worse than on the south-west coast from Cameroon to Benguela. The Kruman, the Accra, and the Sierra Leonean are at present on the west coast the only solution available. The first is as fine a ship and beachman as you could reasonably wish for, but no good for plantation work. The second is, thanks to the practical training he has received from the Basel mission, a very fair artisan, cook, or clerk, but also no good for plantation work, except as an overseer. The third is a poor artisan, an excellent clerk, or subordinate official, but so unreliable in the matter of honesty as to be nearly reliable to swindle any employer. Lagos turns out a large quantity of educated natives, but owing to the growing prosperity of the colony, these are nearly all engaged in Lagos itself. An important but somewhat neglected factor in the problem is the nature of the West African native, and as I think a calm and unbiased study of this factor would give us the satisfactory solution to the problem. I venture to give my own observations on it. The Kruboys, as the natives of the Grain Coast are called, irrespective of the age of the individual, by the white men, the Menekusi as the Effiks call them, are the most important people of West Africa. For without their help the working of the coast would cost more lives than it already does, and would be in fact practically impossible. Ever since vessels have regularly frequented the bights, the crewman has had the helpful habit of shipping himself off on board, and doing all the heavy work. Their first tutors were the slavers, who initiated them into the habit, and instructed them in ship's work, that they might have the benefit of their services in working their vessels along the slave coast. And in order to prevent any Kruboy being carried off as a slave by mistake, which would have prejudiced these useful allies, the slavers persuaded them always to tattoo a band of basketwork pattern down their foreheads and out onto the tip of their broad noses. This is the most extensive bit of real tattoo that I know of in West Africa. And the Kruboys still keep the fashion. Their next tutors were the traders, who have taught and still teach them beach work, how to handle cargo, try oil, and make themselves generally useful in a factory, learn sense, as the Kruboy himself puts it. To religious teaching the Kruboy seems for an African singularly impervious, but the two lessons he has learnt, ship and shore work, are the best that the white has so far taught the black. Because unattended with the evil consequences that have followed the other lessons. Unfortunately, the Krumman of the Grain Coast and the Cabinda of the southwest coast, are the only two tribes that have had the benefit of this kind of education, but there are many other tribes who, had circumstances led the trader and the slaver to turn their attention to them, would have done their tutors quite as much credit. But circumstances did not, and so nowadays, just as 100 years ago, you must get the Kruboy to help you if you are going to do any work, missionary or mercantile, from Sierra Leone to Cameroon. Below Cameroon the Kruboy does not like to go, except to the beach of an English or German house, for he has suffered much from the Congo Free State, and from Spaniards and Portuguese, who have not respected his feelings in the matter of wanting to return every year, or every 2 years at the most, to his own country, and his rooted aversion to agricultural work and carrying loads about the bush. The pay of the Kruboy averages £1 a month. There are modifications in the way in which this sum is reached. For example, some missionaries pay each man £20 a year, but then he has to find his own chop. Some southwest coast traders pay £8 a year, but they find their boys entirely, and well, in food, and give them a cloth a week. English men of war on the West African station have, like other vessels, to take them on to save the white crew, and they pay the Kruboys the same as they pay the white men, i.e., £4.10s a month with rations. Needless to say, men of war are popular, although service on board them cuts our friend off from almost every chance of stealing chickens and other things of which I may not speak, as Herodotus would say. I do not know the manner in which men of war pay off the Kruboy, but I think in hard cash. In the circles of society I most mix with on the coast, the mercantile marine and the trading, he is always paid in goods, in cloth, gin, guns, tobacco, gunpowder, etc. With little concessions to his individual fancy in the matter, for each of these articles has a known value, and just as one of our coins can be changed, so you can get here change for a gun or any other trade article. The Kruboy much prefers being paid off in goods. I well remember an exquisite scene between Captain and King Coffee of the Crew Coast when the subject of engaging boys was being shouted over one voyage out. The captain at that time thought I was a WWTAA and ostentatiously wanted Coffee to let him pay off the boys he was engaging to work the ship in money, and not in gin and gunpowder. King Coffee's face was a study. If Captain, whom he knew of old, had stood on his head and turned bright blue all over with yellow spots, before his eyes, it would not have been anything like such a shock to his majesty. What for good him ting, Cappy? He said, interrogation and astonishment ringing in every word. What for good him ting for we country, Cappy? I suppose you give gin, tobacco, gun he be fit for trade, but money, here His Majesty's feelings flew ahead of the royal command of language, great as that was, and he expectorated with profound feeling and expression. Captain S. expressive countenance was the battleground of despair and grief at being thus forced to have anything to do with a traffic unpopular in missionary circles. He however controlled his feelings sufficiently to carefully arrange the due amount of each article to be paid, and the affair was settled. The somewhat cumbrous wage the crewboy gets at the end of his term of service, minus those things he has had on account and plus those things he has found, is certainly a source of great worry to our friend. He obtains a box from the carpenter of the factory, or buys a tin one, and puts therein his tobacco and small things, and then he buys a padlock and locks his box of treasure up, hanging the key with his other jujus round his neck. And then he has peace regarding this section of his belongings. Peace at present, for the day must sometime dawn when an experimental genius shall arise among his fellow countrymen, who will try and see if one key will not open two locks. When this possibility becomes known I can foresee nothing for the crewboy but nervous breakdown. For even now, with his mind at rest regarding the things in his box, he lives in a state of constant anxiety about those out of it, which have to lie on the deck during the return voyage to his home. He has to keep a vigilant eye on them by day, and sleep spread out over them by night, for fear of his companions stealing them. Why he should take all this trouble about his things on his voyage home I can't make out, if what is currently reported is true, that all the wages earned by the working boys become the property of the elders of his tribe when he returns to them. I myself rather doubt if this is the case, but expect there is a very heavy tax levied on them, for your crewboy is very much a married man, and the elders of his tribe have to support and protect his wives and families when he is away at work. And I should not wonder if the law was that these said wives and families revert to the state if the boy fails to return within something like his appointed time. There must be something besides nostalgia to account for the dreadful worry and apprehension shown by a detained crewboy. I am sure the tax is heavily taken in cloth, for the boys told me that if it were made up into garments for themselves they did not have to part with it on their return. Needless to say, this makes our friend turn his attention to needlework during his return voyage, and many a time I have seen the main deck looking as if it had been taken possession of by a demoniacal Dorcas working party. Strangely little is known of the laws and language of these crewmen, considering how close the association is between them and the whites. This arises, I think, not from the difficulty of learning their language, but from the ease and fluency with which they speak their version of our own, crew English, or trade English, as it is called. And it is therefore unnecessary for a hot and wearied white man to learn crew mouth. What particularly makes me think this is the case is, that I have picked up a little of it, and I found that I could make a crewman understand what I was driving at with this and my small stock of Bassa mouth and Timna. On occasions when I wished to say something to him I did not want generally understood. But the main points regarding crewmen are well enough known by old coasters, their willingness to work if well fed, and their habit of engaging for 12-month terms of work and then returning to we country. A trader who is satisfied with a boy gives him, when he leaves, a bit of paper telling the captain of any vessel that he will pay the boy's passage to his factory again, when he is willing to come. The period that a boy remains in his beloved we country seems to be until his allowance of his own earnings is expended. One can picture to oneself some sad partings in that faraway dark land. My loves, says the crewboy to his families, his voice heavy with tears, I must go. There is no more cloth, I have nothing between me and an easily shocked world but this decayed filament of cotton. And then his families weep with him, or, what is more likely, but not so literary, expectorate with emotion. And he tears himself away from them and comes on board the passing steamer in the uniform of Gunga Din, nothing much before and rather less than half of that behind. And goes down coast on the strength of the little bit of paper from his white master which he has carefully treasured, and works like a nigger in the good sense of the term for another spell, to earn more goods for his home folk. Those boys who are first starting on traveling to work, and those without books, have no difficulty in getting passages on the steamers, for a captain is glad to get as many on board as he can, being sure to get their passage money in a premium for them, so great is the demand for crew labor. But even this help to working the West Coast has been much interfered with of late years by the action of the French government in imposing a tax per head on all laborers leaving their ports on the Ivory Coast. This tax, I believe, is now removed or much reduced, but as for the Liberian Republic, it simply gets its revenue in an utterly unjustifiable way out of taxing the crewmen who ship as laborers. The crewmen are no property of theirs, and they dare not interfere with them on shore. But owing to that little transaction in the celebrated rubber monopoly, the Liberians became possessed of some ready cash, which, with great foresight, they invested in 2 little gunboats which enabled them to enforce their tax on the crewmen in their small canoes. I do not feel so sympathetic with the crewmen or their employers in this matter as I should, for the crewmen are silly hens not to go and wipe out Liberia on shore. And the white men are silly hens not to, but I had better leave that opinion unexpressed. The power of managing crewboys is a great accomplishment for anyone working the West Coast. One man will get 20% more work out of his staff, and always have them cheerful, fit, and ready. While another will get very little out of the same set of men except vexation to himself, and accidents to his goods, but this very necessary and important factor in trade is not to be taught with ink. Some men fall into the proper way of managing the boys very quickly, others may have years of experience and yet fail to learn it. The rule is, make them respect you, and make them like you, and then the thing is done. But first dealing with the crewboy, with all his good points, is very trying work, and they give the new hand an awful time of it while they are experimenting on him to see how far they can do him. They do this very cleverly, but short-sightedly, more Africano, for they spoil the tempers of half the white men whom they have to deal with. It is not necessary to treat them brutally, in fact it does not pay to do so, but it is necessary to treat them severely, to keep a steady hand over them. Never let them become familiar, never let them see you have made a mistake. When you make a mistake in giving them an order, let it be understood that that way of doing a thing is a peculiarly artful dodge of your own, and if it fails, that it is their fault. They will quite realize this if it is properly managed. I speak from experience. For example, once, owing to the superior sex being on its back with fever and sending its temperature up with worrying about getting some ebony logs off to a bothering wretch of a river steamer that must needs come yelling along for cargo just then, I said, "You leave it to me, I'll get it shipped all right," and proceeded, with the help of 3 crewboys, to raft that ebony off. I saw as soon as I had embarked on the affair, from the crewboy's manner, I was down the wrong path, but how, or why, I did not see until a neat arrangement of ebony billets tied together with tie-tie was in the water. Then I saw that I had constructed an excellent sounding apparatus for finding out the depth of water in the river, and that ebony had an affinity for the bottom of water, not for the top. The situation was a trying one, and the way the captain of the vessel kept dancing about his deck saying things in a foreign tongue, but quite comprehensible, was distracting. But I did not devote myself to giving him the information he asked for, as to what particular kind of idiot I was, because he was neither a mad doctor nor an ethnologist and had no right to the information. But I put a raft on the line of a very light wood we had a big store of, and this held up the ebony, and the current carried it down to the steamer all right. Then we hauled the line home and sent him some more on the patent plan, but, just to hurry up, you understand, and not delay the ship, a deadly crime, some of that ebony went off in a canoe and all ended happily. And the crewboys regarded themselves as having been the spectators of another manifestation of white intelligence. In defense of the captain's observations, I must say he could not see me because I was deploying behind a wood stack. Nevertheless, I do not mean to say this method of shipping ebony is a good one. I shall not try it again in a hurry, and the situation cannot be pulled through unless you have, as Allah gave me, a very swift current. And although, when the thing went well, I did say things from behind the wood stack to the captain, I did not feel justified in accepting his apologetic invitation to come on board and have a drink. My experiences with crewboys would, if written in full, make an excellent manual for a newcomer, but they are too lengthy for this chapter. My first experience with them on a small bush journey aged me very much. And ever since I have shirked chaperoning crewboys about the West African bush among ticklish-tempered native gentlemen and their forward hussies of wives. I have always admired men for their strength, their courage, their enterprise, their unceasing struggle for the beyond, the something else. But not until I had to deal with crewmen did I realize the vastness to which this latter characteristic of theirs could attain. One might have been excused for thinking that a man without rates and taxes, without pockets, and without the manifold, want-creating culture of modern European civilization and education would necessarily have been bounded, to some extent, in his desires. But one would have been wrong, profoundly wrong, in so thinking, for the crewman yearns after, and duns for, as many things for his body as the lamented Faustus did for his soul, and away among the apes this interesting creature would have to go. At once, if the wanting of little were a crucial test for the determination of the family termed by the scientific world the hominidae. Later, when I got to know the crewmen well, I learnt that they desired not only the vast majority of the articles that they saw, but did more, obtained them, at all events some of them, without asking me for them. Such commodities, for example, as fowls, palm wine, old tins and bottles, and other gentlemen's wives were never safe. One of that first gang of boys showed self-help to such a remarkable degree that I christened him Smiles. His name, UBDD, being both protracted and improper, called for change of some sort, but even this brought no comfort to one still hampered with conventional ideas regarding property, and frequent roll calls were found necessary. So that the crimes of my friend Smiles and his fellows might not accumulate to an unmanageable extent. This used to be the sort of thing, where them Nettlerash lib? He lib for drunk, massa. Where them Smiles? He lib for town, for steal, massa. Where them black man misery? But I draw a veil over the confessional, for there is simply no artistic reticence about your crewman when he is telling the truth, or otherwise, regarding a fellow creature. After accumulating with this gang enough experience to fill a hat, remembering always, one of the worst things you can do in West Africa is to worry yourself, I bethought me of the advice I had received from my cousin Rose Kingsley, who had successfully ridden through Mexico when Mexico was having a rather worse revolution than usual, to always preserve a firm manner. I thought I would try this on those crewboys and said, "No," in place of, "I wish you would not do that, please." I can't say it was an immediate success. During this period we came across a trader's lonely store wherein he had a consignment of red parasols. After these appalling objects the souls of my crewmen hungered with a great desire. "No," said I, in my severest tone, and after buying other things, we passed on. Imagine my horror, therefore, hours afterwards and miles away, to find my precious crew had got a red parasol apiece. Previous experience quite justified me in thinking that these had been stolen. And I pictured to myself my Portuguese friends, whose territory I was then in, commenting upon the incident, and reviling me as another instance of how the brutal English go looting through the land. I found, however, I was wrong, for the parasols had been dashed, my rapacious rascals, for top, and the last one connected with the affair who deserved pity was the trader from whom I had believed them stolen. It was I, not he, who suffered, for it was the wet season in West Africa and those red parasols ran. To this day my scientific soul has never been able to account for the vast body of crimson dye those miserable cotton things poured out, plentifully drenching myself and their owners, the crewboys, and everything we associated with that day. I am quite prepared to hear that some subsequent wanderer has found a red trail in Africa itself like that one so often sees upon the maps. When they do, I hereby claim that real red trail as mine. I confess I like the African on the whole, a thing I never expected to do when I went to the coast with the idea that he was a degraded, savage, cruel brute, but that is a trifling error you soon get rid of when you know him. The crewboy is decidedly the most likable of all Africans that I know. Wherein his charm lies is difficult to describe, and you certainly want the patience of Job, and a conscience made of stretching leather to deal with the crewboy in the African climate, and live. In his better manifestations he reminds me of that charming personality, the Irish peasant, for though he lacks the sparkle, he is full of humor, and is the laziest and the most industrious of mankind. He lies and tells the truth in such a hopelessly uncertain manner that you cannot rely on him for either. He is ungrateful and faithful to the death, honest and thievish, all in one and the same specimen of him. Ingratitude is a crime laid very frequently to the score of all Africans, but I think unfairly. Certainly I have never had to complain of it, and the Kroomen often show gratitude for good treatment in a grand way. The way those crowboys of gallant Captain Lane helped him work Lagos Bar and save lives by the dozen from the stranded ships on it and hauled their massa out from among the sharky foam every time he went into it, on the lifeboat upsetting, would have done credit to Deal or Norfolk lifeboat men, but the secret of their devotion is their personal attachment. They do not save people out of surf on abstract moral principles. The African at large is not an enthusiast on moral principles, and one and all they'll let nature take its course if they don't feel keen on a man surviving. Half the African's ingratitude, although it may look very bad on paper, is really not so very bad, for half the time you have been asking him to be grateful to you for doing to, or giving him things he does not care a row of pins about. I have quite his feelings, for example, for half the things in civilized countries I am expected to be glad to get. Oh, how nice it must be to be able to get about in cars, omnibuses, and railway trains again. Is it? Well, I don't think so, and I do not feel glad over it. Similarly, we will take an African case of ingratitude. A white friend of mine put himself to an awful lot of trouble to save the life of one of his sub-traders who had had an accident, and succeeded. It had been the custom of the man's wife to bring the trader little presents of fowls, etc. From time to time, and some time after the accident he met the lady and told her he had noticed a falling off in her offerings and he thought her very ungrateful after what he had done for her husband. She grunted and the next morning she brings in as a present the most forlorn, skinny, 1.5 feathered chicken you ever laid eye on, and in answer to the trader's comments she said, "Massa. Fo sure them der chicken no be particularly good chicken, but fo sure dem der man no be particularly good man. They match each other." I have referred at great length to the Kroomen because of their importance, and also because they are the natives the white men have more to do with as servants than any other. But methods of getting on with them are not necessarily applicable to dealing with other forms of African laborers, such as plantation hands in the Congo Francais, Angola, and Cameroon. In Cameroon the Germans are now using largely the Batanga natives on the plantations, the Doualas, the great trading tribe in Cameroon River, being too lazy to do any heavy work. And they have also tried to import laborers from Togo land, but this attempt was not a success, ending in the revolt of 1894, which lost several white lives. The public work is carried on, as it is in our own colonies, by the criminals in the chain gang. The Germans have had many accusations hurled against them by people of their own nationality, but on the whole these atrocities have been much exaggerated and only half understood. And certainly have not amounted to anything like the things that have gone on in the philanthropic Congo Free State. The food given out by the German government is the best government rations given on the whole West Coast. When they have allowed me to have some of their native employees, as when I was up Cameroon Mountain, for example, I bought rations from the government stores for them, and was much struck by the soundness and good quality of both rice and beef. And the rations they gave out to those Dahamians or Togolanders who revolted was so much more than they could, or cared to eat, that they used to sell much of it to the Doualas in Bell Town. This is not open to the criticism that the stuff was too bad for the Togolanders to eat, as was once said to me by a philanthropic German who had never been to the coast, because the Doualas are a rich tribe, perfectly free traders in the matter. Able to go to the river factories and buy provisions there had they wished to, and so would not have bought the government rations unless they were worth having. The great point that has brought the Germans into disrepute with the natives employed by them is their military spirit, which gives rise to a desire to regulate everything, and that other attribute of the military spirit, nagging. You should never nag an African, it only makes him bothered and then sulky, and when he's sulky he'll lie down and die to spite you. But in spite of the Germans being overgiven to this unpleasant habit of military regularity and so on, the natives from the Kru Coast and from Bassa and the French Ivory Coast return to them time after time for spells of work. So there must be grave exaggeration regarding their bad treatment, for these natives are perfectly free in the matter. The French use Longo boys for factory hands, and these people are very bright and intelligent, but as Mpongwe, who knew them well, said, they are much too likely to be devils to be good too much and are undoubtedly given to poisoning. Which is an unpleasant habit in a house servant. Their military force are composed of Senegalese lap-taught, very fine, fierce fellows, superior, I believe, as fighting men to our houses, and very devoted to, and well treated by, their French officers. That the Frenchman does not know how to push trade in his possessions, the trade returns, with the balance all on the wrong side, clearly show. Still he does know how to get possession of Africa better than we do, and this means he knows how to deal with the natives. The building up of Congo Francais, for example, has not cost 1/3 of the human lives, black or white, that an equivalent quantity of Congo Belgium has, nor 1/3 of the expense of Uganda or Sierra Leone. It is customary in England to dwell on the commercial failure, and deduce from it the erroneous conclusion that France will soon leave it off when she finds it does not pay. This is an error, because commercial success, the making the thing pay, is not the French ideal in the affair. It is our own, and I am the last person to say our ideal is wrong. But it is not the French ideal, and I am the last person to say France is wrong either. There may exist 100 or more right reasons for doing anything, and the reasons France has for her energetic policy in Africa are sound ones. For they are the employment of her martial spirits where their activity will not endanger the state. The stowing of these spirits in Paris having been found to be about as advisable as stowing overproof spirits and gunpowder in a living room with plenty of lighted lucifers blazing round. And her other reason is the opportunity African enterprise affords for sound military training. You will often hear in England regarding French annexation in Africa, "Oh, let her have the deadly hole, and much good may it do her." France knows very well what good it will do her, and she will cheerfully take all she is allowed to get quietly, as a sop for her quietness regarding Egypt, and she will cheerfully fight you for the rest, small blame to her. She knows Africa is a superb training ground for her officers. Sham fights and autumn maneuvers have a certain value in the formation of a fighting army, but the whole of these parlor games, put together in a 10-year lump, are not to be compared to 1 month's work at real war. To fit an army for its real work, and France knows well the real work will come again some day, not far off, for her army. How soon it comes she little cares, for she has no ideal of peace before her, never has had, never will have, and the next time she tries conclusions with one of us Teutonic nations. She will be armed with men who have learned their trade well on the burning sands of Senegal, and they will take a lot of beating. We do not require Africa as a training ground for our army. India is as magnificent a military academy as any nation requires, but we do require all the Africa we can get, west, east, and south, for a market, and it is here we clash with France. For France not only does not develop the trade of her colonies for her own profit, but stamps trade at large out by her preferential tariffs, etc., so that we cannot go into her colonies and trade freely as she and Germany can come into ours. We can go into her colonies and do business with French goods, and this is done, but French goods are not so suitable, from their make, nor capable of being sold at a sufficient profit to make a big trade. But France throws few obstacles, if any, in the matter of plantation enterprise. Still this enterprise being so hampered by the dearth of good labor is not at the present time highly remunerative in Africa. Foreign labor. Several important authorities have advocated the importation of foreign labor into Africa. This seems to me to be a fatal error, for several reasons. For one thing, experience has by now fully demonstrated that the West Coast climate is bad for men not native to it, whether those men be white, black, or yellow. The United Presbyterian Mission who work in Old Calabar was founded with the intention of inaugurating a mission which, after the white men had established it, was to be carried on by educated Christian blacks from Jamaica, where this mission had long been established and flourished. But it was found that these men, although primarily Africans, had by their deportation from Africa in the course, in some cases, of only 1 generation, lost the power of resistance to the deadly malarial climate their forefathers possessed. And so the mission is now carried on by whites. Not that these good people have a greater resistance to the fever than the Jamaica Christians, but because they are more devoted to the evangelization of the African, and what black assistance they receive comes, with the exception of Mrs. Fuller, from a few educated effics of Calabar. The Congo Free State have imported as laborers both West Indian Negroes, principally Barbadians, and Chinamen. In both cases the mortality has been terrible, more than the white mortality, which competent authorities put down for the Congo at 77%, and the experiment has therefore failed. It may be said that much of this mortality has arisen from the way in which these laborers have been treated in the Free State, but that this is not entirely the case is demonstrated by the case of the Annamese in Congo Francais, who are well treated. These Annamese are the political prisoners arising from the French occupation of Tonkin. And the mortality among one gang of 100 of them who were employed to make the path through swampy ground from Glass to Libreville, a distance of 2.5 miles, was 70. And this although the swamp was nothing particularly bad as swamps go, and was swept by sea air the whole way. Even had the experiment of imported labor been successful for the time being, I hold it would be a grave error to import labor into Africa. For this reason, that Africa possesses in herself the most magnificent mass of labor material in the whole world, and surely if her children could build up, as they have, the prosperity and trade of the Americas, she should, under proper guidance and good management, be able to build up her own. But good guidance and proper management are the things that are wanted, and are wanting. It is impossible to go into this complicated question fully here, and I will merely ask unprejudiced people who do not agree with me, whether they do not think that as so much has been done with one African tribe. The Krumen, a tribe possessing no material difference in make of mind or body from hundreds of other tribes, but which have merely been trained by white men in a different way from other tribes, that there is room for great hope in the native labor supply. And would not a very hopeful outlook for West Africa regarding the labor question be possible, if a regime of common sense were substituted for our present one? This is of course the missionary question, a question which I feel it is hopeless to attempt to speak of without being gravely misunderstood, and which I therefore would willingly shirk mentioning. But I am convinced that the future of Africa is not to be dissociated from the future of its natives by the importation of yellow races or Hindus. And the missionary question is not to be dissociated from the future of the African natives, and so the subject must be touched on. And I preface my remarks by stating that I have a profound personal esteem for several missionaries, naturally, for it is impossible to know such men and women as Mr. and Mrs. Dennis Kemp, of the Gold Coast, Madam and M. Jacket, and Madam and M. Forget, and M. Gacken, and Dr. Nassau, of Gabon, and many others without recognizing at once the beauty of their natures, and the nobility of their intentions. Indeed, taken as a whole, the missionaries must be regarded as superbly brave, noble-minded men who go and risk their own lives, and often those of their wives and children, and definitely sacrifice their personal comfort and safety to do what, from their point of view, is their simple duty. But it is their methods of working that have produced in West Africa the results which all truly interested in West Africa must deplore. And one is bound to make an admission that goes against one's insular prejudice, that the Protestant English missionaries have had most to do with rendering the African useless. The bad effects that have arisen from their teaching have come primarily from the failure of the missionary to recognize the difference between the African and themselves as being a difference not of degree but of kind. I am aware that they are supported in this idea by several eminent ethnologists. But still there are a large number of anatomical facts that point the other way, and a far larger number still relating to mental attributes. And I feel certain that a black man is no more an undeveloped white man than a rabbit is an undeveloped hare. And the mental difference between the two races is very similar to that between men and women among ourselves. A great woman, either mentally or physically, will excel an indifferent man, but no woman ever equals a really great man. The missionary to the African has done what my father found them doing to the Polynesians, regarding the native minds as so many jugs only requiring to be emptied of the stuff which is in them and refilled with the particular form of dogma he is engaged in teaching, in order to make them the equals of the white races. This form of procedure works in very various ways. It eliminates those parts of the native fetish that were a wholesome restraint on the African. The children in the mission school are, be it granted, better than the children outside it in some ways. They display great aptitude for learning anything that comes in their way, but there is a great difference between white and black children. The black child is a very solemn thing. It comes into the world in large quantities and looks upon it with its great sad eyes as if it were weighing carefully the question whether or no it is a fit place for a respectable soul to abide in. For times in 10 it decides that it is not, and dies. If, however, it decides to stay, it passes between 2 and 3 years in a grim and profound study, occasionally emitting howls which end suddenly in a sob, whine it never does. At the end of this period it takes to spoon food, walks about and makes itself handy to its mother or goes into the mission school. If it remains in the native state it has no toys of a frivolous nature, a little hoe or a little calabash are considered better training. If it goes into the school, it picks up, with astonishing rapidity, the lessons taught it there, giving rise to hopes for its future which are only too frequently disappointed in a few years' time. It is not until he reaches years of indiscretion that the African becomes joyful, but, when he attains this age he always does cheer up considerably, and then, whatever his previous training may have been, he takes to what Mr. Kipling calls boot with great avidity, and of this he consumes an enormous quantity. For the next 16 years, barring accidents, he rips carefully, terrified by his many fetish restrictions, if he is a pagan. But if he is in that partially converted state you usually find him in when trouble has been taken with his soul, then he rips unrestrained. It is most unfair to describe Africans in this state as converted, either in missionary reports or in attacks on them. They are not converted in the least. A really converted African is a very beautiful form of Christian. But those Africans who are the chief mainstay of missionary reports and who afford such material for the scoffer thereat, have merely had the restraint of fear removed from their minds in the mission schools without the greater restraint of love being put in its place. The missionary-made man is the curse of the coast, and you find him in European clothes and without, all the way down from Sierra Leone to Luanda. The pagans despise him, the whites hate him, still he thinks enough of himself to keep him comfortable. His conceit is marvelous, nothing equals it except perhaps that of the individual rife among us which the Saturday Review once aptly described as the suburban agnostic. And the missionary man is very much like the suburban agnostic in his religious method. After a period of mission school life he returns to his country fashion, and deals with the fetish connected with it very much in the same way as the suburban agnostic deals with his religion, i.e. he removes from it all the inconvenient portions. Shouldn't wonder if there might be something in the idea of the immortality of the soul, and a future heaven, you know, but as for hell, my dear sir, that's rank superstition, no one believes in it now. And as for Sabbath keeping and food restrictions, what utter rubbish for enlightened people. So the backsliding African deals with his country fashion ideas, he eliminates from them the idea of immediate retribution, etc., and keeps the polygamy in the dances, and all the lazy, hazy-minded native ways. The education he has received at the mission school in reading and writing fits him for a commercial career, and as every African is a born trader he embarks on it, and there are pretty goings-on. On the west coast he frequently sets up in business for himself, on the southwest coast he usually becomes a sub-trader to one of the great English, French, or German firms. On both coasts he gets himself disliked, and brings down opprobrium on all black traders, expressed in language more powerful than select. This wholesale denunciation of black traders is unfair, because there are many perfectly straight trading natives, still the majority are recruited from missionary school failures, and are utterly bad. Post hoc non propter hoc is an excellent maxim, but one that never seems to enter the missionary head down here. Highly disgusted and pained at his pupils' goings-on, but absolutely convinced of the excellence of his own methods of instruction, and the spiritual equality, irrespective of color, of Christians. The missionary rises up, and says things one can understand him saying about the bad influence of the white traders, stating that they lure the pupils from the fold to destruction. These things are nevertheless not true. Then the white trader hears them, and gets his back up and says things about the effect of missionary training on the African, which are true, but harsh, because it is not the missionaries' intent to turn out skillful forgers, and unmitigated liars. Although they practically do so. My share when I drop in on this state of mutual recrimination is to get myself into hot water with both parties. The missionary thinks me misguided for regarding the African's goings-on as part of the make of the man. And the trader regards me as a soft-headed idiot when I state that it is not the missionary's individual blame that a lamb recently acquired from the fold has gone down the primrose path with the trust, or the rum. Shade of Sir John Falstaff. What a life this is! The two things to which the missionary himself ascribes his want of success are polygamy and the liquor traffic. Now polygamy is, like most other subjects, a difficult thing to form a just opinion on, if before forming the opinion you make a careful study of the facts bearing on the case. It is therefore advisable, if you wish to produce an opinion generally acceptable in civilized circles, to follow the usual recipe for making opinions: just take a prejudice of your own, and fix it up with the so-called opinion of that class of people who go in for that sort of prejudice too. I have got myself so entangled with facts that I cannot follow this plan, and therefore am compelled to think polygamy for the African is not an unmixed evil, and that at the present culture level of the African it is not to be eradicated. This arises from two reasons. The first is that it is perfectly impossible for one African woman to do the work of the house, prepare the food, fetch water, cultivate the plantations, and look after the children attributive to one man. She might do it if she had the work in her of an English or Irish charwoman, but she has not, and a whole village full of African women do not do the work in a week that one of these will do in a day. Then, too, the African lady is quite indifferent as to what extent her good man may flirt with other ladies so long only as he does not go and give them more cloth and beads than he gives her. And the second reason for polygamy lies in the custom well known to ethnologists, and so widely diffused that one might say it was constant throughout all African tribes. Only there are so many of them whose domestic relationships have not been carefully observed. As regards the drink traffic, no one seems inclined to speak the truth about it in West Africa. And what I say I must be understood to say only about West Africa, because I do not like to form opinions without having had opportunities for personal observation. And the only part of Africa I have had these opportunities in has been from Sierra Leone to Angola. And the reports from South Africa show that an entirely different, and a most unhealthy state of affairs exists there from its invasion by mixed European nationalities, with individuals of a low type, greedy for wealth. West African conditions are no more like South African conditions than they are like Indian. The missionary party on the whole have gravely exaggerated both the evil and the extent of the liquor traffic in West Africa. I make an exception in favor of the late superintendent of the Wesleyan mission on the Gold Coast, the Rev. Dennis Kemp, who had enough courage and truth in him to stand up at a public meeting in Liverpool, on July 2, 1896, and record it as his opinion that the natives of the Gold Coast were remarkably abstemious. But spirits were, he believed, of no benefit to the natives, and they would be better without them. I have quoted the whole of the remark, as it is never fair to quote half a man says on any subject, but I do not agree with the latter half of it, and the Gold Coast natives are not any more abstemious, if so much so, as other tribes on the coast. I have elsewhere 38 attempted to show that the drink traffic is by no means the most important factor in the mission failure on the West Coast, but that it has been used in an unjustifiable way by the missionary party. Because they know the cry against alcohol is at present a popular one in England, and it has also the advantage of making the subscribers at home regard the African as an innocent creature who is led away by bad white men. And therefore still more interesting and more worthy, and in more need of subscriptions than ever. I should rather like to see the African lady or gentleman who could be led away. All the leading away I have seen on the coast has been the other way about. I do not say every missionary on the West Coast who makes untrue statements on this subject is an original liar. He is usually only following his leaders and repeating their observations without going into the evidence around him. And the missionary public in England and Scotland are largely to blame for their perpetual thirst for thrilling details of the amount of baptisms and experiences among the people they pay other people to risk their lives to convert. Or for thrilling details of the difficulties these said emissaries have to contend with. As for the general public who swallow the statements, I think they are prone, from the evidence of the evils they see round them directly arising from drink, to accept as true, without bothering themselves with calm investigation, statements of a like effect regarding other people. I have no hesitation in saying that in the whole of West Africa, in 1 week, there is not 1/4 the amount of drunkenness you can see any Saturday night you choose in a couple of hours in the Vauxhall Road. And you will not find in a whole year's investigation on the coast, 1/70th part of the evil, degradation, and premature decay you can see any afternoon you choose to take a walk in the more densely populated parts of any of our own towns. I own the whole affair is no business of mine, for I have no financial interest in the liquor traffic whatsoever. But I hate the preying upon emotional sympathy by misrepresentation, and I grieve to see thousands of pounds wasted that are bitterly needed by our own cold, starving poor. I do not regard the money as wasted because it goes to the African, but because such an immense percentage of it does no good and much harm to him. It is customary to refer to the spirit sent out to West Africa as poisonous and as raw alcohol. It is neither. I give an analysis of a bottle of Van Hoytema's trade gin, which I obtained to satisfy my own curiosity on the point. Analysis of sample of trade gin. With reference to the bottle of the above I have the honor to report as follows. It contains, %. Absolute alcohol. 39.35. Acidity expressed as acetic acid. 0.0068. Ethers expressed as acetic acid. 0.021. Aldehydes. Present in small quantity. Furfural. Ditto. Higher alcohols. Ditto. The only alcohol that can be estimated quantitatively is ethyl alcohol. There is no methyl, and the higher alcohols, as shown by Savely's method, only exist in traces. The spirit is flavored by more than one essential oil, and apparently oil of juniper is one of these oils. The liquid contains no sugar, and leaves but a small extract. In my opinion the liquid essentially consists of a pure distilled spirit flavored with essential oils. Of course no attempt to identify these oils in the quantity sent, viz., 632 cc, 1 bottle, was made. The ethers are returned as ethyl acetate, but from fractional distillation amyl acetate was found to be present. I have the honor to be, etc. Signed, G. H. Robertson. Fellow of the Chemical Society. Associate of the Institute of Chemistry. In a subsequent letter Mr. Robertson observed that he had been assisted in making the above analysis by an expert in the chemistry of alcohols, who said that the present sample differed in no material particulars from, and was neither more nor less deleterious to health than, gin purchased in different parts of London and submitted to analysis. In addition to this analysis I have also one of Messrs. Peters' gin, equally satisfactory, and as Van Hoytema and Peters are the two great suppliers of the gin that goes to West Africa, I think the above is an answer to the poison statements, and should be sufficient evidence against it for all people who are not themselves absolute teetotalers. Absolute teetotalers are definite-minded people, and one respects them more than one does those who do not hold with teetotalism for themselves, but think it a good thing for other people. And moreover it is of no use arguing with them because they say all alcohol is poison, and won't appreciate any evidence to the contrary, so, palaver done set. But a large majority of those who attack, or believe in the rectitude of the attack on, the African liquor traffic are not teetotalers and so should be capable of forming a just opinion. My personal knowledge of the district where most of the liquor goes in, the oil rivers, has been gained in Duke Town, Old Calabar. I have been there 4 separate times, and last year stayed there continuously for some months during a period in which if Duke Town had felt inclined to go on the bust, it certainly could have done so. For the police and most of the government officials were away at Brass in consequence of the Akassa palaver, and those few who were left behind and the white traders were down with an epidemic of malarial typhoid. But Duke Town did nothing of the kind. I used to be down in the heart of the town, at Iamba's market by Prince Archibong's house, night after night alone, watching the devil-makings that were going on there, and the amount of drunkenness I saw was exceedingly small. I did the same thing at the adjacent town of Kwa. My knowledge of Bonny, Bell, and Aqua towns, Libreville, Lembarine, Cabinda, Boma, Banana, Nkoi, Loanda, etc., is extensive and peculiar, and I have spent hours in them when the whole of the missionary and government people have been safe in their distant houses. So had the evils of the liquor traffic been anything like half what it is made out to be, I must have come across it in appalling forms, and I have not. The figures of the case I will not here quote because they are easily obtainable from government reports by any one interested in the matter. I regard their value as being small unless combined with a knowledge of the West Coast trade. The liquor goes in at a few ports on the West Coast, and into the hands of those tribes who act as middlemen between the white trader and the interior trade stuff-producing tribes, and is thereby diffused over an enormous extent of thickly inhabited country. We English are directly in touch with none of the interior trade, save in the territory of the Royal Niger Company, and the Delta tribes with whom we deal in the oil rivers subsist on this trade between the interior and the coast. And they prefer to use spirits as a buying medium because they get the highest percentage of profit from it, and the lowest percentage of loss by damage when dealing with it. It does not get spoilt by damp, like tobacco and cloth do. Indeed, in addition to the amount of moisture supplied by their reeking climate, they superadd a large quantity of river water to the spirit before it leaves their hands. While with the other articles of trade it is one perpetual grind to keep them free from moisture and mildew. In their coast towns there are immense stores of gin in cases, which they would as soon think of drinking themselves as we, if we were butchers, would think of eating up the stock in the shop. A certain percentage of spirit is consumed in the Delta, and if spirits are wanted anywhere they are wanted in the Niger Delta region. And about 1/8 part of that used here is used for fetish worship, poured out on the ground and mixed with other things to hang in bottles over fish traps. And so on to make residences for guardian spirits who are expected to come and take up their abode in them. Spirits to the spirits, on the sweets to the sweet principle is universal in West Africa. And those photographs you are often shown of dead chiefs' graves with bottles on them merely demonstrate that the deceased was taking down with him a little liquor for his own use in the underworld, which he holds to be possessed of a chilly and damp climate, and a little over to give a propitiatory peg to one of the ruling authorities there, or any old friend he may come across in the Elysian fields. This is possibly a misguided heathen thing of him to do, and it is generally held in European circles that the underworld such an individual as he will go to is neither damp, nor chilly. But granting this, no one can contest but that the world he spends his life here in is damp, and that the natives of the Niger Delta live in a saturated forest swamp region that reeks with malaria. Their damp mud-walled houses frequently flooded, they themselves spend the greater part of their time dabbling about in the stinking mangrove swamps, and then, for 5 months in the year, they are wrapped in the almost continuous torrential downpour of the West African wet season, followed in the Delta by the so-called dry season, with its thick morning and evening mists, and the air rarely above dew point. Then their food is of poor quality and insufficient quantity, and in districts near the coast noticeably deficient in meat of any kind. I think the desire for spirits and tobacco, given these conditions, is quite reasonable, and that when they are taken in moderation, as they usually are, they are anything but deleterious. The African himself has not a shadow of a doubt on the point, and some form of alcohol he will have. When he cannot get white man's spirit, min makara, as he calls it in Calabar, he takes black man's spirit min efik. This is palm wine, and although it has escaped the abuse heaped on rum and gin, it is worse for the native than either of the others, for he has to drink a disgusting quantity of it. Because from the palm wine he does not get the stimulating effect quickly as from gin or rum, and the enormous quantity consumed at one sitting will distribute its effects over a week. You can always tell whether a native has had a glass too much rum, or half a gallon or so too much palm wine. The first he soon recovers from, while the palm wine keeps him a disgusting nuisance for days, and the constitutional effects of it are worse, for it produces a definite type of renal disease which, if it does not cut short the life of the sufferer in a paroxysm, kills him gradually with dropsy. There is another native drink which works a bitter woe on the African in the form of intoxication combined with a brilliant bilious attack. It is made from honey flavored with the bark of a certain tree, and as it is very popular I had better not spread it further by giving the recipe. The imported gin keeps the African off these abominations which he has to derange his internal works with before he gets the stimulus that enables him to resist this vile climate. Particularly will it keep him from his worst intoxicant liamba, Cannabis sativa, a plant which grows wild on the southwest coast and on the west for all I know, as well as the African or bowstring hemp, Sansevieria guineensis. The plant that produces the liamba is a nettle-like plant growing 6 to 10 feet high, and the natives collect the tops of the stems, with the seed on, in little bundles and dry them. It is evidently the seeds which are regarded by them as being the important part, although they do not collect these separately. But you hear great rows among them when buying and selling a little bundle, on the point of the seeds being shaken out. Chi, says A, this is worthless, there are no seeds. Says B. Never were there so many seeds in a bunch of liamba, etc. It is used smoked, like the ganja of India, not like the preparation bang, and the way the Africans in the Congo used it was a very quaint one. They would hollow out a little hole in the ground, making a little dome over it, then in went a few hemp tops, and onto them a few stones made red hot in a fire. Then the dome was closed up and a reed stuck through it. Then one man after another would go and draw up into his lungs as much smoke as he could with one prolonged deep inspiration. And then go apart and cough in a hard, hacking distressing way for 10 minutes at a time, and then back to the reed for another pull. In addition to the worry of hearing their coughs, the liamba gives you trouble with the men, for it spoils their tempers, making them moody and fractious, and prone to quarrel with each other. And when they get an excessive dose of it their society is more terrifying than tolerable. I once came across 3 men who had got into this state and a 4th man who had not, but was of the party. They fought with him, and broke his head, and then we proceeded on our way, one gentleman taking flying leaps at some places, climbing up trees now and again, and embedding himself in the bush alongside the path, because of the pools of moving blood on it. If they had not kept moving, he said as he sat where he fell, he could have managed it, the others having grand times with various creatures, which, judging from their description of them, I was truly thankful were not there. The men's state of mind, however, soon cleared, and I must say this was the only time I came across this liamba giving such strong effects. Usually the men just cough with that racking cough that lets you know what they have been up to, and quarrel for a short time. When, however, a whiff of liamba is taken by them in the morning before starting on a march, the effect seems to be good, enabling them to get over the ground easily and to endure a long march without being exhausted. But a small tot of rum is better for them by far. Many other intoxicants made from bush are known to and used by the witch doctors. You may say, well, if it is not the polygamy and not the drink that makes the West African as useless as he now is as a developer, or a means of developing the country, what is it? In my opinion, it is the sort of instruction he has received, not that this instruction is necessarily bad in itself, but bad from being unsuited to the sort of man to whom it has been given. It has the tendency to develop his emotionalism, his sloth, and his vanity, and it has no tendency to develop those parts of his character which are in a rudimentary state and much wanted, thereby throwing the whole character of the man out of gear. The great inferiority of the African to the European lies in the matter of mechanical idea. I own I regard not only the African, but all colored races, as inferior in kind not in degree, to the white races, although I know it is unscientific to lump all Africans together and then generalize over them. Because the difference between various tribes is very great. But nevertheless there are certain constant quantities in their character, let the tribe be what it may, that enable us to do this for practical purposes, making merely the distinction between Negroes and Bantu. And on the subject of this division I may remark that the Negro is superior to the Bantu. He is both physically and intellectually the more powerful man, and although he does not Christianize well, he does often civilize well. The native officials cited by Mr. Hodgson in his letter to the Times of January 4, 1895, as having satisfactorily carried on all the postal and the governmental printing work of the Gold Coast colony, as well as all the subordinate custom house officials in the Niger Coast Protectorate, in fact I may say all of them in the whole of the British possessions on the west coast, are educated Negroes. I am aware that all sea captains regard this latter class as poisonous nuisances, but then every properly constituted sea captain regards custom house officials, let their color be what it may, as poisonous nuisances anywhere. In addition to these, you will find, notably in Lagos, excellent pure-blooded Negroes in European clothes, and with European culture. The best men among these are lawyers, doctors, and merchants, and I have known many ladies of Africa who have risen to an equal culture level with their lords. On the West African seaboard you do not find the Bantu equally advanced, except among the Mpongwe, and I am persuaded that this tribe is not pure Bantu but of Negro origin. The educated blacks that are not Mpongwe on the Bantu coast, from Cameroons to Benguela, you will find are Negroes, who have gone down there to make money, but this class of African is the clerk class, and we are now concerned with the laborer. The African's own way of doing anything mechanical is the simplest way, not the easiest, certainly not the quickest. He has all the chuckleheadedness of that overrated creature the ant, for his head never saves his heels. Watch a gang of boat boys getting a surf boat down a sandy beach. They turn it broadside on to the direction in which they wish it to go, and then turn it bodily over and over, with structure-straining bumps to the boat, and any amount of advice and recriminatory observations to each other. Unless under white direction they will not make a slip, nor will they put rollers under her. Watch again a gang of natives trying to get a log of timber down into the river from the bank, and you will see the same sort of thing, no idea of a lever, or anything of that sort, and remember that, unless under white direction. The African has never made an even 14th-rate piece of cloth or pottery, or a machine, tool, picture, sculpture, and that he has never even risen to the level of picture writing. I am aware of his ingenious devices for transmitting messages, such as the cowrie shells, strung diversely on strings, in use among the Yoruba, but even these do not equal the picture writing of the South American Indians. Nor the picture the Red Indian does on a raw elk hide. They are far and away inferior to the graphic sporting sketches left us of mammoth hunts by the prehistoric cave men. This absence of mechanical aptitude is very interesting, though it most likely has the very simple underlying reason that the conditions under which the African has been living have been such as to make no call for a higher mechanical culture. In his native state he does not want to get heavy surf boats into the sea, his own light dugout is easily slid down, he does not want to cut down heavy timber trees, and get them into the river, and so on. But this state is now getting disturbed by the influx of white enterprise, and not only disturbed, but destroyed, and so he must alter his ways or there will be grave trouble. But it is encouraging to remark that the African is almost as teachable and as willing to learn handicrafts as he is to assimilate other things, provided his mind has not been poisoned by fallacious ideas. And the results already obtained from the Krummen and the Accras are good. The Accras are not such good workmen as they might be, because they are to a certain extent spoilt by getting, owing to the dearth of labor, higher wages and more toleration for indifferent bits of work than they deserve, or their work is worth. But they have not yet fallen under that deadly spell worked by so many of the white men on so many of the black, the idea that it is the correct and proper thing not to work with your own hands but to get some underling to do all that sort of thing for you, while you read and write. This false ideal formed by the native from his empirical observations of some of the white men around him, has been the cause of great mischief. He sees the white man is his ruling man, rich, powerful, and honored, and so he imitates him, and goes to the mission school classes to read and write, and as soon as an African learns to read and write he turns into a clerk. Now there is no immediate use for clerks in Africa, certainly no room for further development in this line of goods. What Africa wants at present, and will want for the next 200 years at least, are workers, planters, plantation hands, miners, and seamen. And there are no schools in Africa to teach these things or the doctrine of the nobility of labor save the technical mission schools. Almost every mission on the coast has now a technical school just started or having collections made at home to start one, but in the majority of these crafts such as bookbinding, printing, tailoring, etc., are being taught which are not at present wanted. Still any technical school is better than none, and apart from lay considerations, is of great religious value to the mission indirectly. For there are many instances in mission annals of a missionary receiving great encouragement from the natives when he first starts in a district. At first the converts flock in, get baptized in batches, go to church, attend school, and adopt European clothes with an alacrity and enthusiasm that frequently turns their devoted pastor's head. But after the lapse of a few months their conduct is enough to break his heart. Dressing up in European clothes amuses the ladies and some of the young men for a long time, in some cases permanently, but the older men and the bolder youths soon get bored. And when an African is bored, and he easily is so, he goes utterly to the bad. It is in these places that an industrial mission would be so valuable to the spiritual cause, for by employing and amusing the largely preponderating lower faculties of the African's mind, it would give the higher faculties time to develop. I have frequently been told when advocating technical instruction, that there are objections against it from spiritual standpoints, which, as my own views do not enable me to understand them, I will not enter into. Also several authorities, not mission authorities alone, state with ethnologists that the African is incapable of learning, except during the period of childhood. Professor A. H. Keene says, their inherent mental inferiority, almost more marked than their physical characters, depends on physiological causes by which the intellectual faculties seem to be arrested before attaining their normal development. And further on, we must necessarily infer that the development of the Negro and white proceeds on different lines. While with the latter the volume of the brain grows with the expansion of the brain pan. In the former the growth of the brain is on the contrary arrested by the premature closing of the cranial sutures, and lateral pressure of the frontal bone. 39 You will frequently meet with the statement that the Negro child is as intelligent, or more so, than the white child, but that as soon as it passes beyond childhood it makes no further mental advance. Burton says, his mental development is arrested, and thenceforth he grows backwards instead of forwards. Now it is nervous work contradicting these statements, but with all due respect to the makers of them I must do so, and I have the comfort of knowing that many men with a larger personal experience of the African than these authorities have. Agree with me, although at the same time we utterly disclaim holding the opinion that the African is a man na brother. A man he is, but not of the same species, and his cranial sutures do, I agree, close early. Indeed I have seen them almost obliterated in skulls of men who have died quite young. But I think most anthropologists are nowadays beginning to see that the immense value they a few years since set upon skull measurements and cranial capacity, etc., has been excessive and not to have so great a bearing on the intelligence as they thought. There has been an enormous amount of material carefully collected, mainly by Frenchmen, on craniology, which is exceedingly interesting, but full of difficulty, and giving very diverse indications. Take the weights of brain given by Topinard. 1 Annamite. 1,233 grams. 7 African Negroes. 1,238. 8 African Negroes. 1,289. 1 Hottentot. 1,417. And I think you will see for practical purposes such considerations as weight of brain, or closure of sutures, etc., are negligible, and so we need not get paralyzed with respect for physiological causes. Moreover I may remark that the top weight, the Hottentot, was a lady, and that M. Broca weighed one Negro's brain which scaled 1,500 grams, while 105 English and Scotch men only gave an average of 1,427. So I think we may make our minds easy on the safety of sticking to outside facts. And say that after all it does not much affect the question of capacity for industrial training in the African if he does choose to close up the top of his head early, and that the whole attempt to make out that the African is a child form, an arrested development, is, well, not supported by facts. The very comparison between white and black children's intelligence to the disadvantage of the former is all wrong. The white child is not his inferior, he is not so quick in picking up parlor tricks. But then where are either of the children at that alongside a French poodle? What happens to the African from my observations is just what happens to the European, namely, when he passes out of childhood, he goes into a period of hobbledehoyhood. During this period, his skull might just as well be filled inside with wool as covered outside with it. But after a time, during which he has succeeded in distracting and discouraging the white men who hoped so much of him when he was a child, his mind clears up again and goes ahead all right. It is utter rubbish to say, you cannot teach an adult African, and that, he grows backwards, for even without white interference he gets more and more cunning as the time goes on. Does anyone who knows them feel inclined to tell me that those old palm oil chiefs have not learnt a thing or two during their lives? Or that a well-matured bush trader has not? Go down to West Africa yourself, if you doubt this, and carry on a series of experiments with them in subjects they know of, trade subjects, try and get the best of a whole series of matured adults, male or female. And I can promise you will return a wiser and a poorer man, but with a joyful heart regarding the capacity of the African to grow up. Whether he does this by adding convolutions or piling on his grey matter we will leave for the present. All that I wish to urge regarding the African at large is that he has been mismanaged of late years by the white races. The study of this question is a very interesting one, but I have no space to enter into it here in detail. In my opinion, I say my own, I beg you to remark, only when I am uttering heresy. This mismanagement has been a byproduct of the wave of hysterical emotionalism that has run through white culture and for which I have an instinctive hatred. I have briefly pointed out the evil worked by misdirected missionary effort on the native mind, but it is not the missionary alone that is doing harm. The government does nearly as much. Whether it does this because of the fear of Exeter Hall as representing a big voting interest, or whether just from the tendency to get everything into the hands of a council, or an office. To be everlastingly nagging and legislating and inspecting, matters little. The result is bad, and it fills me with the greatest admiration for my country to see how in spite of this she keeps the lead. That she will always keep it I believe, because I believe that it is impossible that this phase of emotionalism, no, it is not hypocrisy, my French friends, it is only a sort of fit, will last. And we shall soon be back in our clear senses again and say to the world, we do this thing because we think it is right. Because we think it is best for those we do it to and for ourselves, not because of the wickedness of war, the brotherhood of man, or any other notion bred of fear. The way in which the present ideas acting through the government do harm in Africa are many. English government officials have very little and very poor encouragement given them if they push inland and attempt to enlarge the sphere of influence, which their knowledge of local conditions teaches them requires enlarging. Because the authorities at home are afraid other nations will say we are rapacious land grabbers. Well, we always have been, and they will say it anyhow, and where after all is the harm in it? We have acted in unison with the nations who for good sound reasons of their own have cut down Portuguese possessions in Africa because we were afraid of being thought to support a nation who went in for slavery. I always admire a good move in a game or a brilliant bit of strategy, and that was a beauty. And on our head now lie the affairs of the Congo Free State, while France and Germany smile sweetly. Knowing that these affairs will soon be such that they will be able to step in and divide that territory up between themselves without a stain on their character, in the interests of humanity, the whole of that rich region. Which by the name of Livingstone, Speke, Grant, Burton, and Cameron, should now be ours. Then again in commercial competition our attitude seems to me very lacking in dignity. We are now just beginning to know it is a fight, and this commercial war has been going on since 1880, since, in fact, France and Germany have recovered from their war of 1870. And if we are to carry on this commercial war with any hope of success, we must abandon our, oh, that's not fair, I won't play attitude, and above all we must have no more government restrictions on our foreign trade. In West Africa governmental restriction settles, like dew in autumn, on the liquor traffic. It is a case of give a dog a bad name and hang him. Moreover, raising the import dues on liquor may bring into the government a good revenue. But it is a short-sighted policy, for the liquor is the thing there is the best market for in West Africa. The natives have no enthusiasm about cotton goods, as they seem from some accounts to have in East Central, and the supply of them they now get, and get cheap and good, is as much as they require. And if the question of the abstract morality of introducing clothes, or introducing liquor, to native races, were fairly gone into, the results would be interesting, for clothing native races in European clothes works badly for them and kills them off. Indeed, the whole of this question of trade with the lower races is full of curious and unexpected points. Speaking at large, the introduction of European culture, governmental, religious, or mercantile, has a destructive action on all the lower races, many of them the governmental and religious sections have stamped right out. But trade has never stamped a race out when dissociated from the other two, and it certainly has had no bad effect in tropical Africa. With regard to the liquor traffic, try and put yourself in the West African's place. Imagine, for example, that you want a pair of boots. You go into a shop, prepared to pay for them, but the man who keeps the shop says, "My good friend, you must not have boots, they are immoral. You can have a tin of sardines, or a pocket handkerchief, they are much better for you." Would you take the sardines or the pocket handkerchiefs? More particularly would you feel inclined to take them instead of your desired boots if you knew there was a shop in a neighboring street where boots are to be had? And there is a neighboring shop street to all our West Coast possessions which is in the hands of either France or Germany. I do not for a moment deny that the liquor traffic requires regulation, but it requires more regulation in Europe than it does in Africa, because Europe is more given to intoxication. In Africa all that is wanted is that the spirit sent in should be wholesome, and not sold at a strength over 45 degrees below proof. These requirements are fairly well fulfilled already on the West Coast, and I can see no reason for any further restriction or additional impost. If further restrictions in the sale of it are wanted, it is not for interior trade where the natives are not given to excess, but in the larger coast towns, where there is a body of natives who are the debris of the disintegrating process of white culture. But even in those towns like Sierra Leone and Lagos these men are a very small percentage of the population. 40 If things are even made no worse for him than they are at present, the English trader may be trusted to hold the greater part of the trade of West Africa for the benefit of the English manufacturers. If he is more heavily hampered, the English trade will die out, the English trader remain, because he is the best trader with the natives. But it will be small profit to the English manufacturers because the trader will be dealing in foreign-made stuff, as he is now in the possessions of France and Germany. English manufacturers, I may remark, have succeeded in turning out the cloth goods best suited for the African markets, but there has of late years been an increase in the quantity of other goods made by foreigners used in the West Coast trade. The imports from France and Germany and the United States to the Gold Coast for 1894, published 1896, were 217,388 pounds zeros. 1d. The exports 212,320 pounds ones. 3d. And the consular report, 158, for the Gold Coast says that while the trade with the United Kingdom has increased from 1,054,336 pounds 17ths. 6d in 1893 to 1,190,532 pounds ones. 3d in 1894, or roughly 13%. The trade with foreign countries has increased upwards of 22%, namely, from 350,387 pounds 3s. 5d to 429,708 pounds 1s. 4d in the Lagos Consular Report, No. 150, similar comparative statistics are not given, but the increase at that place is probably greater than on the Gold Coast, as a heavy percentage of the Lagos trade goes through the hands of two German firms. But this increase in foreign trade in our colonies seems to be even greater in other parts of Africa, for in a Foreign Office report from Mozambique it is stated, regarding Cape Colony, that, while British imports show an otherwise satisfactory increase, German trade has more than trebled. 41. There is a certain school of philanthropists in Europe who say that it is not advisable to spread white trade in Africa, that the native is provided by the bountiful earth with all that he really requires, and that therefore he should be allowed to live his simple life, and not be compelled or urged to work for the white man's gain. I have a sneaking sympathy with these good people, because I like the African in his bush state best. And one can understand any truly human being horrified at the extinction of native races in the Polynesian, Melanesian, and American regions. But still their view is full of error as regards Africa. For one thing I am glad to say the African does not die off as do those weaker races under white control, but increases. And herein lies the impossibility of accepting this plan as within the sphere of practical politics, most certainly in regard to all districts under white control. For the bountiful earth does not amount to much in Africa with native methods of agriculture. It sufficed when a percentage of the population were shipped to America as slaves. Now it suffices only to help to keep the natives in their low state of culture, a state that is only kept up even to its present level by trade. The condition of the African native will be a very dreadful one if this trade is not maintained. Indeed, I may say if it is not increased proportionately to the increase of white government control, for this governmental control does many things that are good in themselves, and glorious on paper. It prevents the export slave trade. It suppresses human sacrifice. It stops internecine war among the natives. In short, it does everything save suppress the terrible infant mortality. Why it does not do this I need not discuss, to increase the native population, without in itself doing anything to increase the means of supporting this population. Nay, it even wants to decrease these by importing Asiatics to do its work, in making roads, etc. It may be said there is no fear of the trade, which keeps the native, disappearing from the west coast, but it is well to remember that the stuff that this trade is dependent on, the stuff brought into the trader's factory by the native, is mainly, indeed, save for the southwest coast coffee and cacao, we may say, entirely, bush stuff, uncultivated, merely collected and roughly prepared, and it is so wastefully collected by the native that it cannot last indefinitely. Take rubber, for example, one of the main exports. Owing to the wasteful methods employed in its collection it gets stamped out of districts. The trade in it starts on a bit of coast. For some years so rich is the supply, that it can be collected almost at the native's back door, but owing to his cutting down the vine, he clears it off, and every year he has to go further and further afield for a load. But his ability to go further than a certain point is prevented by the savage interior tribes not under white control. And also on its paying him to go on these long journeys, for the price at home takes little notice of his difficulties because of the more carefully collected supply of rubber sent into the home markets by South America and India. Therefore the native loses, and when he has cleared the districts reachable by him, the trade is finished there, and he has no longer the wherewithal to buy those things which in the days of his prosperity he has acquired a taste for. The oil rivers, which send out the greatest quantity of trade on the west coast possessions, subsist entirely on palm oil for it. Were anything to happen to the oil palms in the way of blight, or were a cheap substitute to be found for palm oil at home, the population of the oil rivers, even at its present density, would starve. The development of trade is a necessary condition for the existence of the natives, and the discovery of products in the forests that will be marketable in Europe. And the making of plantations whose products will help to take the place of those he so recklessly now destroys, will give him a safer future than can any amount of abolitions of domestic slavery, or institutions of trial by jury, etc. If white control advances and plantations are not made and trade with the interior is not expanded, the condition of the West African will be a very wretched one, far worse than it was before the export slave trade was suppressed. In the more healthy districts the population will increase to a state of congestion and will starve. The coast region's malaria will always keep the black, as well as the white, population thinned down, but if deserted by the trader, and left to the government official and the missionary. Without any longer the incentive of trade to make the native exert himself, or the resulting comforts which assist him in resisting the climate, which the trade now enables him to procure, the coast native will sink, via vice and degradation, to extinction, and most likely have this process made all the more rapid and unpleasant for him by incursions of the wild tribes from the congested interior. I do not cite this as an immediate future for the West African, but, a little more and how much it is, a little less and how far away. Remember, human beings are under the same rule as other creatures. If you destroy the things that prey on them, they are liable to overswarm the food-producing power of their locality. It may be said this is not the case. Look at the Polynesians, the South American Indians, and so on. You may look at them as much as you choose, but what you see there will not enable you to judge the African. The African does not fade away like a flower before the white man, not in the least. Look at the increase of the native in the Cape Territory, look at what he has stood on the west coast. Christopher Columbus visited him before he discovered the American Indians. Whaling captains, and seamen of all sorts and nationalities have dropped in on him, frequent and free. He has absorbed all sorts of doctrine from religious sects. Cotton goods, patent medicines, foreign spirits, and, as the man who draws up the Lagos Annual Colonial Report poetically observes, twine, whiskey, wine, and woolen goods. Yet the West Coast African is here with us by the million, playing on his tom-tom, paddling his dugout canoe, living in his palm leaf or mud hut, ready and able to stand more white man stuff. Save for an occasional habit of going raving or melancholy mad when educated for the ministry, and dying when he, and more particularly she, is shut up in the broiling hot, corrugated iron schoolroom with too many clothes on, and too much headwork to do, he survives in a way which I think you will own is interesting, and which commands my admiration and respect. But there is nowadays a new factor in his relationship with the white races, the factor of domestic control. I do not think the African will survive this and flourish, if it is to be of the nature that the present white ideas aim to make it. But, on the other hand, I do not believe that he will be called upon to try, for under the present conditions white control will not become very thorough. And in the event of an European war, governmental attention will be distracted from West Africa, and the African will then do what he has done several times before when the white eye has been off him for a decade or so. Sink back to his old level as he has in Congo after the Jesuits tidied him up, and as he must have done after his intercourse with the Phoenicians and Egyptians. The travelers of a remote future will find him, I think, still with his tom-tom and his dugout canoe, just as willing to sell as big curios the debris of our importations to his ancestors at a high price. Exactly how much he will ask for a Davos patent paraffin oil tin or a Morton's tin, I cannot imagine, but it will be something stiff, such as he asks nowadays for the Phoenician agri beads. There will be then, as there is now, and as there was in the past, individual Africans who will rise to a high level of culture, but that will be all for a very long period. To say that the African race will never advance beyond its present culture level, is saying too much, in spite of the mass of evidence supporting this view, but I am certain they will never advance above it in the line of European culture. The country he lives in is unfitted for it, and the nature of the man himself is all against it. The truth is the West Coast mind has got a great deal too much superstition about it, and too little of anything else. Our own methods of instruction have not been of any real help to the African, because what he wants teaching is how to work. Bishop Ingram would have been able to write a more cheerful and hopeful book than his Sierra Leone after 100 years, if the Sierra Leoneans had had a thorough grounding in technical culture, suited to the requirements of their country. Instead of the ruinous instruction they have been given, at the cost of millions of money, and hundreds of good, if ill-advised, white men's lives. For it is possible for a West African native to be made by European culture into a very good sort of man, not the same sort of man that a white man is, but a man a white man can shake hands with and associate with without any loss of self-respect. It is by no means necessary, however, that the African should have any white culture at all to become a decent member of society at large. Quite the other way about, for the percentage of honorable and reliable men among the Bushmen is higher than among the educated men. I do not believe that the white race will ever drag the black up to their own particular summit in the mountain range of civilization. Both polygamy and slavery 42 are, for diverse reasons, essential to the well-being of Africa, at any rate for those vast regions of it which are agricultural, and these two institutions will necessitate the African having a summit to himself. Only, alas! For the energetic reformer, the African is not keen on mountaineering in the civilization range. He prefers remaining down below and being comfortable. He is not conceited about this. He admires the higher culture very much, and the people who inconvenience themselves by going in for it, but do it himself? No. And if he is dragged up into the higher regions of a self-abnegatory religion, 6 times in 10 he falls back damaged, a morally maimed man, into his old swampy country-fashion valley. Chapter 22. Disease in West Africa. Great as is the delay and difficulty placed in the way of the development of the immense natural resources of West Africa by the labor problem, there is another cause of delay to this development greater and more terrible by far, namely, the deadliness of the climate. Nothing hinders a man, Miss Kingsley, half so much as dying, a friend said to me the other day, after nearly putting his opinion to a practical test. Other parts of the world have more sensational outbreaks of death from epidemics of yellow fever and cholera, but there is no other region in the world that can match West Africa for the steady kill that its malaria works on the white men who come under its influence. Malaria you will hear glibly talked of, but what malaria means and consists of you will find few men ready to attempt to tell you, and these few by no means of a tale. It is very strange that this terrible form of disease has not attracted more scientific investigators, considering the enormous mortality it causes throughout the tropics and subtropics. A few years since, when the peculiar microbes of everything from measles to miracles were being isolated, several bacteriologists isolated the malarial microbe, only unfortunately they did not all isolate the same one. A resume of the various claims of these microbes is impossible here, and whether one of them was the true cause, or whether they all have an equal claim to this position, is not yet clear. For malaria, as far as I have seen or read of it, seems to be not so much one distinct form of fever as a group of fevers, a genus, not a species. Many things point to this being the case. Particularly the different forms so-called malarial poisoning takes in different localities. This subject may be also subdivided and complicated by going into the controversy as to whether yellow fever is endemic on the west coast or not. That it has occurred there from time to time there can be no question, at Fernando Pa in 1862 and 1866, in Senegal pretty frequently, and at least one epidemic at Bani was true yellow fever. But in the case of each of these outbreaks it is said to have been imported from South America, into Fernando Pa, by ships from Havana, and into Bani by a ship which had on her previous run been down the South American ports with a cargo of mules. The litter belonging to this mule cargo was not cleared out of her until she got into Bani, when it was thrown overside into the river, and then the yellow fever broke out. But, on the other hand, South America taxes West Africa, the Guinea coast, with having first sent out yellow fever in the cargoes of slaves. This certainly is a strange statement, because the African native rarely has malarial fever severely, he has it, and you are often informed so-and-so has got yellow fever, but he does not often die of it. Merely is truly wretched and sick for a day or so, and then recovers. 43. Regarding the hematuria there is also controversy. A very experienced and excellent authority doubts whether this is entirely a malarial fever, or whether it is not, in some cases at any rate, brought on by overdoses of quinine and Dr. Plen asserts, and his assertions are heavily backed up by his great success in treating this fever, that quinine has a very bad influence when the characteristic symptoms have declared themselves, and that it should not be given. I hesitate to advise this, because I fear to induce anyone to abandon quinine, which is the great weapon against malaria, and not from any want of faith in Dr. Plen, for he has studied malarial fevers in Cameroon with the greatest energy and devotion, bringing to bear on the subject a sound German mind trained in a German way, and than this, for such subjects, no better thing exists. His brother, also a doctor, was stationed in Cameroon before him, and is now in the German East African possessions, similarly working hard, and when these two shall publish the result of their conjoint investigations, we shall have the most important contribution to our knowledge of malaria that has ever appeared. It is impossible to overrate the importance of such work as this to West Africa, for the man who will make West Africa pay will be the scientific man who gives us something more powerful against malaria than quinine. It is too much to hope that medical men out at work on the coast, doctoring day and night, and not only obliged to doctor, but to nurse their white patients, with the balance of their time taken up by giving bills of health to steamers, wrestling with the varied and awful sanitary problems presented by the native town, etc., can have sufficient time or life left in them to carry on series of experiments and of cultures, but they can and do supply to the man in the laboratory at home grand material for him to carry the thing through. Meanwhile we wait for that man and do the best we can. The net results of laboratory investigation, according to the French doctors, is that the mycetozoic malarial bacillus, the microbe of paludism, is amoeboid in its movements, acting on the red corpuscles, leaving nothing of them but the dark pigment found in the skin and organs of malarial subjects. 44 The German doctors make a practice of making microscopic examinations of the blood of a patient, saying that the microbes appear at the commencement of an attack of fever, increase in quantity as the fever increases, and decrease as it decreases, and from these investigations they are able to judge fairly accurately how many remissions may be expected. In fact, to judge of the severity of the case which, taken with the knowledge that quinine only affects malarial microbes at a certain stage of their existence, is helpful in treatment. There is, I may remark, a very peculiar point regarding hematuric disease, the most deadly form of West Coast fever. This disease, so far as we know, has always been present on the southwest coast, at Loando, the lower Congo and Gabon, but it is said not to have appeared in the rivers until 1881, and then to have spread along the west coast. My learned friend, Dr. Plen, doubts this, and says people were less observant in those days, but the symptoms of this fever are so distinct that I must think it also totally impossible for it not to have been differentiated from the usual remittent or intermittent by the old West Coasters if it had occurred there in former times with anything like the frequency it does now. But we will leave these theoretical and technical considerations and turn to the practical side of the question. You will always find lots of people ready to give advice on fever, particularly how to avoid getting it, and you will find the most dogmatic of these are people who have been singularly unlucky in the matter, or people who know nothing of local conditions. These latter are the most trying of all to deal with. They tell you, truly enough no doubt, that the malaria is in the air, in the exhalations from the ground, which are greatest about sunrise and sunset, and in the drinking water, and that you must avoid chill, excessive mental and bodily exertion. That you must never get anxious, or excited, or lose your temper. Now there is only one, the drinking water, of this list that you can avoid, for, owing to the great variety and rapid growth of bacteria encouraged by the tropical temperature, and the aqueous saturation of the atmosphere from the heavy rainfall, and the great extent of swamp, etc., it is practically impossible to destroy them in the air to a satisfactory extent. I was presented by scientific friends, when I first went to the West Coast, with two devices supposed to do this. One was a lamp which you burnt some chemical in. It certainly made a smell that nothing could live with, but then I am not nothing, and there are enough smells on the coast now. I gave it up after the first half hour. The other device was a muzzle, a respirator, I should say. Well, all I have got to say about that is that you need be a better looking person than I am to wear a thing like that without causing panic in a district. Then orders to avoid the night air are still more difficult to obey. May I ask how you are to do without air from 6:30 p.m. to 6:30 a.m.? Or what other air there is but night air, heavy with malarious exhalations, available then? The drinking water you have a better chance with, as I will presently state, chill you cannot avoid. When you are at work on the coast, even with the greatest care, the sudden fall of temperature that occurs after a tornado coming at the end of a stewing hot day, is sure to tell on any one. And as for the orders regarding temper, neither the natives, nor the country, nor the trade, help you in the least. But still you must remember that although it is impossible to fully carry out these orders, you can do a good deal towards doing so, and preventive measures are the great thing, for it is better to escape fever altogether, or to get off with a light touch of it, than to make a sensational recovery from Yellow Jack himself. There is little doubt that a certain make of man has the best chance of surviving the coast climate, an energetic, spare, nervous but light-hearted creature, capable of enjoying whatever there may be to enjoy, and incapable of dwelling on discomforts or worries. It is quite possible for a person of this sort to live, and work hard on the coast for a considerable period, possibly with better health than he would have in England. The full-blooded, corpulent and vigorous should avoid West Africa like the plague. One after another, men and women, who looked, as the saying goes, as if you could take a lease of their lives, I have seen come out and die, and it gives one a sense of horror when they arrive at your West Coast station. For you feel a sort of accessory before the fact to murder, but what can you do except get yourself laughed at as a croaker, and attend the funeral? The best ways of avoiding the danger of the night air are, to have your evening meal about 6:30 or 7, 8 is too late. Sleep under a mosquito curtain whether there are mosquitoes in your district or not, and have a meal before starting out in the morning, a good hot cup of tea or coffee and bread and butter, if you can get it, if not, something left from last night's supper or even a gumma. Regarding meals, of course we come to the vexed question of stimulants. All the evidence is in favor of alcohol, of a proper sort, taken at proper times, and in proper quantities, being extremely valuable. Take the case of the missionaries, who are almost all teetotalers. They are young men and women who have to pass a medical examination before coming out, and whose lives on the coast are far easier than those of other classes of white men. Yet the mortality among them is far heavier than in any other class. Mr. Stanley says that wine is the best form of stimulant, but that it should not be taken before the evening meal. Certainly on the southwest coast, where a heavy, but sound, red wine imported from Portugal is the common drink, the mortality is less than on the west coast. Beer has had what one might call a thorough trial in Cameroon since the German occupation and is held by authorities to be the cause in part of the number of cases of haematuric fever in that river being greater than in other districts. But this subject requires scientific comparative observation on various parts of the coast, for Cameroons is at the beginning of the southwest coast, whereon the percentage of cases of haematuric to those of intermittent and remittent fevers is far higher than on the west coast. A comparative study of the diseases of the western division of the continent would, I should say, repay a scientific doctor, if he survived. The material he would have to deal with would be enormous, and in addition to the history of haematuric he would be confronted with the problem of the form of fever which seems to be a recent addition to West African afflictions. The so-called typhoid malaria, which of late years has come into the rivers, and apparently come to stay. This fever is, I may remark, practically unknown at present in the southwest coast regions where the "sun for garbage" plan is adhered to. At present the treatment of all white man's diseases on the coast practically consists in the treatment of malaria, because whatever disease a person gets hold of takes on a malarial type which masks its true nature. Why, I knew a gentleman who had as fine an attack of the smallpox as any one would not wish to have, and who for days behaved as if he had remittent, and then burst out into the characteristic eruption. And only got all his earthly possessions burnt, and no end of carbolic acid dressings for his pains. I do not suppose this does much harm, as the malaria is the main thing that wants curing, unless Dr. Plen is right and quinine is bad in hematuria. His success in dealing with this fever seems to support his opinion. And the French doctors on the coast, who dose it heavily with quinine, have certainly a very heavy percentage of mortality among their patients with the haematuric, although in the other forms of malarial fever they very rarely lose a patient. But to return to those preventive measures, and having done what we can with the air, we will turn our attention to the drinking water. For in addition to malarial microbes, the drinking and washing water of West Africa is liable to contain dermazoic and entozoic organisms, and if you don't take care you will get from it into your anatomy Tinea versicolor, Tinea decalvans, Tinea cercinata, Tinea psychosis, Tinea favosa, or some other member of that wretched family, let alone being nearly certain to import Trichocephalus dispar, Ascaris lumbricoides, Oxyurus vermicularis, and 8 varieties of nematodes. Each of them with an awful name of its own, and unpleasant consequences to you, and, lastly, a peculiar abomination, a filaria. This is not, what its euphonious name may lead you to suppose, a fern, but it is a worm which gets into the white of the eye and leads there a lively existence, causing distressing itching, throbbing and pricking sensations. Not affecting the sight until it happens to set up inflammation. I have seen the eyes of natives simply swarming with these filariae. A curious thing about the disease is that it usually commences in one eye, and when that becomes overpopulated an emigration society sets out for the other eye, traveling thither under the skin of the bridge of the nose. Looking while in transit like the bridge of a pair of spectacles. A similar, but not identical, worm is fairly common on the agao, and is liable to get under the epidermis of any part of the body. Like the one affecting the eye, it is very active in its movements, passing rapidly about under the skin and producing terrible pricking and itching, but very trifling inflammation in those cases which I have seen. The treatment consists of getting the thing out, and the thing to be careful of is to get it out whole, for if any part of it is left in, suppuration sets in. So even if you are personally convinced you have got it out successfully, it is just as well to wash out the wound with carbolic or Condy's fluid. The most frequent sufferers from these filariae are the natives, but white people do get them. Do not confuse this filaria with the guinea worm, Filaria medinensis, which runs up to 10 and 12 feet in length, and whose habits are different. It is more sedentary, but it is in the drinking water inside small crustacea, cyclops. It appears commonly in its human host's leg, and rapidly grows, curled round and round like a watch spring, showing raised under the skin. The native treatment of this pest is very cautiously to open the skin over the head of the worm and secure it between a little cleft bit of bamboo and then gradually wind the rest of the affair out. Only a small portion can be wound out at a time, as the wound is very liable to inflame, and should the worm break, it is certain to inflame badly, and a terrible wound will result. You cannot wind it out by the tail because you are then, so to speak, turning its fur the wrong way, and it catches in the wound. I may remark, strongly advise anyone who likes to start early on a canoe journey to see that no native member of the party has a Filaria medinensis on hand. For winding it up is always reserved for a morning job, and as many other jobs are similarly reserved it makes for delay. I know, my friends, that you one and all say that the drinking water at your particular place is of singular beauty and purity, and that you always tell the boys to filter it. But I am convinced that that water is no more to be trusted than the boys, and I am lost in amazement at people of your intelligence trusting the trio of water, boys, and filter, in the way you do. One favorite haunt of mine gets its drinking water from a cemented hole in the backyard into which drains a very strong-smelling black little swamp, which is surrounded by a ridge of sandy ground, on which are situated several groups of native houses, whose inhabitants enhance their fortunes and their drainage by taking in washing. At Fernando Pa the other day I was assured as usual that the water was perfection, beautiful spring coming down from the mountain, etc. In the course of the afternoon affairs took me up the mountain to Basile, for the first part of the way along the course of the said stream. The first objects of interest I observed in the drinking water supply were 4 natives washing themselves and their clothes, the next was the bloated body of a dead goat reposing in a pellucid pool. The path then left the course of the stream, but on arriving in the region of its source I found an interesting little colony of Spanish families which had been imported out whole, children and all, by the government. They had a nice, neat little cemetery attached, which His Excellency the doctor told me was stocked mostly with children, who were always dying off from worms. Good, so far, for the drinking water. And as to what that beautiful stream was soaking up when it was round corners, I did not see it, so I do not know, but I will be bound it was some abomination or another. But it's no use talking, it's the same all along: Sierra Leone, Grain Coast, Ivory Coast, Gold Coast, Lagos, Rivers, Cameroon, Congo Francais, Kakongo, Congo Belgi, and Angola. When you ask your white friends how they can be so reckless about the water, which, as they know, is a decoction of the malarious earth, exposed night and day to the malarious air, they all up and say they are not. They have got an awfully good filter, and they tell the boys, etc., and that they themselves often put wine or spirit in the water to kill the microbes. Vanity, vanity. At each and every place I know, men have died and worms have eaten them. The safest way of dealing with water I know is to boil it hard for 10 minutes at least, and then instantly pour it into a jar with a narrow neck, which plug up with a wad of fresh cotton wool, not a cork. And should you object to the flat taste of boiled water, plunge into it a bit of red-hot iron, which will make it more agreeable in taste. Before boiling the water you can carefully filter it if you like. A good filter is a very fine thing for clearing drinking water of hippopotami, crocodiles, water snakes, catfish, etc., and I dare say it will stop back 60% of the live or dead African natives that may be in it. But if you think it is going to stop back the microbe of marsh fever, my good sir, you are mistaken. And remember that you must give up cold water, boiled or unboiled, altogether. For if you take the boiled or filtered water and put it into one of those water coolers, and leave it hanging exposed to night air or day on the veranda, you might just as well save yourself the trouble of boiling it at all. Next in danger to the diseases come the remedies for them. Let the newcomer remember, in dealing with quinine, calomel, arsenic, and spirits, that they are not castor sugar nor he a glass bottle. But let him use them all, the two first fairly frequently, not waiting for an attack of fever and then ladling them into himself with a spoon. The third, arsenic, a drug much thought of by the French, who hold that if you establish an arsenic cachexia you do not get a malarial one, should not be taken except under a doctor's orders. Spirit is undoubtedly extremely valuable when, from causes beyond your control, you have got a chill. Remember always your life hangs on quinine, and that it is most important to keep the system sensitive to it, which you do not do if you keep on pouring in heavy doses of it for nothing and you make yourself deaf into the bargain. I have known people take 60 grains of quinine in a day for a bilious attack and turn it into a disease they only got through by the skin of their teeth. But the prophylactic action of quinine is its great one, as it only has power over malarial microbes at a certain state of their development. The fully matured microbe it does not affect to any great degree, and therefore by taking it when in a malarious district, say, in a dose of 5 grams a day, you keep down the malaria which you are bound, even with every care, to get into your system. When you have got very chilled or overtired, take an extra 5 grains with a little wine or spirit at any time, and when you know, by reason of aching head and limbs and a sensation of a stream of cold water down your back and an awful temper, that you are in for a fever, send for a doctor if you can. If, as generally happens, there is no doctor near to send for, take a compound calomel and colocynth pill, 15 grains of quinine and a grain of opium, and go to bed wrapped up in the best blanket available. When safely there take lashings of hot tea or, what is better, a hot drink made from fresh lime juice, strong and without sugar. Fresh limes are almost always to be had, if not, bottled lime juice does well. Then, in the hot stage, don't go fanning about, nor in the perspiring stage, for if you get a chill then you may turn a mild dose of fever into a fatal one. If, however, you keep conscientiously rolled in your blanket until the perspiring stage is well over, and stay in bed till the next morning, the chances are you will be all right, though a little shaky about the legs. You should continue the quinine, taking it in 5-grain doses, up to 15 to 20 grains a day for a week after any attack of fever, but you must omit the opium pill. The great thing in West Africa is to keep up your health to a good level, that will enable you to resist fever, and it is exceedingly difficult for most people to do this, because of the difficulty of getting exercise and good food. But do what you may, it is almost certain you will get fever during a residence of more than 6 months on the coast, and the chances are 2 to 1 on the Gold Coast that you will die of it. But, without precautions, you will probably have it within a fortnight of first landing, and your chances of surviving are almost nil. With precautions, in the rivers and on the SW coast your touch of fever may be a thing inferior in danger and discomfort to a bad cold in England. Yet remember, before you elect to cast your lot in with the West Coasters, that 85% of them die of fever or return home with their health permanently wrecked. Also remember that there is no getting acclimatized to the coast. There are, it is true, a few men out there who, although they have been resident in West Africa for years, have never had fever, but you can count them up on the fingers of one hand. There is another class who have been out for 12 months at a time, and have not had a touch of fever. These you want the fingers of your two hands to count, but no more. By far the largest class is the third, which is made up of those who have a slight dose of fever once a fortnight, and some day, apparently for no extra reason, get a heavy dose and die of it. A very considerable class is the fourth, those who die within a fortnight to a month of going ashore. The fate of a man depends solely on his power of resisting the so-called malaria, not in his system becoming inured to it. The first class of men that I have cited have some unknown element in their constitutions that renders them immune. With the second class the power of resistance is great, and can be renewed from time to time by a spell home in a European climate. In the third class the state is that of cumulative poisoning, in the fourth of acute poisoning. Let the newcomer who goes to the coast take the most cheerful view of these statements and let him regard himself as preordained to be one of the two most favored classes. Let him take every care short of getting frightened, which is as deadly as taking no care at all, and he may, I sincerely hope he will, survive. For a man who has got the grit in him to go and fight in West Africa for those things worth fighting for, duty, honor and gold, is a man whose death is a dead loss to his country. The cargoes from West Africa truly may, wives and mithers mayst despairing ca, them lives, O men. Yet grievous as is the price England pays for her West African possessions, to us who know the men who risk their lives and die for them, England gets a good equivalent value for it. For she is the greatest manufacturing country in the world, and as such requires markets. Nowadays she requires them more than new colonies. A colony drains annually thousands of the most enterprising and energetic of her children from her, leaving behind them their aged and incapable relations. Moreover, a colony gradually becomes a rival manufacturing center to the mother country, whereas West Africa will remain for hundreds of years a region that will supply the manufacturer with his raw material, and take in exchange for it his manufactured articles, giving him a good margin of profit. And the holding of our West African markets drains annually a few score of men only too often forever, but the trade they carry on and develop there, a trade, according to Sir George Baden-Powell, of the annual value of 9 million sterling, enables thousands of men, women and children to remain safely in England, in comfort and pleasure, owing to the wages and profits arising from the manufacture and export of the articles used in that trade. So I trust that those at home in England will give all honor to the men still working in West Africa, or rotting in the weed-grown, snake-infested cemeteries and the forest swamps, men whose battles have been fought out on lonely beaches far away from home and friends and often from another white man's help, sometimes with savages, but more often with a more deadly foe. With none of the anodyne to death and danger given by the companionship of hundreds of fellow soldiers in a fight with a foe you can see, but with a foe you can see only incarnate in the dreams of your delirium, which runs as a poison in burning veins and aching brain, the dread West Coast fever. And may England never again dream of forfeiting, or playing with, the conquests won for her by those heroes of commerce, the West Coast traders. For of them, as well as of such men as Sir Gerald Portal, truly it may be said, of such is the Kingdom of England. Appendix. The invention of the cloth loom. This story is taken down from an Ebo, but practically the same story can be found among all the cloth-making tribes in West Africa. In the old times there was a man who was a great hunter. But he had a bad wife, and when he made medicine to put on his spear, she made medicine against his spear, but he knew nothing of this thing and went out after bush cow. By and by he found a big bush cow, and threw his spear at it, but the bush cow came on, and drove its horns through his thigh, so the man crept home, and lay in his house very sick. And the witch doctor found out which of his wives had witched the spear, and they killed her, and for many days the man could not go out hunting. But he was a great hunter, and his liver grew hot in him for the bush, so he dragged himself to the bush, and lay there every day. One day, as he lay, he saw a big spider making a net on a bush, and he watched him. By and by he saw how the spider caught his game, and that the spider was a great hunter, and the man said, "If I had hunted as this spider hunts. If I had made a trap like that and put it in the bush and then gone aside and let the game get into it and weary itself to death quickly, quicker and safer than they do in pitfalls, that bush cow would not have gored me." And so after a time he tried to make a net like the spiders, out of bush rope, and he did this thing and put his net into the forest, and caught bush deer, gazelles, and earth pig, pangolins, and porcupines, and he made more nets. And every net he made was better, and he grew well, and became a greater hunter than before. One day he made a very fine net, and his wife said, "This is a cloth, it is better than our cloth, bark cloth, because when the rain gets to it, it does not shrivel. Make me a cloth like this and then I will beat it with the mallet and wear it." And the man tried to do this thing, but he could not get it a good shape, and he said, "Yet the spider gets a shape in his cloth. I will go and ask him again this thing." And he went to the spider, and took him another offering, and said, "Oh, my lord, teach me more things." And he sat and watched him for many days. By and by he saw more, his eyes were opened, and he saw the spider made his net on sticks, and so he went home and got fine bush rope that he had collected, and taken there, to make his game nets with. And he brought them to the bush near the spider, and fixing the strings on to the bush he made a new net, and he got shape into it, and he made more nets this way, and every net he made was better. And his wife was pleased and gave him sons, and by the man saw that he did not want all the sticks of a bush to make his net on, only some of them. And so he took these home and put them up in his house, and made his nets there, and after a time his wife said, "Why do you make the stuff for me with that bush rope? Why do you not make it with something finer?" And he went into the bush and took offerings to the spider and said, "Oh, my lord, teach me more things." And he sat and watched the spider, but the spider only went on making stuff out of his belly. And the man said, "Oh, my lord, you pass me. I cannot do this thing." And as he went home he thought and saw that there are trees, and there are bush ropes, thick bush rope and thin bush rope, and then there is grass which was thinner still, and he took the grass, and tried to make a net with it. And did this thing and made more nets, and every net he made was better. And his wife was pleased and said, "This is good cloth." And the man lived to be very old and was a great chief and a great hunter. For it is good for a man to be a great hunter, and it is good for a man to please women. This is the origin of the cloth loom. It was in the old time, and men have got now thread on spools from the white man, for the white man is a great spider, but this is how the black man learnt to make cloth.